Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to NJCAAE, powered by Esports U. I'm Binks, and I'm joined today by Boxy. How you doing, my friend?
I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking. How are you doing?
I feel a bit budget, but I think
Yeah.
I think I'm doing pretty good.
I'm first of all, I'm proud of you for getting that acronym right at the beginning because NJCAA is a hard one we were making,
You just did
you
it.
know.
You just did it.
I just did it. That's true. Okay, we were making jokes about it, in the green room, just kind of saying how hard it is to say that live. But I guess we both did it. Also, I'm disappointed at our production because there we go.
There we
There we
go.
go. Yep. I'm not actually joined by Bings. I'm joined by Budget Fellow once again. We've already done this like 2 weeks ago, and we're gonna keep the beat up. So, uh, Bings/Budget Fellow, why don't you take us through the teams today?
Well, we have Western Tech, and they're going to be taking on the Hawkeye or Red Tail Esports. Um, I'm quite curious between these two teams because we have a few statistics where if I actually hop right on up, I actually have them open because both these teams really need the win today. We have Western Tech, which is going to be, if they don't win today, then they're not going to be in too much of a good position because they're going against Barton next week. And Barton, in case you missed it, 2 weeks ago when I was here, they are actually 6-0. They are having an absolutely crazy season. So if you're a Western Tech fan, you really need to give them that extra bit of support in chat because it is going to be an absolute crazy one today.
Yeah. So just to put it into perspective a little bit further, there is 7 teams per group, if I'm not mistaken. Each one gets one bye. But both of these teams currently in their group, they're 4-1, and they have 2 games if you count today left. So whoever loses more than twice in their groups is definitely not getting playoffs. 2 playoff spots go into each group for top 2 teams, and then the last 2 playoff spots are decided between the 3 groups. just off of some weird tiebreaker rules that we'll not be diving into because they would fry my brain for sure. But yeah, like you said, Barton is playing Western Tech next week, meaning and they're 6-0 currently, which means Western Tech they need to win today. If they don't win today, they also likely will not beat Barton and likely not make playoffs. If the other team ends up winning, they can definitely still take it next week. But if they win today, they pretty much secure playoffs.
Essentially, playoffs aren't going to necessarily be decided next week. It's the lead up to playoffs. So we just talk about, oh, it's the end game. It's the end of the season. We got to really see how these teams are standing. But it's a matter of how well they're able to really switch things up and really best set themselves up. And speaking of setting themselves up, that's exactly what the ban phase is for. So our 3 maps, Oregon, Cafe, and Clubhouse, starting off with Oregon, the defensive bans and attacking bans really shape up what we see.
Yeah, the first one's going to be Thatcher, which is really nothing surprising. We've seen Thatcher banned pretty much everywhere for the last 3 years now, and in Oregon it's not going to be any different. So that can attack. If you okay, did I just lag out? Am I good? Am I good? I'm good.
I hear you. I hear you.
Okay.
You're back.
Okay. I don't know. Production satellite detected.
No,
But yeah, like I said, Jackal, if you had to pick the number 2 contender for the most ban operator attack, it'd probably be Jackal. If everyone's going to be a Rooney, which is a little bit interesting, but do we have any predictions on the third one or on the last ban, rather? Sorry.
last one. I mean, Aruni's interesting for sure. We could really look at how Castle's going to be a really big crutch pick, but maybe Mira, Kaid.
Okay. Well,
Interesting for sure, where you're not going to be able to disable those hatches. You'll be able to go with a Maverick or Habana, as all our hard breachers are left unbanned. So really basic on attack, exciting Rooney ban. And so if you're really wondering why would you care about a Rooney ban, it's because of all the utility you're able to deny with a Rooney. So it gives the the attacking team a lot more room to push up and not be as cautious, and it really forces the defense to be a lot more aware of their surroundings. Based on being aware of their surroundings, Warden, that's a pretty interesting pick, especially here for this first round.
yeah, I do want to see how much of mirror play we will see throughout this game because it's been this pattern that we've been noticing anywhere else than tier 1 and tier 2 gameplay is that whenever Mira's left unbanned, teams are just not comfortable playing her anymore at this point because she's been banned for so long, and well, even if she's available, teams just don't end up bringing her, which is the case lineup in round 1. I do want to see if they end up utilizing her later on, or if maybe at least Western Tech bring her, because she is extremely strong on Oregon. She can be good on kids, she can be good on bedroom, she can be good in the basement holes, and even in the dining one, so you can really not miss if you bring Mira, and it's a shame that she isn't being played. She has a C4 as well, a secondary shotgun, and a vector, which is, well, it actually shreds anyone you shoot with pieces, right?
Yeah, you definitely have a point there. Early on into the push from Western Tech, I'm looking for them to go for more of a tower control, but more a really solid clear. They want to take something and know that it's theirs. They don't have much on the flank watch. They opted not to take that Nomad. Instead, we have Silver being the most prevalent flex operator, which is going to be the Ayana with those Gemini replicators. Scanning out, and look at all of that information all gathered just from running. They now know that they would be able to run right on in all the way across through meeting. Meanwhile, we have a split push. Boxy, I actually like this. Having 3 go for this tower, but there's no one down below. But you know what they don't have to worry about? With either a Twitch, now being able to jump, they can go through the drone hole, which is possibly being watched by Pete, or they can actually go down below. I normally opt to go down below because that's a lot safer. You don't have to worry about losing out on all this information. But Twitch, you can't be jumping through a barricade. That's a lot more obvious than if you were to just go through the drone hole to your left. You're making your life a lot harder, and it's going to get shot right on out.
Yep.
Boxy, that one just hits you. Hurts you in the chest.
That's very true. I mean, Twitch definitely wasted a drone there. But just to play devil's advocate, if you want to go for a clear of utility from down below, you do need you actually need to have some control, whether that's either drones or actually clear, the green part of the map, and then meeting, and then basement. You need to clear most of that before you can actually safely clear from below. But we're gonna get the entry pick, and it's actually Atlas taking off the Sledge early on. Well, not really early on. There's only 75 seconds left to play with in the round, but the attackers, they have at least a little bit of control going here around. They still haven't actually pushed aside, but they've cleared out most of the rest of the map. Valkyrie just playing in the bomb site, very patiently spots out the, I think it was the Gemini replicator, just based off of how it was just sprinting around headlessly. We'll end up seeing what happens with it. Bandit chugs the C4, sadly doesn't connect. There's just 50 seconds left in Western Tech. They need to make their push. Close off round 1.
45 now. Interesting use of the Valkyrie cameras. As you mentioned, 5v4. Boxy, I don't see much coming here. It seems like it's going to be a really 0 to hero push on the side of Western Tech, because they don't have enough of these critical points held. We do see that the Toxic Babe was detonated at the top of white, which means they have the proper positioning. But look, this flank from Pete, lighting up WTCE. Won't be able to finish off the kill, though. That will force a rotate. Meanwhile, Pete is going to be able to swing onto a second player. That's the Thermite now down. And with 10 seconds, this push has to come underway. Atlas with a double kill, bringing it down to a 2v5, and it seems almost hopeless as Case is down and protected by the Wamaya Pete. And they're on the cusp of a flawless round as both of the remaining players are trying to swing to get in, but it will be Atlas to collect onto a 3K, and that will be the first round going the way of the defenders.
Yeah, and that's good for Hawkeye, but do you want to talk about the fact that it took us exactly 30 seconds in round 1 to get the audio bug happening? That must be a record, right? That must be a record. I mean, last week when the new season dropped, I believe there were 3 separate streams up at the same time doing NJCAAE matches, one of which was me and Fellow, one of which was Chief and Stickula, and then there was another one who I don't know who worked it. But out of those 3 streams, I think we had at least 10 audio bugs combined between us, and we were very lucky here with Fellow. Ours always resolved itself between the rounds, but all the other streams I just needed to rehost constantly, and it looks like that's going to be the case. I'm not sure if we're going to go for the rehost just yet, especially if the players don't have an audio bug, but it is a little bit annoying. It's hard for us to talk over the game. Crazy, it's even more or even less appeasing for the viewer to watch with, well, just some humming going on in the background. This kind of sounds like when I tried hooking up my mic to the Go XLR today and it just didn't work. This is what it sounded like.
You're having a little bit of PTSD.
Well,
this humming just sounds like whenever people hear me talk, but regardless, I think the players are going to get used to it, as there's a really similar ring to just
5 seconds left.
You see, it's the exact same. But regardless, I want to talk about this Echo pick. It's quite interesting, and the Alibi shotgun. Is there a change that I missed, Boxy? Because I don't remember this shotgun being the absolute greatest.
Yeah, neither do I. I guess I've seen it play a little bit. Those slugs, they aren't horrible. They do hit like a horse. And the Alibis, I think it's called MX Storm, something like that. It got nerfed a few seasons back. The recoil got increased a little bit, if I'm not mistaken. But it also did get a 1.5 times skill, which is pretty strong, especially if you can control the initial kick that it makes. So I'm not sure exactly why. Maybe they just need it for rotates, but they do have the mute for that. The mute, though, is on the MP5K, so I guess it's just to bring a shotgun to kind of be able to open up those rotates, at least lines of sights, without just wasting all of your mags, especially because Rooney is banned.
And we lost Boxy. It looks like he got the mute glitch too. But regardless, Sam going for a really aggressive push down these laundry stairs, holding the angle. Now, he has to be careful not to be spotted out through these little slits in the shield that could sow a lot of devastation. Lobster's Echo Drone also not being spotted out. Both Fire and Fury, don't forget the smoke within the blue corridor. That's one thing that the attackers are also going to have to worry about. But this is so interesting. Sam has pushed up almost completely on their own. Lobster hasn't spotted them out. Nade will be cooked. That gives away the location. That's now all these players inside the laundry now having to turn their attention. Stunned from the Echo Drone. Meanwhile, WTCE is going to be down and killed by Pete. They are once again getting that opening kill. Silver to get a nice little refrag. That will prove that it will not be one more flawless round. Deadly Parrot also to add on to it, but they're lit up to a little sliver of HP. Using that shotgun to great advantage. You said it hits like a horse, and it definitely does, as Sam is now down on the ground. And with a 4v3, Hawkeye is just waiting for their impending doom. Can they stop it?
Well, there is just a minute left, and like you said, Sam, he is down currently, and Capital, Deadly Parrot, he is on literally a slither of HP. You sneeze at him, and he just gets taken out. There we go. The mute will push up. He will see the trail of blood there. Here's the revive. Goes for the swing. That's 2 for Wagons. Absolutely huge. He gives his team the advantage. 3-2 for the defenders now. And yes, Albany is low, but Kapikawa is lower. Doesn't matter though, as he finds one. The exothermic charge breach comes out. It's technically a 2v2. Who will get it? 30 seconds left, and the Echo is still up to deny any potential plans in the late round. C4 there as well. It's going to be Lobster picking up another kill. It's all up to Deadly Parrot. He will need 3 in the round to clutch this one out. He has the LMG, 40 bullets left in it, so it's definitely doable. But nope, gets shut down by Lobster, and that's 2 for him. That's 2 for the Mutant round. Round 2 goes to the defenders as well.
I like what we saw started from Western Tech. I just don't like the way it was finished, if that makes sense. It was very smart, and I really liked Sam's push down those laundry stairs. But I think more needs to be done with it. Whether you have one of your teammates drone up for you immediately once you know you have that control, or you have your teammates cause a lot more chaos on the side of blue. Because within that, if you have one player push up, they're behind enemy lines already. They're in the site, for Pete's sake. But regardless, I had to make the Pete joke. I'm just waiting for it to make it again. And I guess I should say for Sam's sake in this case. But they need to have a diversion in order to push up. Or whether Sam just goes for a nade and pushes up right off the nade. Because before that, all the players on the side of Hawkeye had no clue. And he waited so long that you actually saw that the Echo player, and I believe it was Wagons who was on the Echo last. No, it was not Wagon on the Echo.
It was Lobster. It was Lobster. He's
Lobster.
in Castle now. Yeah, Wagons was on mute. He was the one that swung me. Stairs also got a double.
Exactly, that's what it was. But
yeah,
it's just a matter of pushing under distraction.
Well, the thing is though, Hawkeye, they won top floor, they won basement, so now they have to play a tertiary site, which is always hard to defend. The teams aren't usually used to defending those, at least not to the extent, the experience that they have on both basement and kids. So we will see if they can keep their dominant streak of defense up, or if this is the first round going to go in favor of Western Tech. I do hope they get at least one on the board. Keep in mind though, this is a best of 3, and you know there's always map 2. But it would be nice to see Western Tech pull up at least a few rounds here. And when's a better time to start than now?
Indeed, Boxy, no time like the present. I really like that we're seeing this big drone game. I just don't like that there's nobody following up those drones, especially when you're trying to look at how far ahead Silver is. They have all this plethora of information, but nothing to go along with it, because the moment that you don't have someone push up, you have holes that Pete can use to their advantage on the Wamai, because as they swing around, although Sam was droned up and it might have been good information, they will still get caught off guard from the lack of prevalent and relevant information.
Yeah, it's always a problem if you... It's pretty much like droning for yourself. You don't follow up on your teammates' drones. Like, yeah, you do have information about where someone is, at least approximately, but the intel is old, and, well, you could have capitalized off of it if you just, you know, followed your teammate's drone in the first place. But I guess that's not going to be the case for Sam. He's been the entry death for, I think, both rounds 1 and 3. Also died pretty quickly in round 2, so he didn't contribute much, but that's a second one. Gonna get picked up by Wagons here on the mute MP5K. So Hawkeye's man advantage is just increasing. Again, they show no signs of slowing down the attackers now. They're spread very thin. We do see the thermite up on the big tower stairs, and the other 2 attackers are just kind of on the other side of the map, really. And yes, that means that they may have a crossfire onto meeting, but as soon as they get picked off, there's no more crossfires, there's no more refrag potential, there's pretty much nothing.
Not too much refrag potential. Pete playing with fire. If they push up at the right time, they could catch 2 once again, getting the 1.
No.
Swing around.
No.
Look for the head. He's behind you.
No.
Pete.
Tragic. I know the players don't have outlines and we have them, but that was something that you need to see. It's a common corner as well. Now, somehow, some way, Twitch is going to get revived, but she's left all alone as Atlas gets a second one. It's with the smoke babe nonetheless. He doesn't even have diffuser. And it's zoned off by the smokes canister. 20 seconds left to go with the Twitch DMR, by the way. The 416, again, hits like a horse, but it's a pretty bad weapon, especially when you can bring the F2. So I know what the Twitch there was thinking. Might end up mattering. Another one for Atlas. And, well, the first half of the first half is pretty much flawless for Atlas. They're 3-0 up, and they've won, well, any bombs that they've attempted holding so far, which is pretty huge.
And it's not like they're winning it by the 1 kill or the 2 kill. We saw a flawless round on the first one. We saw a near flawless on the second. But it doesn't mean there's no holes. On the side of Hawkeye. Oh, they're not going to get... I think we're
Like,
missing someone. There we go. Never mind. Sorry. They have holes where we saw Sam push down the stairs, and now that we're going back up to kids, they had the split push initially, but it's a matter of managing their time. I want Western to take something, say, this is ours. We're staying here, and we're going to completely continue moving up.
yeah, I mean, speaking of holes, there was definitely a huge hole in the peripheral
Attackers
vision
need to
of
locate
whoever
and defuse
was
as many
on
bombs
the
as they can.
Wamai. They just saw the person there and they didn't shoot. They ended up not only not securing their first kill, but also dying in the process. So, well, you're gonna have to do better than that. I know you're 3-0 up currently, and I know you're 3-2-1 in terms of field deaths and assists, but still, that's something that you can't have happen to you in a comp game. So, I hope he's gonna pay more attention to what he sees with the corners of his eyes in the future. But we're back on Kid's bedroom. So what do you think's gonna happen here?
10
Well, I
seconds
hope it's not
remaining.
going to be a repeat for Hawkeye, I can tell you that much. I
Yeah.
like to see that these matches get
5
as
seconds.
exciting as possible. However, that interesting mechanic there. If you throw an alibi too close to a wall, it actually won't deploy. So good on this alibi for actually checking to make sure that all of their clone. It's not a clone. Prisma
Hologram.
replicators. Prisma hologram. Good job making sure they all set up properly. But furthermore, on just this different idea of ways that Western has to come in, they should be taking control of Master, and they want to get that wall open. If they have the Thermite and the Twitch, you don't want to rely on the Twitch, though, where both of those walls are destructive. So then you go below with Silver Shelp, and you're able to actually shoot right on up. You can either shoot them, or you can use that skeleton key that it works so very well. And this can only be done from outside the map, which hopefully Silver is going to demonstrate to us. No, they're gonna go right by.
Nope. They're just sprinting into garage, I assume. Nope, they're
Garage?
sprinting around. That's a huge rotate. Whatever you're committing
They're
there.
running a marathon.
Wa-
It's a
wa-
marathon.
was that a wrong spawn that just ended up like, hey, let me just circle the map twice? Regardless, though, Sam, well, he finally contributes something. He gets the entry, and it's going to be Pete falling. So that's a huge opener for Western Tech. If they can just keep fragging out, getting those reframes 1-for-1, they should end off winning the round. And this is the first time that they've had this early advantage, if I remember correctly, meaning that if there's a round that they're going to win, it's probably going to be this one. But again, it all hinges on them being able to actually keep their advantage up.
Well, they have the man. Do they have the time? For now, they do. They have the drone. Sam has the Twitch droning for them, but don't let a Twitch drone go in all alone. A Twitch drone attracts attention. Where there's attraction, that means that there's going to be a distraction, which leaves a lot more room. Sam is doing a great job shooting up, but that's not the right person to be using. You have a buck on your team. Use that skeleton key. I know Canadians are way too nice, but you can ask that Canadian operator for a bit of help, and he will gladly lend it to you, and he won't care about the consequences.
Well, I think the Buck is just busy running a marathon around the map still. Probably making his second lap, around Small Tower right about now. We'll definitely see what ends up happening. But we do see Atlas here on the smoke, 6-1 currently. He's really been a thorn in Western Tech's side so far. He's just playing close on the doors. Lobster will fall, and now the smoke will have to go for a swing. Doesn't really matter though. The attackers just picking up the defenders one by one like flies. Atlas gets drone, takes out the drone with a little bit of trouble there, but nothing too major. It is a 3v5. There you go. Alibi spots one, and there you have it. That's why the select shotgun is there. It just deletes the first attacker off the board. Wagons follows up with one. Atlas with a third one. Just a sea of orange kills there. 20 seconds left. The smokes from Copy Tower are coming out, and now the case has not only been dropped by spotted by the defenders. The smoke canister comes out as well, and Deadly Parrot, he gets one, but he's extremely low on HP, and he's zoned up by the smoke canister. And there we go. Second for Atlas. Can he make it 3? Yes, he can. Does the defenders somehow swing on back? They bring this round back from being down 3 versus 5, and they do it very dominant.
Man, I didn't see that one coming out, but it was a matter of who had the time on their hands, who had the utility on their hands. And at the end of the day, although the utility was still in the pocket of Western Tech, we saw Hawkeye just use it to great effect. They were able to really maneuver around, and I think we should highlight Atlas once again with those toxic babes, where they were able to throw it into key positions and still maneuver around their own smokes. An interesting thing about those is, I don't think it's still client side, but it allows them to really have a lot more area awareness where you can see partially through the smoke and it's not a full coverage like you see with smoke grenades.
Definitely agree with you. We're back in basement though, and Hawkeye, they were pretty dominant on it. I guess they gave a slight chance to Deadly Pair to clutch it out last time around, but well, he still fell short. And I don't know, it's really not looking good for Western Tech. If I'm not mistaken, we were talking about how Western Tech is the team that really needs to win this week, because let me rephrase. If you have more than 2 losses throughout a regular season here in NJCAAE, you cannot make playoffs in any way, shape, or form. And both teams today, they have 1 loss. However, the losers today is going to have 2 losses. And Western Tech, they're playing a team that is currently undefeated in the league next week, meaning that their chances, sadly, aren't too high. If Western Tech don't win today, they're not making playoffs. But back to Sam, that's the second entry for him in a row. He's really woke up, and now he's playing for Intel. He's actually getting those entry picks. I love seeing that, especially because speed. He was doing well at the beginning, but now he's getting sloppy, and I think this is the second round in a row, actually, where Sam just took off Pete in the first 40 seconds, right?
I think you have a point there. Pete off the board. That as long as all those ADSs are down, though, I think we should be okay. But this is a really crazy roam. And the shotgun once again. I'm really curious.
Oh.
I think we should be okay. Silver all the way down and showing once again there is a clear hole. And believe it or not, it's actually going to be that Gemini replicator turning off. That's going to notify Lobster a lot more. Silver making their way down. They are unaware of the alibi flank, but Lobster knows that Legacy is going to be coming from, I believe that was all the way inside a freezer. Wagons also find Deadly. Now the push from Western is now once again falling apart, and it's all a matter of being able to push and play the right angles and maneuver your way into sight. They had the man advantage once again, the opening kill to be exact, without a refrag. WTCE Sports trying to really maneuver their way in, but Sam also taking all of this HP. It's just a matter of finding your opponent. And Boxy, it seems like Western just is not able to find these shots.
Definitely seems like it. A nice nade is about to come out from the sledge to get shut down by Lobster last second. That's 2 on him for the round. He's been absolutely relentless on that silenced MP5 on the Echo today. It's a 2v4. It's not unwinnable, but given that both Western Tech players still alive are in those fraggy-ish roles on Twitch and Iana, and they both have 2 kills combined and all 7 deaths, I'm not too optimistic about it. Again, the attack, whenever they start losing numbers, they just seem lost. They don't know where to push. They don't know what to do. I feel like their communications at the moment just aren't all that well. Alibi on the flank though finds one with the shotgun. Can she make it 2? Yes, because for some reason Iana was just standing there. Was she on the replicator? No, she had her gun in the hand, right? I'm not going blind.
You're not yet.
No,
I'm a little bit baffled. Frank, watch a drone. That would help a lot.
Yep.
But Boxy, we can also talk about that great util use from Hawkeye.
We could talk about util use from Hawkeye. We could also talk about the lack of util usage from Western Tech.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
I guess you got a point there. But I want to see going forward. We see them using their abilities, and I don't want that criticism to seem like, well, we're using our abilities. I don't mean this in any sort of harsh way. It's just a matter of using your abilities to help set you up even further. When you're going for any sort of drone, you want to make sure that droning does the exact same thing, sets you up even farther. The 3-second rule, where information after 3 seconds will no longer be relevant. And just saving drones, 2 drones left after your prep phase. That's not the position you want to be in. You want to be at least, and I mean at least at 4. You use 1 drone to figure out what's going in. Call out to your team so you can use the new crazy operator switch on attack. But besides that, you want to make sure you have more, because now that's 6 drones total.
I could be mistaken here, but I am 90% sure that attacker repick is still banned. I know it was banned last week when I cast it, along with the new Goyo. Okay, production confirmed. So attacker repick should be banned. I actually haven't seen if anyone's picked it. It's not really indicated in the game clearly, so I guess we should keep our eyes on that. Goyo, again, the rework one, he is banned as well, which is a shame. I really like him. The new op, also technically banned, but we've seen her. I don't think we've seen her yet, but last season when Thorn was supposedly banned, we've seen teams run her all day, every day, so I do assume we'll see at least a little bit of Sammy, and we're also playing on the same old 7 map pool. So there is that.
Interesting and good to know. But furthermore, if you don't have the repick, you should not be sending any single drone into sight. That information you acquire does not matter. And you should have gotten a lot of information there. Now, hopefully Atlas realizes where those shots came from and doesn't make the same mistake. But Sam shooting right down below on this showers corridor should give a little bit away. And judging by the fact that a nade was just cooked and thrown with no very clear intention, I don't think that the smoke was spotted out down below.
Definitely see a lot of vertical play being attempted here by both the attackers and defenders. We've seen the mute that play down below. We've seen that was played from below up on up. But he's going to get the entry onto Sam. I don't know what it is with these two, but they just have some love tension going on. It's always them shooting each other first on entry. And sometimes it's Sam winning, sometimes it's Pete winning. I don't know why, but they always manage to find each other. I'm not sure if they're both just always pushing and holding the same spots respectively, but the fact that we've seen this exact fight happen, like, what, 4 times in a row now at least, is very interesting to me.
Yeah. Ooh, great use of the Toxic Babe is going to be able to net a kill on the WTCE. Meanwhile, Pete's going to be able to get their second onto Deadly Panda. Or not Deadly Panda, sorry. Deadly Parrot. Wrong animal there. Silver is going to run into Pete once again, sitting at the bottom of those stairs. They have been sat there the entire round. Now finally being picked off, I assume. But regardless, you need to use that information, especially when they're sitting next to an exterior window that you can shoot through. That's just a crazy concept to think about. Silver finally making their way into dorms. But with 20 seconds, there is very little map control for Western, and a plant just seems off the table. Lobster finding legacies. And the spray out, Silver will deny Pete any more kills. Find a second one. 12 seconds. Can they make something happen? They have a long way to go. Time is running short. They're going to be able to grab the diffuser. But on that note, you have the coverage from almost every conceivable angle. Watching the hatch drop. It will not be so. Hawkeye will have the flawless half.
We are on match point. After the first 6 rounds here on Oregon, we are on match point. Let that sink in. Is Western Tech, they haven't yet won a single lousy round. And I really, really, really hope that that can change either on Oregon or then later on Cafe. By the way, just for... Wait, do we actually know whose pick is it? I know it says the top who defends and who attacks, but I'm not sure if it says. We also weren't given the map ban links today, so... We probably should have looked into that before the game, but it is what it is. And I do want to know, because if somehow, some way, this was actually Western's pick, well, there will be in a world of pain on Cafe Dostoevsky, which could be starting quite soon.
Well, I think if we look at it this way, where Western Tech was on the left, I would assume that it would be Hawkeye's pick first, because they would have chosen to have the attacking side first. So through my analysis brain of Hawkeye not having, of whoever chose this map getting to choose first, not getting to choose their side first. Through all my convoluted and complex thinking, I do think that this was Western Tech's pick. There you go. There's my 2 cents.
Let's hope for their sake that it wasn't, because I honestly don't know how Cafe will go for them if that happens. Look at that! The first round that Western Tech are on defense, they actually are bringing Mira, which is something Hawkeye hasn't done. And yes, there's 6-0 up, but I was talking about this. Teams, they get so complacent with the map bans, with the map ban meta, that even if an operator that's perma-banned usually ends up being left in play, the operator just doesn't get brought, which is absolutely a shame. And I hate seeing that, but we keep seeing it more and more often. On the other side, though, speaking of unconventional picks, it is going to be Montani pushing into dirt and mailing the Mira, so I guess there is that at least. I'm going to back off now, let his teammates drown. There's also a Kali. I don't know, do you want to talk about the combination of a Kali and a Montagnier?
I'm not the biggest fan. I'm also not the biggest fan of a solo push, which is what Atlas did go for and it will actually favor Western Tech. They're going to have the man advantage once again, but it's also a matter of if they are able to maintain this man advantage with Lobster and DB DeBots Montang. You can try to come up with however we can pronounce that, Boxy. But in the meantime, we have Ace getting ready to make their way into sight, and with a minute 55, this is a really good position for Western Tech, as they've already been able to clear out the entirety of blue. Lobster also getting the refrag now of WTCE. That's the Rook to fall. Another interesting pick that we've seen on this round, as DB is made their way into sight. And we're going to see them go for a plant. Where is the coverage, Western? You have someone inside of your sight. The C4 will be successful. Legacy is coming up huge with a double. That's the C4 and the headshot from the Vector. Whipping up the shotgun and switching all around Wagons to find Deadly. Let's see if Hawkeye, can they have this game end in a flawless fashion? Pete also making their way up. They've made their way through Big Tower, down Tower stairs, and have the pressure onto Electrical, but it's a Legacies with their triple kill, leaving it all left up to the Cali of Wagons. They don't have the fire rate advantage. They only have the damage advantage of the sniper. But when it comes to swinging around and only trying to find a headshot, it is going to be the Vector that is the superior weapon. Creeping up slowly, sniper in hand, all around pillar. 45 seconds. Can they get it done?
Well, it's definitely a hard one to win. You don't want to be in a 1vx with Kali. Her primary is so slow firing in the secondary SMG, so lackluster, but she actually manages to find the second one. Can she make it 3? Yes, for some reason the Valkyrie is just not looking in the right way. Valkyrie very low on HP. She gets swung, but she wins the gunfight, and she keeps Western in contention from just one more round, which means it's not going to be a flawless 7-0 win for Hawkeye. No things that isn't happening. And more interesting, although I don't know how long that's going to last for, is the fact that no one has won an attacking round as of yet in our series so far.
Well, it does seem like that was a little bit more of a fluke from Hawkeye, but Western Tech, you have to give a lot of props to Legacies, as they really did hold down that site with great effect. Yes.
Can we talk about two, in my opinion, massive blunders coming out from Hawkeye there?
Yes,
first one is going to be, they applied, sorry for cutting you off there, but the first one is they attempted a plant with the Montine side, and, I think they used some utility. That's fine, that's whatever. But the fact that they already lost a man, it was their top fragger of Buck early on, and then they also had the sledge outside, not inside the building. He was outside droning when they attempted the plant, which is not something that you can. Why would you do that? Just wait for a few more seconds, wait for your sledge to pull up so you can cover, and that was honestly the defining moment of the round, right?
Because bait the C4, that's a huge thing.
Yeah.
There's a mirror. You can hear the Velcro. Montang, when he has his shield completely up and looking at C4, that doesn't do any damage to him.
Yeah. The second blunder, in my opinion, although a lesser one, is, again, the fact that we have seen a combination of Kali and of Montagne. Montagne is one of those operators that, as they are there, they have some presence. They can be menacing to push with and to hold against. But at the same time, they only have a pistol. When they're fully extended, they can't shoot back at all. So you're already going to be in the 4v5 in most of gunfights. And then you also mix in a Kali, who, like I said, primary, very slow firing. Secondary lackluster SMG, which, again, you're not in a good position to win gunfights with. So the fact that they essentially went into their gunfights 3v5 there because of their operator picks, I'm not a fan of. I'm going to be honest with you.
You have a very solid point there. I know we get to see this upstairs fight, and Wagons going for the IQ. That is something that I'm a fan of, because even if you don't know where exactly to shoot, you have to now look up. And a great use of this Montagne once again to clear out any sort of roamers, as Sam can't do anything besides shoot Atlas. There's the top rank again. And Montagne, why are you peeking? Sam with a second huge headshot, Lobster to once again get the refrag, and it feels like deja vu from the previous round, especially with Sam holding on to their life, but they should get away with it while they can. They will be down by Wagons, but there's a great thing called point indicators, which are not enabled in these custom games. But Wagons will spray through the wall and be able to finish their kill onto Sam. Absolutely insane. It hurts your heart.
It also hurts my eyes. The fact that Sam, he got such a nice double. That was one for the books, especially compared to the rest of the plays we've seen from Western Tech so far. And then he just got greedy. He wanted more. He wasn't happy with what he had. He went for the re-swing, and that's when he met his fate at the hands of Alibi, if I'm or not Alibi, excuse me, IQ, which is just heartbreaking. If you at that point just get back to side or at least just lurk somewhere else, make the attackers hunt you down, that would have been so great. But no, you just had to re-swing. Speaking of swinging, though, Pete's going to swing onto Deadly Parrot, and he will take him out. It's a 2v3 at the moment, and defenders, they're being blocked into the side. Ace will shoot the Frost Mat last second before walking into it, but the breach has been open, so they could try establish a plant. That's exactly what the IQ is going to be doing. So I guess it is a 2v2 technically in terms of guns up and angles being held at least, but the plan has now been stuck, which means not only do the defenders have to go on the offensive, they also are at a man disadvantage. Lobster, chunk just a little bit of damage there off of Rook. Goes for the swing, finds one. Can he make it two? Yes, he can. And well, we're going into Cafe with a 7-1 scoreline.
I normally don't say for a 7-1 that, hey, that reflects entirely what we saw, but I gotta be completely honest with you here, Boxy. That is entirely what we saw, a 7-1, and it did seem rather valid, if you do ask me. And it's largely off the fact that Hawkeye was really able to manipulate the sites, and Western was just not getting aggressive way they needed to, especially on sites. We saw them rushing to get into the actual map. They haven't actually gotten into the building yet within the final minute, and that's a big cause for concern.
I mean, I honestly don't know. I think we're missing some bigger piece. I wouldn't be surprised if excuse me, I'm blanking on the name here. That's on me. Western, excuse me. If Western are just playing with a sub or something, because honestly, these teams are both 4-1 in their group, and they are in the same group, meaning that they should be relatively close to one another, right? They should be doing relatively similar. It is true that Western, they haven't played the best team, the undefeated team in their group yet, but still, when you're both 4-1, you should be at least approximately leveled out, and that is not something we've seen on Oregon. Again, we can hope Cafe is a different story, potentially even see Clubhouse with an Oregon so dominating coming out from the Hawkeye group. I honestly don't think I don't think we're gonna see 3 maps. I don't even think we're gonna see many rounds on Cafe besides the 7 that Hawkeye needs to win the round.
Well, that is a very confident way to look at that. And I don't think it's ill-justified, but we're going to be going to a quick 5-minute break, so don't go anywhere. Go fill up your water, roll your shoulders back. I know I am, because when we come back, we're going to have a riveting second match on Cafe. Right now down, and with 10 seconds, this push has to come underway. Atlas with a double kill, bringing it down to a 2v5, and it seems almost hopeless as Case is down and protected by the Wamaya Pete. And they're on the cusp of a flawless round as both of the remaining players are trying to swing to get in, but it will be WTCE is going to be down and killed by Pete. They are once again getting that opening kill. Silver to get a nice little refrag. That will prove that it will not be one more flawless round.
Literally a slither of HP. You sneeze at him, and he just gets taken out. There we go. The mute will push up. He will see the trail of blood there. Here's the revive. Goes for the swing. That's 2 for Vagans. Absolutely. C4 there as well. It's going to be Lobster picking up another kill. It's all up to Deadly Parrot. He will need 3 in the round to clutch this one out. He has the LMG. 40 bullets left in it, so it's definitely doable. But no, Sam, he's been the anti-death for, I think, both rounds 1 and 3. Also died pretty quickly in round 2, so he didn't contribute much, but that's a second one.
So Pete playing with fire. If they push up at the right time, they could catch 2 once again.
No
getting the 1.
No.
Swing around.
No.
Look for the head. He's behind you.
No. That weapon, especially when you can bring the F2. So I know what the Twitch there was thinking. Might end up mattering. Another one for Atlas. And, well, the first half of the first half is pretty much flawless for Atlas. They're 3-0 up. No trouble there, but nothing too major. It is a 3v5. There you go. Alibi spots 1, and there you have it. That's why the select shotgun is there. It just deletes the first attacker off the board. Wagons follows up with 1. Atlas with a 3rd one. Just a sea of orange kills there. 20 seconds left. The smoke is spotted by the defenders. The smoke canister comes out as well. And Deadly Parrot, he gets 1, but he's extremely low on HP, and he's zoned off by the smoke canister. And there we go. Second for Atlas. Can he make it 3? Lost. They don't know where to push. They don't know what to do. I feel like their communications at the moment just aren't all that well. Alibi on the flank, though, finds 1 with the shotgun. Can she make it 2? Yes, because for some reason, Iana was just standing there. Was she on the
Think
Replicator?
about Silver finally making their way into dorms, but with 20 seconds, there is very little map control for Western, and a plant just seems off the table. Lobster finding legacies, and the spray out
Oh,
Silver will
God.
deny Pete
Oh,
anywhere kills. Find a
God.
second one. See them go for a plant. Where is the coverage, Western? You have someone inside of your sight. The C4 will be successful. Legacies coming up huge with a double. That's the C4 and the
Definitely
headshot.
a hard one to win. You don't want to be in a 1vx with Kali. Her primary is so slow firing in the secondary SMG, so lackluster, but she actually manages to find the second one. Can she make it the gunfight? And she keeps Western in contention from just one more round, which means
Sam with a second huge headshot. Lobster to once again get the refrag. It feels like deja vu from the previous round, especially with Sam holding on to their life, but they should get away with it while they can. They will be down by wagons, but there's a great thing
the
called
defenders have to go in the offensive. They also are at a man disadvantage. Lobster showing just a little bit of damage there off of Rook. Goes for the swing, finds one. Can he make it two? Yes, he can.
We just saw an absolute blowout by Hawkeye, and I think that they're looking to make this a nice, quick, and swift 2-0. But in that regard, I'm joined by Boxy. I'm Binks. And I think that Western might have a little trick up their sleeves as we go hurtling towards Cafe.
Well, I mean, we better hope they have something up their sleeves. Possibly even an ace or a thermite. You know, that was the worst joke that I've ever made on a broadcast. But it
Was
is
it
what it
though?
is.
Was it the worst
Well,
joke you ever made?
well, no, actually, I cast with Fel a lot, and we said a lot of dumb stuff. But you know, still, that was one that I'm not proud of. Regardless, though, it was such a dominant 7-1 coming out from Hawking that I'm really not sure what Western can do to keep themselves afloat in game two. I honestly think, as much as it pains me to say, this is going to be over so fast.
It does. It does hurt to say, and I've got to say, I'm really looking forward to see if we see something from Western. Western banning out the Jackal is not the most promising sign. We're really looking to have them really change up the meta. And I think keeping things basic could be a big difference. And I think we need to give them the benefit of the doubt. Maybe that having that Aruni banned out, so those Shurya gates by Hawkeye in the previous game was a complete target ban and messed up all of their setups, causing them, especially in the defensive end, to say, all right, we have to go absolutely crazy. So with that in mind, That's what we need to start to look towards. But Hawkeye going for the initial ban onto the Cade. They're going Thatcher, Cade. So that gives a lot more freedom to Western Tech to set the pace. And we'll see who they choose to ban finally.
Well, I definitely don't want to see last. Oh no, it's the smoke.
Oh!
There's absolutely no way. Just for context, for anyone joining in late or just, having forgotten, Hawkeye's Atlas, he's been absolutely relentless on that smoke. He was just raking up kills left and right and center, and so smoke just got taken out of contention there by Western Tech just to not have to play against Atlas on the smoke, which I find hilarious. I'm going to be honest with you.
I'm quite interested.
Yeah?
The
in what?
Rook. Does WTCE only play on...
Attackers need to locate and defuse as
Does
many bombs as they
WTCE
can.
only play on GIGN operators?
Challenge is done.
What's the Battle Pass challenge? Oh, you can't get Battle Pass challenges done in a custom.
Oh, that's true, actually. Well, maybe someone should tell him that because, the only reason I could think of to only bring those GIGN operators would be if I wanted to complete it challenging. I'm pretty sure WTCE has also been the person
10
on
seconds left before insertion.
the Twitch, right? With DMR?
Yes,
Yeah,
Twitch
the painful
DMR.
one for my eyes. I'm not a fan of that. I can get behind Rook. If you don't know what to play, if you're not a team that follows competitive very closely, you're just kind of here for the fun and you're just kind of playing for the kick out of it to represent your school. Okay, I get it. You've seen Rook in a lot of those content creator videos. Rook has been one of the tried and true operators that, yes, they are lackluster in comp, but they're still
Wait,
a lot
wait,
of
I need to cut
creativity.
you off, and I'm sorry to cut you
Cut
off.
me off, cut me
Why
off, do
is
it.
their armor still in the pack?
Oh, because someone doesn't know how to press F. I think someone just went on a early roam or something, didn't end up picking it up.
I
So
think we saw the same thing last game, though. This is hurting me. There should be a blaring alarm that someone did not take the Rook armor.
I don't have a problem with it necessarily not being taken yet. The biggest problem that I have with it is that it's placed underneath the skylight, where not only can it be shot, if you want to go for it a little bit later in the round, you will absolutely 100% get shot for it. So there's that. That's the bigger question in my mind. Speaking of being shot from skylight, look who's there. It's Gridlock. She's bringing the LMG, the smokes, the track stingers already deployed, thrown through the skylight window. And now the Rook, if he wants to rotate under it, he's going to have to shoot them or make a lot of noise and take some HP damage.
That's a really interesting thing to see because of how much noise those track stingers make while deploying, as well as when you actually step on them. So I'm looking to see that they either use it to mask a plant, because a track stinger in combination with a smoke grenade could be proved to be absolutely lethal. But you can't forget that the one counter of Gridlock is that one mine. If you're able to shoot it, then that's the only thing that is so very prevalent. Meanwhile, this Rook has been able to sit beneath new hatch and new balcony this entire round, but Hawkeye still has not cleared them out. That is just absolutely astonishing. You have to make sure that you clear in a very methodical way, and that's exactly what Pete aims to do, as they will finally dispatch of that Rook.
Well, I mean, the Rook, he wasted a lot of
Meanwhile,
time. Maybe
Sam
not.
also looking to push their way up. They have gotten the flank, so whether or not they got past the Gridlock is up for debate, but it will be proven that they were able to, and that's case down right inside a cigar shop, giving Sam a very powerful position to now hold. Wagons choosing to just push really aggressive, and the Gridlock still on roof. Legacy is almost from the grave. He's going to be able to land that Pokeball. You got to catch them all, but there's still 3 more that need to be caught. Whether or not that is up in the realm of possibilities is still out on the house.
Just 20 seconds left. The plan is being attempted by Pete. They're on the sledge. 1 kill on the round already. Can they make it? Or defenders are playing this way too patiently. They have no clue the plant is going down, and now again they have to go on the offensive. They need to find 3 kills and then go for the defuse. Only 36 seconds to do so, and 7 seconds are needed for the defuse, so they're quite pressed for time there. Atlas throws a flashbang, then gets shot at from Freezer, and Deadly Parrot, he's gonna have to get aggressive now. He somehow crosses without being shot, which is nice. Now they can capitalize on kills, but not for long. There we go. Atlas shuts them down. Parrot just went up with the pistol. They found one, and well, that's it. That's all she wrote.
That is all she wrote. Canadian operator acting like John Wick. Pretty interesting to see if we could ever see a Canadian John Wick. It would like that would be a really interesting concept if you take any one of your favorite movie characters and you just made them Canadian. My
What if
favorite's
my
Wolverine.
what if my favorite movie character is Canadian already?
That's why I made the Wolverine
Oh,
example.
Okay, fair enough. That one went over my head. I'm not the biggest Wolverine fan. I'm not gonna lie to you, and I'm gonna get
Why? 'Cause he's
crucified for this.
Canadian?
But no,
Attackers need to locate
no, that's
and
the best
defuse
thing
the
about
bomb.
him. I love Canadian people. Canadian people are nice.
Attackers
Very
are
nice.
located.
Oh, thank you.
Well, you're welcome. You're welcome, Budget John.
And this is why we can't have nice things.
What do you mean? We have a nice thing going on here. Look at all of these beautiful plays being made by Western and Hawkeye. Look at all of these beautiful observing down by Max D, who you should
We
totally
can.
check
I
out on Twitter.
think we really need to highlight Max D. With
Max
all
D.
this crazy highlighting, they know where to look, where the action is. You may not know where the action is going to be. Both of us may not know where the action is going to be. But Max D sometimes always finds a way to find it.
Attackers are moving to defuse a
Yeah, you'd
bomb.
almost
It baffles
swear.
me. It baffles me. They're a soothsayer in that regard of just seeing everything.
You'd almost think Max D is just clairvoyant with how he can just predict where plays are going to happen. So props to him in that. Again, you should check him out on Twitter. He does some amazing stuff in R6. And speaking of amazing things, we also got to shout out K-Tad. He's been doing such an amazing job on production here for NJCAAE and esports in general. So we're also lucky to have them. But back to the round on hand. We're 30 seconds in. No casualties just yet on either side. You've seen literally the standard thing done on every cafe round played ever, which is rappel onto the roof and then open up the hatches and then thrown from there. That is what you do when you're an attacker on Cafe and Rainbow Six Siege. There's just no alternatives, really.
Now, the reason why that's so prevalent on cafes is because it allows you to have a very solidified clear. And especially with a site like Kitchen, look at everything that Sam is looking at right now. Besides the drone, all the floor above Kitchen is destructible, which means that if the attackers play their cards right, and they do have the fuse, as well as the buck and the sledge, or they had the sledge as Sam will get the opening kill, they are then able to completely open up the flooring and just rain fire down below. Now, the one thing I'm concerned about with wagons is that they need to make sure they clear the Valkyrie before they start going for these fuse charges, because you want to ensure that they are set up in a way that you're actually able to look and get into sight. Meanwhile, Sam maneuvering around pillars inside of the actual pillar room, they could catch another unsuspecting victim, but no, it's going to be Lobster
Nope.
ready and waiting for Sam. Even down to this 4v4, this gives a lot more room to Hawkeye.
Hunter really became the hunted there with Sam just falling off so early. Like you said, a lot of room for Hawkeye to play with. The secondary hard breaches coming out from Fuse as well, which means the hatch is going to get opened up. And then the bandits on the wall can get shot as well, which means technically Freezer Breach could be opened up later on in the round. A minute left to play with for the attackers. And yes, that in theory is a lot of time, but at the same time, I'm just kind of worried because both teams have been kind of slow on their attacks. Nice fuse charge there, and for some reason, two defenders just almost sprint into it. They still make it up unscratched somehow, some way, but I have no clue. Lobster takes a lot of damage though, dishes some back out. That's one fuse kill, one kill for Lobster as well, and it's all up to the Rooney and the Ben to clutch this one out. 35 seconds left to play with. That's all they have going on.
Flash will go out. Smart as
no.
Silver to rotate back. Atlas flashing the wrong side of the wall. Silver now finally recovering as the retinas were previously burnt out. But now they see things a lot clearer. They'll be able to find a headshot onto Atlas. Now, accompanied by WTCE, it's just going to be a complete scramble around the site. But you can't forget, Hawkeye, you got to get in there with the plant.
Oh no.
Fuse charges going off. You're going to be able to see one kill, but a triple kill from Silver. Just stay alive. You need to hide, my friend. Don't show your head. Swinging out, they'll still be able to get it. That's a 4K for Silver. Western on the board, 1-1.
Well, first off, the swing there was really unnecessary, and yes, it ended up winning the round, but at the same time, like you said, you can just hide. There was so few seconds left on the clock that it just makes more sense for you to hide and make the attacker come to you. I guess I can't harp on them too much, though, because this is the first time since, 0-0 on both this and Map 1, we've actually seen the teams in equilibrium. Other than that, on Map 1, Hawkeye has always just been ahead, and increasingly so. So the fact that we're seeing some early signs of resistance coming out from Western this time around do make me happy, even if they want a 1v1 by the skin of their teeth.
Four
Oh,
people getting armors.
oh.
Five.
Oh, let's
Hey!
go! Okay, well, we're slowly but surely progressing, so there
Attackers
is that.
have
We're
discovered the
also
location of a bomb.
Thank
back.
you, Max. Thank you for celebrating with us, Max. We needed that today.
Oh, back on the top floor, and let's see if the defensive setup changes at all. The black guys are being deployed, just like in round one. I think their positions are also relatively
seconds left
similar to
before
where they
insertion.
were. And I don't think there's any real
5 seconds
variance
left
in
before
the
insertion.
defenders' operator picks. They all just kind of are doing the same thing. Again, we have dropped the rook number, or the rook armor rather, under the skylight, which is worrying, but at least all 5 got picked up. So there is that.
So last time we actually saw a more aggressive push from Hawkeye, but not aggressive in the sense you think. It was more aggressive in forgetting about some of these key angles. We saw Legacies, sorry, not Legacies, we saw WTCE actually be the player under new hatch or on new balcony, and they were able to stay alive for a very long amount of time. That's also going to be corrected by Pete, as both those hatches will be opened quite prominently. And now here comes the drones. We also saw, just a final really recap, there's a lot to recap, especially in these first rounds, was Sam go for the flank. Beautiful push from Atlas, though. That's really using what you are used to in information. All the way down from hell, they'll shoot up into heaven and be able to find the Rook of Legacies. They won't be able to make any sort of impact on the round, as their armor is not going to be able to help them.
I really tried coming up with a Bible reference when he said straight from hell into heaven, but I just came up short. I'm not the biggest Bible knower, so my heart aches for that one. But look at those yellow pings. I'm pretty sure VTC also is bleeding now, or rather JV. Sorry, VTC is obviously the team name, but no one else has it, so it gets a little bit confusing. But yeah, JV, he's also in pain right now because they just got yellow pinged and they just got demolished. That's no more bandit on the board for a round for defenders, which is not the worst thing in the world. Yes, you do lose a C4, but at least the bandit charges have already been placed, so you don't die with any active utility in your pockets. Dockerby, she's going to be pushing onto Pixel, and the drones are coming out right behind her as well. Usually the drones go out in front, but you know, who am I to tell them what to do?
Well, you are the commentator who has a third-person perspective and can see a lot more. Not as much as our good friend Max D, but regardless, we're going to see a push now from Hawkeye. They have the man advantage. Sam going for that same flank push. Meanwhile, I guess we can call it a flank, but the buck of Atlas also making their way up. There is no gridlock tracks on the side of the stairs this time, and instead it's actually going to be just a standard push. Won't be able to get the kill. C4 chucked up. Meanwhile, Pete is going to be able to take out Silver. All left up to Deadly Parrot and Sam. Sam, of which who's completely off-site. Deadly Parrot stuck inside the freezer with no viable rotate out. Playing the long angle, waiting for something to happen, as Atlas will be the one to find Sam. Spraying out, flawless run denied by Parrot. They'll have to find another 4, but nope. Wagons is going to find their kill, and that's all she wrote for the round.
I'm 99% sure this is at least the second, if not the third time we've seen Parrot on Wamai just stuck in freezer without any rotates out, which means either they shouldn't be there as much as they are with, you know, no way of getting out, or it means that their teammates inside are dying way too fast and relinquishing control so that the attackers can just push onto side and then keep them pinched in there. Either way, not good for Western Tag. They need to fix that in the upcoming rounds. They have won Kitchen so far, lost top floor twice, so it is smart that they're going on to Fireplace this time around, and it is going to be another round before they can go back and reattempt holding Kitchen once again, which again they have been successful on. Maybe they can replicate it coming round 5, but round 4 they are stuck on Fireplace and Mining, and we haven't seen this bomb side in quite a long time. Usually nowadays it's Reading and Dining instead. Fireplace just kind of old and washed and not seen anymore at all. But I am curious to see how Western Tech set up for it and how they end up holding it.
Well, let's look at the different operators on the side. Now, this would be also a really clear time when any sort of operator repick or attacker repick would be an absolutely huge feature that is not yet introduced within this league.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Are you meditating?
No, Wagons just repicked, but regardless, that's not my call to make. We will be able to see the fuse push into possibly Train. but I'll leave admins to make that call, and it won't really matter. So I'm really rooting for Western Tech, but we'll see if it is. It is legal. Okay, we have nothing to worry about. We are going to be able to see that attacker repick was used quite well by Wagons, especially use the fuse because of how potent fuse is on a site like Train, because of how condensed the defenders are.
You know when fuse is extra potent? When you use your cluster charge vertically up from the above, and then 2 of your enemies just sprint into it as soon as you detonate it. I feel like that's when it's most potent, really. But we'll definitely see what ends up happening here. Fuse on the LMG, yellow pings are coming out. They see Sam on the Valkyrie. They aim a little bit too high, but they correct and adjust soon enough. They get the entry pick. It's going to be wide, going for the swing, trying to refrag there on the Fuse. They shoot prematurely, and they give away their position, but Fuse doesn't react. It's a 4v4 now, and that was such a throwaway of their advantage coming out from Hawkeye. I don't know what's happening there. Pete is trying to refrag, but it may be too little too late. The Wamai, no, he gets down. Atlas comes in clutch, and the Sledge and Bug, the duo of self-destruction, they finally shut down Wamai as well.
Glad to see that they were able to make a really good impact. So although it is a 2v4, Hawkeye is a little bit more disadvantaged because they did lose that very potent operator fuse. And they're going to have to now use 2 ace charges to get open the hatch of Train if they see fit. So it really puts a wrench in their plans. They have to change their push up. They have the Buck as well as the Sledge to make sort of any vertical holes that they want to. But as you can see now, 2 Selma breaching charges onto 1 hatch just does not seem like the most logical move. It does hurt to see.
Well, you know what else hurts? JV being shut down by Atlas once again. This feels like deja vu because, again, it's a 2v4 for the defense. Well, no, never mind. Make that a 2v3. And Silver Shelp, they barely make it out of there alive, but they are alive for now. Make that a 2v2, actually, as Legacies. They pick up a kill of their own as well. That is a 2v2, and yes, the Aruni is very low on HP. 25 seconds left to play with. No smokes under Gridlock. No Gridlock left either while we're at that. It's up to Lobster. Clutch just went out. Diffuser in hands. But the Aruni gate there is going to be a problem. Punching the Barb also not going to help. They're looking for someone who isn't on red. They're long gone. Aruni has rotated up around already. And there we go. They find the last kill. The defenders finally get another round. Somehow, some way.
Somehow, some way. I think it's more in Hawkeye's inability to really confirm their kills in that sense, where they need to make sure they have that good spatial awareness, especially when you're clearing that 3rd floor. You need to check absolutely every single nook and cranny imaginable. Bathroom must be droned. You need to spray pre-fire, whatever it takes, especially when you hear a shot. Perhaps the fuse did not have advanced gadget placement on, so they were stuck within the animation. But even then, it's a question that I should not be having to make. It's not a question of an advanced gadget placement. Advanced droning is on. For anyone playing Siege, make sure you go into your settings, advanced droning, advanced gadget placement, make sure they're on.
Well, make sure to have other operators besides Rook as well. Actually, no, never mind. You know what? I'm speaking blasphemy. JV's not on Rook this time. It's actually Legacy's 9. And I'm kind of surprised by Western's insisting on how they just keep bringing in Rook. I don't know if they really just don't know any other defensive operators that would fit into their comps better. And yes, the 2-time scope on the MP5 is nice, but there are so many other crucial operators to bring here. You know, for example, a Jaeger. Yes, there is a Wamai on board, but on Kitchen definitely doesn't hurt having more projectile denial, especially since we've seen Hawkeye play Fuse so very often.
Maybe you could go for the Jaeger, like you said. You can go for, if you really want the 3 armor, a Maestro. That could work really well downstairs. Maybe someone with the C4. We know the Cade is banned, but that doesn't mean you can't take... Perhaps we're trying to think of another 3 armor, but even without a 3 armor, perhaps a mute. A mute.
I was going to say Echo. I was going to say Echo.
That's a
I was going to say...
one.
Just take Echo, drone for your team, but then I remembered we've barely even seen Western drone on attack, let alone on defense. I don't think that's possible. Speaking of drones, though, the Frost G is going to get yellow pinged, and yellow pings have been utilized.
Don't know where you went there. I made the big mistake of saying the word echo and turned on my echo dot, but regardless, that's all dealt with now.
Apparently
Echo
so.
apparently so. Gotta make sure you mute that. Watch out. Regardless, look at this. No. Oh.
No. Buck just learned they have to drop down because vertical destruction doesn't work like that. Well, you know what? Every day we learn something new, don't we?
Yep. Every single shot is a new learning experience. Said by Michael Scott or Wayne Gretzky. I don't know. Regardless, Wagons placing down their secondary heartbeat charge, and it will be successful. Sam to be able to shoot up and find Pete, or no, not even shoot up. They've made their way up. They'll be able to find a second kill onto Lobster and still escape their life. Swinging around looking for a third.
My
They'll
God!
find it. Hello, Sam. Swinging around, they still have control of reading. Can they find a fourth kill to their name and almost entirely shut down the push, all from pushing the second floor? The two remaining players of the Gridlock and Wagons are looking at pinch out Sam, but there's no reason for Sam to push. They have Case right within their arms. Silver also deploying their Shuria gates means that they are redeploying, resetting up. But I gotta tell you, Boxy, things are looking quite dire.
I am definitely happy that at least this time around, Sam isn't getting aggressive after already getting 2 or even 3 frags in this instance, or in this case. I do feel like they should just keep holding. Sadly, they fall, but they still deal massive damage to the Fuse. Fuse still has 2 charges and 1 hard breach, but they're running out of time. They have Diffuser as well now, which means they can't play vertical forever. At some point, they will have to drop down and actually plant the Diffuser or lose the round on time. They go for the drop, but they just instantly get taken out. They did secure 1 with their cluster charges, but that doesn't end up mattering in the grand scale when you drop down into the side that everyone knows you're going to drop in 5 seconds left on the clock.
Put yourself in the defender's shoes. And that's what I want Hawkeye to be doing. Put yourself in Western Tech's shoes. What do you think they think you're going to do?
I don't think.
Fuse charges. There's a few charges being placed and detonated within the first 15 seconds. Or, sorry, last 15 seconds. Where are they going to go? There's only one spot, and that's the Fraser. That's why you have 2 people looking there. So what you want to do, you want to establish vertical angles that actually allow you to eliminate any sort of angle looking at Fraser, or to have a comrade of yours, a teammate, really look and assist.
Well,
then
the
there,
Fuse... Sorry, I thought you were done.
Continue.
The Fuse... Excuse me. We've seen the Fuse die with at least 1 more hard breach gadget in their pocket twice now on that kitchen push. They've always opened the dining hatch, but they never actually shot the bandits or the denial on the wall, rather, and then they didn't go down, white stairs and open up the freezer wall as well. Yes, it does technically enable another rotate for the defenders, but you can also use it to not, let the defenders explicitly know when you're going to be pushing from. If you open both the hatch and the wall, well, there's a 50-50 chance where you're going to go. If you just open the hatch, it's a dead giveaway. Just stop dying with utility. Take 15-20 seconds out of your route. Go down those white stairs. It's only 1 floor. It's like 20 steps. Place the charge on the wall and keep them guessing. That's all I want from Hawkeye.
Attackers dropped the diffuser.
And all I want for Christmas is you, Boxy. On a very Christmas-themed... It's a very Christmas-themed map.
Yeah, that's true. That's something that John Commentator Fellow would say, so I'm glad that you're still keeping up.
I'm going to keep it $150 with you. I've been casting with Fellow for a really, really long time. So picking up on things like that is just kind of my jam, Being John commentating and all. I mean, I might be like a Walmart budget version of Shark Boy, but I'm a Walmart budget version of Shark Boy that sounds a little bit like Fellow.
That's absolutely true. Wait. Focusing back on the round at hand, we're going to see a engagement quite early on there. Lobster going to shut down 1. The planet is going down. Make that 2 for Lobster, actually. Sam finally finds 1 of his own. That's just not enough. Picks up 1 more. Atlas shuts him down. It's a 1v3 in Legacies on the route. It's just on the other side of the world currently. They're slow. They're at 3 armor, which means not only it'll take them a long time to get back to the bomb side, but they'll also make a lot of noise doing so. The fact there's also a nomad on the offensive side means that there's absolutely no way in hell you're going to be able to get back into the side in time. 20 seconds left. There you go. The first air jet comes out. Well, not much for you to do there if you're Rook. You can try and pad your stats a little bit, but that's pretty much it. 7 seconds left, and that's all that you have to work with. Your mag is full. Go for some pre-fires. Get those kills, King. I believe in you. Well, not even going to find one. Peach shuts down Legacies, and that is a round. Coming in
That's
for
the
Hawkeye.
game. Regardless, it's a 3-3 half, and it is going to be more favoring the attackers of Hawkeye, because especially on a map like Cafe, I'd say defending is definitely the easier of the two. And I heard that. Do you have a counter opinion? Because I think this one is definitely up for debate.
Wait, you said defending is easier, right?
Yes.
Okay, I agree. I thought you said before that. I thought in the same sentence you said it would be attacker favored, which I don't know.
Perhaps I worded it wrong, but 100% I think defenders have the advantage on
Attackers
Cafe.
need to locate
I feel like on most maps in lower level competitive, defense is just easier to play. Just because you can kind of hunker down somewhere and you have like 2-3 people on the side, and then the other few like one realms to just kind of lurk around the bomb side. It's relatively simple to play, and you don't need to actually push as coordinated as you do when you're on attack. So I feel like unless we're talking about tier 1 and 2-2, defense is always going to be better. On Cafe specifically, I'm not sure. I'd say Cafe is relatively 50-50
10
at
seconds
this
to
level.
go.
Yeah, you definitely. Well, statistically, I think you'd be correct as well, as we see a 3-3 split from both these teams. But
I mean,
last time we saw Hawkeye on defense, they did a phenomenal job. They only dropped, none of their rounds. So they have a flawless defensive stat so far, and we'll see if they're able to keep that defensive stat up.
That's true, but also their attacking stats were, well, much better than they are on Cafe. Western Tech, the fact that they are currently keeping up with Hawkeye, and they even had the advantage going into last round. It was 3-2 for Western, not for Hawkeye. That means that somehow Western are still showing signs of life, and maybe there's still some hope for them. Maybe, potentially, we could even see map 3, however unlikely that is. I will remain on Hopium. I do end up hoping, and we'll see. Nice C4 toss coming out. Yep, there we go.
Good night.
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
That's what happens when
Legacies-
your hard breacher swings the skylight. I don't know what you expected there, buddy.
Right into the danger zone, and a second C4 is going to down Sam. Can we see a third, maybe an impact? I don't think.
no.
Wait, what downed them? Because there's only one C4.
I think this pixel peak. We didn't quite catch it. I think this pixel peak just here in front of my. The angles seem to align at least to some extent. So
Well,
I wouldn't be
then,
surprised if that.
Let's think about it. You were just down by this angle. How do you stop it? Do you repeak the? Let's play a little guessing game.
Attackers have
A,
located
do
a
you
bomb.
repeak the angle? B,
Well,
you get on the window, or C, do you just run him right into sight? B is
All
what
of the
Sam's gonna go
above.
for. Well, all of the above could work. One of them favors the defensive a little bit more, but we're gonna see Sam actually go for the right idea, which is to rappel right onto that window and really fire right on through, trying to displace that
Wait.
Wamai, and finally find them. No, that's not even gonna be the Wamai. They'll be able to escape. Meanwhile, Wagons also to find Deadly Parrot. I'm so sorry, Boxy. Go ahead.
I'm so sorry, but I'm so sorry. But did Cap Tao just give away his position on White Stairs by shooting at his teammate's drone? He did flick away at the
Yes.
last second, but I think that's what got them killed there, and that is just devastating for Western Tech's attack. They had such a good thing going on, but the Wagons, he's just picking Western Tech apart one by one. It is all up to Silver Shelf. They've had a few nice rounds. They're 7-4 currently on Iana, so there is that. But the other attacker is still alive. It's the Twitch 0-5-1 with the DMR and the Claymore still up. So I'm not too optimistic about Western's chances here in round
Bomb
7.
diffuser has been dropped.
I'm not either, but I'm pretty confident in Wagon skills, and I think they're looking to get a 4th kill there. Swinging around, they'll find it.
There we
4
go.
for Wagons. Really maneuvering around those holes, and I gotta say that Russian reflex looks so very good on Jaeger's gun. Wow, it looks so clean.
I personally I'm a fan of, I think it's called Hollow B. It's the one that was initially introduced on Mozzie's gun, I believe. So
Earth to Boxy. Earth to Boxy.
hello.
Hello.
Okay. Well, Boxy internet moment. I do come from a faraway land in Europe, so excuse me
Attackers
if my
need to
internet
locate
drops
and
out
defuse bombs.
every now and then. It just happens. I wish I could help it, but I can. Boxy moment is what we call it, though. And
Bomb located
well,
by attackers.
let's just hope that don't happen too often. We are back on the kitchen defense. This time it's Hawkeye setting up their defensive setup. And Western, they will try attacking it, picking it apart, getting those kills, getting the map control, getting the vertical pressure down. There's so much to do on Cafe as an attacker. I think that's the biggest problem most teams have with Cafe. It's just that there's so many things to do and you need to do all of them right. And I am not
10
too
seconds
optimistic if Western can actually do it.
5 seconds to insertion.
I do think that is the question on every single person's mind. A
Attackers
good
are
switch
moving
from
to the
Deadly
diffuser
Parrot
bomb.
over onto the Fuse. Flores as well. They have the lineup, especially what I would expect them to be able to play with. If they do maneuver around in a proper fashion, they're able to get the hatch open because Kaid is banned. They are going to be able to get at least 2 walls open. And if there's any denial, they would just swing around with it. Once again, alibi shotgun. Interesting choice. And it was spotted out right away, so you don't get the pings. I don't know what the point of that clone was, but
I think it
regardless,
was exactly what we've seen, right? Like, the fact is, yeah, it'll get shot instantly, won't give out any pings, but at the same time, Albany, I know someone's there, and she yellow pinged for her teammates. She relayed the information that at least someone is playing outside white in garage, and I think that's a lot of intel to get that early on as a defender. Speaking of defenders early on, Wagons, he is looking the right way. He will take out Sam, who's been just getting sloppy and cocky. He's had a few nice shots, but now he's just sprinting into defenders. And again, that's not something you can do, especially if you're playing a soft or a hard breacher. And he was on Sledge, which means soft breach capabilities are almost gone for Western. Unless you end up using the floors for terror drones, there's very little you can do to open up vertical holes now.
they could try to make it work. They
You
have
can always
Fuse with
shoot
those
the
hard
Twitch
breach.
DMR.
You could, yep, it does have the destructive capability that Twitch TMR could double in this case. Vigil on the roam. It's Pete with that K1A, as well as the ability to hide from the drones. Whether or not they're able to find the hole. Yellow ping's coming out. They have the information. That means the default most likely was not shot. Spring out, giving away their position, but they'll hold the tight angle instead. Swinging left, right, and center. Pete also activating their ability to get right on out of there. Down the stairs they go rather than going for an aggressive flank. And I'm a fan of this choice. It means that they're going to have a lot more freedom. With a 4v4, chaos is about to ensue and 1 minute remaining.
Well, it is a 4v4, like you said. The attackers, they have sun control established. But the defenders, they're still roaming wild. You can see them down below New Bakery. They're playing Kochek. They're just everywhere. And speaking of everywhere, we are going to see the same hatch breached by the Fuse. Once again, this time it's coming out from Western Tech. And those pucks will also be deployed. They will not deal any damage to the defenders on side. And defenders, they're just chilling. They're not even on side. They're just playing this extended castle hold. And the only thing, again, that they need to hold is the hedge. 20 seconds left. Legacies will be going for that drop exactly.
15 seconds
Lobster did
remaining.
stop watching it for just a few seconds. So if the thermite had dropped then, it would have been really great for them. But
10
nope,
seconds
they
left.
just drop into them. Now they know someone's watching it. They go for a second one. They're just running
5
into
seconds
Lobster.
remaining.
That's 2 for him. Almost 3. The time is going to run out.
Operators, you have run
Foxy.
out of time.
Bingsy.
Oh, that felt so wrong. Oh, that felt so wrong. Bingsy. That's actually I've never been called that before. But what's the definition of insanity?
Oh no, not again. The definition of insanity is, paradoxically enough, you asking me this question every time we cast together. For anyone unaware, definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different outcomes, which is all fitting.
Now you could argue that within Rainbow Six Siege, you're never doing the exact same thing and expecting somewhere else. But when you're
Defenders,
pushing,
protect your
having the
bombs from
exact
being
same
defused by
information
attackers.
and no ability to change the outcome, where your feet are being shot before your head is being shot. Like, if they were able to actually land inside freezer and then move around before they got shot, then I would understand it. But it was the actual choice to drop that freezer hatch without any sort of assistance, any sort of blinding. And I think a
Attackers
thermite drop. So
located a
maybe they
bomb.
had some flashbangs in their pocket. But it's little things like that that we're looking for, especially from Western Tech, to utilize within their pushes. Otherwise, they're really setting themselves up to fail. Especially when you have Hawkeye doing such a solid
10
job
seconds to
at just
insertion.
sitting patiently.
I don't know why, but it feels like both Hawkeye and Western Tech, they just think that the kitchen freezer hatch is the only way to get into the bomb site because that's all we've seen. We've just seen people be above with Fuse in dining and in mining. And then when it's time to get into the site, no one's actually on the bottom floor. They are all just trying to drop that freezer hatch. And we all know how that one ends. We've seen it plenty times just throughout this specific map. It is 3-5, so if Hawkeye win this one more round, that I think they're likely to, we'll be edging match and series point. But we're still a long way from there. Let's see how this round plays out first.
Are we though? Hawkeye is still yet to lose a defending round. I need to point that out.
Oh, that's true. That is true.
They still have a 100, and I can't believe I'm using that word, 100% win rate. They're using a great job. They didn't take me on the last map, but now they're using it to great effect up here on the third floor bar and cocktail side. This enables them to actually really have that control, have the constant information. Now, there is a twitch, which they have to watch out for, but to counter a twitch, that is a mute. So a lot of moving parts within this round. But interestingly enough, this is one of the first times I see a bottom-up push here on the side of Cafe. So really a lot of moving parts, even more than I would expect on a second floor push. And it will be Parrot to find the opening kill onto Pete.
Pete's not going to be moving anymore, so that's one less moving part to worry about. And the entry going to Western, well, I'm happy for them because they need every advantage they can get. Like you said, 100% defensive win rate, nothing to mess about around about. Oh my god, English is hard today. A lot of yellow pings coming out from both teams, and I'm happy we're seeing those capitalized on. Mostly Hawkeye though, they've been putting them to work literally every single round, and I'm glad that teams are adapting because it's honestly high time. The amount of times we haven't seen yellow pings just throughout NJCAAE has been absolutely heartbreaking. But Albany shotgun, the slugs coming in clutch once again. Sam's gonna be the one to fall. So it is a 4v4, 50 seconds left. And again, the attackers are lacking any hard presence. Wagons will make that even harder because Deadly Parrot has now been taken off as well. Flashes are coming out in trains. There's just 40 seconds left to play with.
Twitch's DMR, as you mentioned earlier, it's like a horse. Legacy is kind of also able to really shut things down if you hold the right angle. You can do a lot of damage per second, but if you're going for those close and personal shots, it's going to be the SMG-11. You want to find that head, and Atlas will do so. Meanwhile, the shot from Atlas will find a second one onto the DMR Twitch. And Silver, the third person to step up to the plate, will also fall victim to Atlas's SMG-wielding skills, and that's going to be the third headshot. And you know what? 3 strikes, you're out. But in this case, Western has 1 more strike to go as 6 rounds or 7 rounds, you're done.
Well, we are very close to Western Tech being done. And again, this matchup is so very important for them because next week they play an undefeated team. And if they have 3 losses, which they're very likely to have after this week and next week, they don't make playoffs. It will be a shame that they've, done relatively well early on in the regular stage and then they just kind of can't make it across the finish line. But at the same time, that just means that it's going to be Barton, I think they're called, taking spot number 1, and Hawkeye taking number 2 seats, very likely. And, well, with how we've seen Hawkeye play today, that's very much deserved.
Yeah, Hawkeye's really demonstrated that on the defending end that they have a lot going for them. And it could be from the inability from Western, but I don't want to believe that. I want to believe that it's largely inferred to how proficient Hawkeye has been. And if you look at the intricacies within their setups, they are well aware of what they have the ability to do and the different amounts of rotates that they have. Funny enough, I have a question for you, Box. Did you remember when there used to be a hatch inside a freezer?
Was there? Oh, there
was. That's where reading hatch was.
Oh, that's true. That's tragic. Speaking of tragic, MC gets the entry, and it's onto Vigil. Wagons has been pulling and hauling weight for his team so far. 12-7 currently, followed only by Atlas on 11, and for everyone else trailing behind quite far. So the fact that the entry kill happened in the first 15 seconds of the round, I think Western can be optimistic about. But on the flip side, we've seen them have the early advantage for 3 rounds in a row now, and they've always failed to capitalize off of it. Maybe though round 3 is, their lucky round. Number 3 is the lucky number after all.
Yeah, I do think that you have a point there. 3 is one of my favorite numbers. Same with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 as the list goes on. But
You just
on
like
the
numbers.
side, I really do like numbers. I think they're quite cool. Annoying at times, but still quite cool. And I want to highlight that shield that we just saw vaulted over. The cool thing about that is if you protect it with enough ADSs or my pucks, there's actually no way to get around it, perhaps on the other side, but if you place it properly, you can actually deny the vault in. So by denying that vault, you have attackers needing to play in an awkward position, and you also have the defenders who are able to play with it a lot more comfortably, where it provides the extra protection to more than one angle.
Again, we see Western droning, but no one really following up on those drones. But at least they are droning, which hasn't really been the case for the entire series today. So they are slowly evolving, just not at a rapid enough rate to actually pose any real threat to Hawkeye. First half, very equal. Western on defense, they were putting in some weight. Hawkeye had a little bit of a problem, especially getting into sight when the site happened to be kitchen dining. But now Hawkeye seem invincible. They get another kill. Samsy's gonna be the one to fall from a C4 from Atlas. Lobster increases the lead for his team, but not for long as Legacies gets one more. It's a 3v3. Legacy's low on HP now, and they need to play this so very carefully. They get taken out by Legacy.
Why are you swinging?
That's a double. That's such a dumb swing to die to, and this is, again, Pete just getting way too cocky when they really shouldn't be. 40 seconds left. Maestro looking at the freezer rotate. Yellow pings are coming out for Hawkeye. Once again, now the red pings follow suit. White soon after. 30 seconds left, bro.
2 LMGs spraying at each other. Who will come out on top? It's going to be deadly pair. All left up to Atlas, 12 and 4. They don't like dying, but now certainly is not the time to die. They have the opportunity to shut things out. Keep the 100% win rate for the defenders. You have the pings through the wall, meaning you could go for the shot, but they're going to opt to leave it. Swinging around, they want to have the eye swinging, and it's going to be Legacies to win it out. Western staying alive for one more round, and there goes your 100% defensive win rate stat.
I can hear Western singing, staying alive on their comms right now, because they are barely staying alive, but they are, like you said. The 100% defensive win rate for Hawkeye is gone, and while I honestly do not think Western could push it to overtime, there is only 2 rounds that separates them from doing just that. So, Caster's Curse is a real thing. I say they can do it, next thing you know, they'll be doing it, and then all of a sudden, somehow they'll win Map 2, and then we'll find ourselves on Club. I think
it'll
it's Club.
be
Yeah, it's
all
Clubhouse.
your fault, Boxy.
Oh, it always is.
It's always your fault when it's
just
a
how
bad
it is.
thing, but it's never your fault when it's a good thing.
Why are you talking Matt Smag? For a man that says he loves numbers and hasn't asked me for mine yet, I don't think you should be talking. You should just focus on the game we're casting.
You know what? I'll send you a friend request on Discord. There you go. There you go. But I think that will be good enough. Diving back into this game, however, there's a lot to be desired for Hawkeye on that previous round. We saw them throw bodies at the problem when indeed they really just had to be patient, and that's something that we saw Hawkeye do so well in previous rounds. They did a phenomenal job just waiting and making sure that Western had to be the one to make the blunder or go for the push. But we gotta highlight, Pete, they had control of Cigar Lounge, and they completely gave it up by running across the shield. You never ever want to run across there because of all the line of sights that see you. You want to stay hidden, and that will give your team the greatest advantage, just denying a room from just the assumed presence. They could have ran out of that room and slowed down Western Tech even more from the lack of information that they would have going towards them.
Yep, indeed. Wagons, he's been absolutely unstoppable. Well, besides last round where he was stopped quite fast as the entry death, but now he's playing from below, watching for any early skylight drops. And on complete opposite side of the map, not just vertically but also horizontally, we do have Pete being flamed by Capitao's bolt, so no damage is done just yet. Wagon's still on the brown stairs, patiently watching the skylight drop, but no one is coming that way as of yet. Atlas playing this quiet aggressively. He does have Pete to help him out if the need arises. The drones are coming out top floor for the attackers as well. Sam C once again overextend a little bit. Yes, there may be drones around him, but no teammates to refrag should he meet an early end. He is going on a drone though, so I guess at least he's doing that, slowing down, letting his team catch up, and that is the play to do in this situation as we meet the halfway mark of the round.
Interesting from Atlas. Holding red stairs, going to shoot at the drone almost immediately. Now it's just a matter, are we going to see the Twitch, who's finally switched to the FAMAS, push in or send another drone? There's also a Twitch drone that I believe was shot, so that hurts just a little bit more. So Atlas actually knows which operator they're going up against. A nice little bit of information to work with. Sprays coming out, Deadly Parrot to come out on top, going against the Castle of Lobster. That gives the man advantage to Western. Whether or not they're able to hold it for the round is all up in the air, and it's going to be essential. They need to get a lot more control. They have the freezer wall open this time, so a hatch drop would even be viable. Wagons to find Deadly Parrot. Goodbye to your Capitao. They got their job done. They used those fire bullets early on the round, and I don't know how much utility they had left. Atlas also taking their time. It's the shots with 30 seconds remaining. Everything is all up.
Okay, goodbye. It's a Twitch dead. That was such a nice shot from Atlas on match point, trying to secure his team to win here. He's swinging in case there's someone else there. Sam C pushes up, and he's not looking the right direction. The beeper gives away his position. Silver does find Atlas, and that's a huge opening for Western, but they need to take it. 15 seconds left. They need to win this one. Wagons with a double on the round. It's all up to Legacies and Silver to clutch this one out. 1v3 now as Legacies gets down, and Silver is nowhere near to be found. Triple for Wagons, and make that a quad. Actually, Speed fighting the last round of this series. He propels Hawkeye ahead of Western, 5-1 on record currently, as they win Cafe Dostoyevsky 7-4 after a convincing 7-1 win on Oregon.
So that actually gives rise to a really interesting situation now. So with Hawkeye winning here, this gives State Fair CC control of their own destiny for their playoff game, as they have the ability to now, within the next play day, they could beat Hawkeye next week, and then they will give them both a scoreline of 5-2. And State Fair would own the head-to-head, meaning they could move on, because if it's between the two teams, whoever won within their head-to-head match goes forward. So for Hawkeye, they have to win next week as well. But for State Fair, they now have a chance. They're not going into the next game, and it's not going to matter for anything. So really interesting to consider that statistic. But what a game.
It definitely wasn't as one-sided on Cafe as we expected it out to be, especially after the Oregon. We have seen Western put in a little bit of work and contend Hawkeye in a few of those rounds, and I think just with their progress going from map 1 into map 2, I think they can be quite happy with that. Yes, they're not making playoffs because they will, almost certainly lose to the undefeated team of Barton next week, but still, I feel like at least they head in the right direction between the games.
Yeah, we saw improvement from both those teams throughout, and I think that's important to highlight, where it wasn't just the same stale gameplay. But on that note, Boxy, that does it for us today. That's all we're going to have. I believe we have Valorant up next at 9 o'clock. We have an interview, so it's not it for us. Oh, this is amazing. We get to interview one of our players.
We're going to throw it to a 5-minute break at the player in here, but yeah, we're done. Why, you just want to send us home prematurely, man.
No, I don't. Talk to this is a beautiful surprise.
Well, okay, surprise then. I'm glad you're excited, and so am I. We'll catch you after the 5-minute break. We're back for the interview. Flashbang, then get shot at from Freezer, and Deadly Parrot, he's gonna have to get aggressive now. He somehow crosses without being shot, which is nice. Now they can capitalize on kills, but not for long. There we go. Atlas shuts them down. Parrot just went up with the pistol. Make it up unscratched somehow, some way, but I have no clue. Lobster takes a lot of damage though. Dishes some back out. That's 1 fuse kill, 1 kill for Lobster as well, and it's all up to the Rooney and the Ben. Clutch this one out. 35
it's just going to be a complete scramble around the site, but you can't forget, Hawkeye, you got to get in there with the plan.
Oh no.
Fuse charges going off. You're going to be able to see 1 kill, but a triple kill from Silver. Just stay alive. You need to hide, my friend. Don't show your head. Swinging at Sam, of which who's completely off-site. Deadly Parrot stuck inside the freezer with no viable rotate out. Playing the long angle, waiting for something to happen, as Atlas would be the one to find Sam. Spraying out, flawless run denied by Parrot. They'll have to find Another
Under gridlock. No gridlock left either while we're at that. It's up to Lobster. Clutch just went out. These are in hands. But the Renegade there is going to be a problem. Punching the barb also not going to help. They're looking for someone who isn't on red. They're long gone. Rudy has rotated up around already. And there we go. They can't play vertical forever. At some point, they will have to drop down and actually plant the diffuser or lose the round on time. They go for the drop, but they just instantly get taken out. They did secure one with their cluster charges, but that doesn't end up mattering in the grand scale when you drop down. Well, not much for you to do there if you're Rook. You can try and pad your stats a little bit, but that's pretty much it. 7 seconds left, and that's all that you have to work with. Your mag is full. Go for some pre-fires. Get those kills, King. I believe in you. Well, not even gonna find.
And finally, find them. No, that's not even going to be the reminder. They'll be able to escape. Meanwhile, Wagons also to find Deadly Parrot. I'm so sorry, Boxy. Go ahead.
I'm so sorry, but I'm so.
User has been dropped.
I'm not either, but I'm pretty confident in Wagon skills, and I think they're looking to get a 4th kill there. Swinging around, they'll find it.
There we
4
go.
for Wagons. Really maneuvering around those holes, and I gotta
For
say,
a second one, they're just running into
seconds
Lobster.
remaining.
That's 2 for him. Almost 3. The time is gonna run out.
Operators, you have run out of
Boxy.
time.
Bingsy.
Oh, that felt so wrong. Going for those
Attackers
close
drop
up,
the bomb
close and personal shots. It's going to be the SMG-11. You want to find that head, and Atlas will do so. Meanwhile, the shot from Atlas will find a second one onto the DM. And Silver, the third person to step up to the plate, will also fall victim to Atlas's SMG-wielding skills. And that's going to be the third.
Lobster increases the lead for his team, but not for long as Legacies gets one more. It's a 3v3. Legacy's low on HP now, and they need to play this so very carefully. They get taken out by Legacy.
Why are you
though.
swinging?
That's a double. That's such a dumb swing.
They're going to
go.
opt to leave it.
Attackers need to
Swinging
protect
around.
this
They want to have the eye
compromise.
swinging, and it's going to be
Oh,
Legacies to
no.
win it out. Western staying alive for one more round, and their utility they had left. Atlas
Oh.
also taking their time. It's the shots with 30 seconds remaining. Everything is all up.
Okay,
Oh!
goodbye. It's all up to Legacies and Silver. The clutch just went out. 1v3 now as Legacies gets down and Silver is nowhere near to be found. Triple for Wagons and make that a quad. Actually, speed fighting the last round of this series as he propels Hawkeye. we're back for the final time today just to do the post-match interview, and I'm joined by Bink still. You've been a wonderful co-caster today, but we're also joined by Lobster coming in from Hawking. So why don't we say hello to him? There we go.
Hello.
We have him on camera now. How you doing, man? Congrats on the win.
Thank you. I'm doing good.
Doing good. Okay. Well, I mean, map one, it was really dominant. You didn't drop any defensive rounds. This was a huge talking point of ours. And on Cafe on game two, you also only dropped one defensive round. So do you guys just really practice your defensive rounds, or was it just something you feel more comfortable on? Like,
Yeah, so in our practices, we actually work on defense a lot more than attack, just because we can set our defenses up. Because when you're attacking, you're basing more off the defense, which is harder to prepare for in some cases. So most of the time,
Okay.
we practice our defenses, and I would say I'm definitely more comfortable on defense. So yeah.
Okay. Well, another thing that I've been dying to ask you guys, okay, you got a little bit blurry there, but you're back beautiful, is we've seen you guys bring an alibi, which is fine by itself, but the alibi was on the slug shotgun every single round she was brought. What's going on with that?
I'm not gonna lie. So D-Bots is a very interesting player in his op choices and his weapons, but he can get the job done with them. I'm not sure if he just prefers that shotgun over the assault rifle or what, but I mean, he was getting kills with it, so I'm not gonna tell him to get off or anything. I mean, it works out.
Okay, well, that's fair enough. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Binks, you want to take it over?
Of course. So I noticed a few things throughout the matches, and you mentioned how you're a lot more proficient on defense rather than attack. And I actually want to get a little bit more into that. So let's go and diagnose a bit of the attacking. We saw that you guys did a phenomenal job of droning and then following up, but there were some instances where it seemed like there was a little bit of lost momentum. So within your team, how do you guys pick up whenever a round seems to have gone down the drain? How do you pick that up and say, well, you know what? The odds may be stacked against us. How do we improve this going forward?
So when usually on our attacks, we'll start with our big drones and everything.
Lost audio there for a
We
second. I
lost
think.
audio.
Hello.
Uh,
Okay.
okay.
So
Hear him.
we'll go in our attacks, and we usually start with our drones, and we'll try and drone complete floors and work our way up, down, wherever we're at. And then if somehow we miss something and we kind of get killed or we lose our momentum there, we kind of just regroup and kind of say, okay, that guy died from over there. So we will either try and clear that after the fact, or we'll kind of just push away from it and kind of worry about it later and just use that. We'll say there's one over there, so this area should be clear, and we kind of just go from there.
Okay, well, the part of the answer
Wonderful,
we
yeah.
heard was beautiful.
Was I cutting out?
Thank
Sorry.
you, man. No,
No,
I
no
don't think it
worries,
was
no
you. I
worries.
think it was on the production side, but we
Okay.
heard like half of it, and yeah. So, I mean, you guys, we spoke about this on stream again. You guys are now 5-1, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe so.
So, you guys will go up against State Fair CC next week, and if they win, you guys will be tied, and they have the head-to-head over you, so they get the playoff spot. If you guys win, you're going to playoffs. Any thoughts into going into that matchup? Any final words? Anything like that?
I don't really got too much. We'll just take it one game at a time. So we'll probably just start preparing for our next game here after practice. So usually we play a little bit together after our game. So we'll probably start looking into some of that stuff for next week, and hopefully we can just come in next week and get the dub.
Okay. Well, if you want to shout out anyway, your parents, your teammates, your girlfriend, whoever, shout them out now.
I got
Other than that,
nothing.
that's
Just
pretty
shout out to my
You got-
team. Good game tonight, guys.
Okay. Well, I definitely hope to see you back, and then later on in playoffs. Thank you so much for taking the time after the win to talk to us, to give us a little bit of an insight. You have anything else, Binks, or is that it?
No, I'm out. That's just about it for questions. So thank you so much to Lobster. We really appreciate having you come out here, as well as to both of our teams that played today. It was phenomenal watching you. So on that note, Lobster, thank you for the interview, and great. Honestly, good luck to you next week, because I am rooting for you. You
Thank
guys
you.
played a
Thank
phenomenal
you.
match today.
Appreciate it. Have a good night.
Okay. Have a good night. Okay. Well, that's it for it, Binksy.
Binksy, it still feels weird. It still feels weird, but you know what? It's working out, but that is it for us. So if you guys do want to drop a follow on either of our Twitters, you have This Is Boxy, as well as Binkscast. We really do appreciate it. But on that note, that's it. Stay tuned for some Valorant here. This is NJCAAE, sponsored and powered by Esports U. We'll see you next week.
also known as Mekon. I am 19 years old, turning 20 in a month or so, and I am a freshman turning sophomore in college.
Happy early birthday. That's exciting. How do you like college so far? What has the experience been like for you?
College has been a pretty good experience, and for a lot I can't speak for a lot of the players, but I'm one of the few people who was born in near my resident school. It's been really nice being near family and having help to help me with a lot of like life stuff, and it's been really helpful. But college itself has been really nice. The school experience is pretty decent. Everyone around me is pretty cool, and I've been making a lot of friends, and I really enjoy basic college. It's been a pretty good experience for all things considered. I really like I really like how the school is turning itself into an esports school, and that'll definitely attract a lot more new students into our program, and I think that's the most exciting thing about it.
How has it been being a part of a collegiate team?
It's been a very exciting experience, you know. It's been very awesome just playing on a team, not just any like collegiate team. It's like one of the best Overwatch teams in collegiate teams in the country, and I'm very happy to be a part of that. We all get along. We like to joke around with each other during games, and but when it gets like serious and when we need to focus up against like a really good team, it's been, everyone's really up for it, and everyone's like really excited to play with each other. And I'm also really excited for the future of the teams that we have here. It's gonna be awesome, and the school itself is gonna grow more and more, and we're gonna have more games, and I'm really happy, all things considered.
So, what games do you play, or what is your main game?
My main game is Overwatch, but when I feel like I want to, uh, on my free time, I'll play some other games like Elden Ring has been out for a little bit, and I've been dabbling on that for a little bit. That's what everyone is playing, but I like to chill on Football Manager when I'm just have nothing to do, or um, every now and again I'll play another multiplayer game like Valorant or whatnot. So, but my main game is Overwatch. It's the one I play on my collegiate team.
So, how long have you been playing Overwatch?
I've been playing Overwatch since season 5, which was probably July of 2017, June, July of that year. I started out as a typically everyone starts with like one hero, and I was Reaper. I always played the Reaper, and I grew out of that, and now I'm a support player for my team. And Overwatch has been a very I didn't expect for Overwatch to take over my life much, not like everyone else. Everyone else experiences that sort of way. Like no one really thinks about like, oh, okay, this is gonna be my game, you know. But it's been it's been a wild ride to say the least. I'm very excited to be playing this game and for basic college. So
Yeah, and I'm sure you've definitely evolved since 2017. So, how would you say you've improved yourself, or how have you gotten better in the game?
well, initially it was just play time, just like playing the game as much as I could. When I lived in Las Vegas before I moved to Boston, but playing, just keep playing the game, getting better, learning more stuff, and then now at this point, it's a lot of self-reviewing, watching a lot of scrims and matches over, sometimes with myself, or sometimes with other coaches, sometimes with my coach. It's just like taking notes, applying that in the next scrim or in the next match, and it's a pretty repetitive cycle, but it's like the one of the few it's one of the great things that will help you improve as a player is just keep playing and keep trying and keep taking notes. It really helps build, uh, I guess, it builds that mentality of I'm getting better and I'm learning, and that's what really sells playing like the game competitively.
And practice makes perfect too. So, I'm sure over the years that's helped you as well. So, can you tell me a little bit about what you think about CECC and just how you feel about competing in general?
Well, for the CECC, with the recent announcement of the Atlanta, Georgia LAN, which sounds like really exciting. I've never been to Atlanta, and I think the invitationals that are going to be happening soon are going to be really exciting. I know Southwest just wrapped up, so I'm really happy to be playing in that and potentially traveling to Atlanta, and we really all want to go. So like I think it'll be really fun. I think CECC will um I think CECC is going to be probably really exciting. I'm glad that you guys are going to be running this tournament or running it in some capacity. So I'm really excited. I can't wait to see what the organization does in the future of collegiate. There might be more in different locations. As far as I'm aware, I don't know what's gonna happen, but I think it'll be really fun. I can't wait to see what you guys will do.
Yeah, definitely. We're really excited and we hope that we can see you guys in Atlanta as well. And I personally have never been to Atlanta either, so I am really looking forward to it. I think it'll be great for everyone, especially, a lot of the players haven't been able to go to a LAN event and then with COVID and everything, so it's super exciting for us too. But those are mainly all of my questions. Is there anything else that you'd like to end off with, or anything in general that you want the world to know about you or your team?
For the team, for Base 8, this isn't the last you've heard of us. You're gonna see us pop off for sure. I think this isn't this is definitely like I I gotta word this somehow. Um, I'd say for me and for Base 8, uh, it's not gonna last. It's not the last of. We're not going anywhere anytime soon. We're gonna be taking over collegiate as far as we know it, and we're gonna have lots and lots of fun in Atlanta, in future lands, future games. Like we're gonna take over collegiate.
Well, I hope you're right, and that's a great way to end it. So, thank you again so much for your time and doing this interview with me. I really appreciate it, and we hope to see you in Atlanta.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome for some ECAC Valorant hosted on Esports U. I am Septilence. That handsome man is Pyro J, and we're going to be bringing you a banging best-of-3 series here tonight between the University of Albany and Providence College.
Oh, yeah, handsome. Wow. I mean, Septilence, it's my pleasure, truly. But it's also our pleasure to be casting some awesome Valorant Division A of ECAC. So we're getting the best of the best over here. Two teams right now in week 8 that are 4-3, so they have just made that cutoff that puts them into the postseason. This game gonna be all about seeding.
Oh, without a doubt, and they're definitely aiming for that 5-3 here, because if they go 4-4, there are quite a few teams in that slot already. And you called this, the best of the best, that Division A, and these players definitely proved that already by having the map bans as soon as we asked for them. We can take a look at the maps here in just a moment, and we saw a lot of, expectation. I think the only real surprise, and I'm even going to put surprise in quotes, is Bind, right? Being that second map, Ascent and Haven, I feel like I can't get away from personally, but Bind, I think, could really shake things up.
Yeah, I think I heard from you, Septilence, that a little bit of Icebox would have been to your liking, and maybe some others, but I'm all for Bind. You got a lot of short angles, long angles there, but Ascent, we're going to keep it couple mains in the midsection. So I think I'm down for that, a little standardization for us to start off. I like to be established getting into these Valorant matches, and yeah, I think this will sort out pretty well to start off this match.
This will be an interesting match. I love Ascent. I always kind of refer to it as the face of Valorant to a certain extent. It is a map that we have seen hundreds, maybe thousands of times, if we're being legitimate. And, it's really going to be the traditional expectations of agents, right? We'll talk about that a little bit more in a moment. But I want to talk, back on Bind, a map that I used to love. As a reformed Raze player, there was a time where I loved it. I was all about it. And then, as the meta kind of shifted, as I found Raze to fall more and more to the wayside, I started putting my time into other agents, and all of a sudden, I was like, oh, I get why my friends maybe don't like this. This map is only fun if you're playing Raze. So it's a map that I have a bit of a love-hate relationship with.
I feel like back in the day, it was all about having a Bucky and Hookah as Raze, and just sending the blast packs, sending the boom bots, just having a good old time. I can share that sentiment with you, Septilence. I truly can. But yeah, we'll see how that shakes down. But like you said, we're going to Valorant's face map first, and we'll see how they're looking in terms of agent selections. I'm looking for some Brimstones. Septilence, we were talking about how they've been buffed, and we're gonna strip away the stimmy a little bit, but hey, hopefully we get some use out of it while they can.
Absolutely. The window is closing. How much value can they get out of Brimstone before it is completely gone? Other agents I'm definitely keeping an eye out on here for are Reyna. She is notorious, arguably the best duelist in the game, right there, slightly behind a Jet, if we're being honest. We take a look at Killjoy as well. She's an agent that I highly suspect we're going to be seeing on Ascent. She's a little bit more up in the air. She can be subbed out for a few others, but the mainstay, it's not called Sova's Playground for nothing, right? I mean, Ascent is a map in which Sova is almost a 100% guarantee. And if you look right next to me, I'm already slightly spot on. We've got at least one of our teams busting out that Sova, the Jet as well. And I guess Chamber is something I hadn't considered yet.
Chamber, an upcoming similar to KJ's role as that Sentinel, but Chamber's a little more versatile with that Headhunter, with that Tour de Force. It gets the shots out just like Jet does without the dash, and it's exciting to see on a map like Ascent. The one thing I'll say that I really like from Providence is we're seeing an Omen. Providence College, they're the Friars, and that is described as a dark ghoul. Sort of. So Retina really showing their true Providence pride here with that selection. I know I asked for the Brimmies, but it does make sense to see Omens on both sides of the field here, Sep.
I am a little bit surprised. I don't think it's, a negative effect to have the Omen out, but I feel like he is definitely not an agent we see as often. I feel he's been making his way into the meta definitely more recently, so it's not a surprise to see him coming out. I hope that they can do us proud with those teleports. The amount of teammates I've had TP into enemy spawn and get sniped right at the start of a round, it hurts. It feels personal every time I watch it happen. So hopefully we're going to see a little more communication from these teams. I would assume so. This is Division A. These are the top dogs. These players are all ready to bring the heat here today on Ascent, and it looks like we're jumping into game here in just a moment. Something I didn't get to catch, Pyro, is the Jet. I saw one on one side. Okay, no, we do have a Jet on both sides. Great.
Yeah, you can almost certainly convince yourself that it's going to be there, whether it's here in Division A of ECAC or somebody insta-locking it exactly when you queue into a match. You're going to see the Jet. We got Butter there on Providence, and then for Albany, Sal's going to be there. And very, very similar lineups. The only difference going to be that Sentinel role. You talked about seeing KJ there, and going to be there here on defense to, oh no, on offense to start. We're going to see Albany coming straight into B.
Oh, yeah, Sal. I mean, just diving in, but Maxim there to pick up a double right out the gate. Cloner taking out Maxim, but any team's going to take a 2-for-1 trade, right? Sal going to be able to pick up Max as well immediately in that 3-3 lineup. However, all damage permanent, not a healer in sight. No Skies, no Sages, not even Arena, who I was so confident we were going to see here on Ascent. Pressure's on. I mean, every single bullet is incredibly crucial. We're looking at KO v KJ, and I think Albany's had more than enough time to get those KJ setups.
And definitely they've got some time in sight here to work their magic, and just slowly approaching, doesn't realize it, maybe right there they're gonna have to get shot down right past the other agent and gunned down. It's a 1v1 now. Retina looking for that KJ right behind the box, and it's a jump shot, and it's good. Gonna be the first win there for Albany.
A huge opportunity there from White Chocolate. Had the time to get in, find the opportunity to set up the util that they needed. There wasn't an overextension. It was the pistol round, right? So you didn't, I don't think KJ's by full util. I don't know. I'm not a KJ player, but I know that it was a really good opportunity. We saw Butta kind of dash in, going for the hyper-aggressive play, and like a, you know, there was a bullet into Butta, like a knife through, well, Butta, and it's going to be Albany really getting an opportunity to strike first in that round.
Yeah, so we'll see how they like to use them. Seeing a couple Spectres here coming out of Albany, so they're looking to work that momentum as strongly as they can. The KO from Providence going to try and pick up some intel as they work a little bit offsite, but still want to hold on to it. That's a tough draw there. That evens things out at 4-4. They're caught from that smoke, and they're trying to smoke their way in. Be able to do that, and take side early again.
We're going to take that early. White Chocolate caught in the small moment of trying to get that nade out in time. And, you know, that 2 seconds is a world of difference in a game like Valorant. Cloner is going to be able to pick up a double wall bang elimination with the Sheriff, no less, and all of a sudden, Albany looking large and in charge. The blind fire really coming in clutch for Cloner, and a huge opportunity. They win the round. That, to be fair, they are expected to win. This third round, though, this is where I'm really keeping my eyes open, Pyro.
Yeah, if you can come away with another win here for Albany, then you're definitely making those buys worthwhile. But yeah, coming out with the Spectres, you're expecting to be strong in a round like that. I'm also curious to see how often Albany are going to work this B site and how quickly. You expect the pace to be quicker on the first 2 rounds. Is it going to be the same tactics in round 3? Are they going to try and work mid a bit more? They've been achieving a lot with these quick entries. You could do that with Jet. You could do that with Omen, smoking off long and smoking off the mid section. But how often can you make that work?
And we have actually gotten confirmation, Pyro, that one of the players, the fire alarm in their building went off. So this may be a little bit longer of a technical pause than we were definitely expecting, but it's still a good time to hypothesize kind of what we've seen right now. I feel like we've seen a lot of opportunities where Butta has gone in that duelist opportunity in that time to strike and then was struck down, often by somebody on the opposing team that isn't in that duelist slot. So it's kind of the storm in, get taken down. There's absolutely no value for the team, and that's something that we can definitely see teams kind of make that accident a few times. They can make that same mistake over and over, but you can only assume somebody is going to be changing a play style, whether that's step it up a little bit, step it up a lot a bit, or play a whole hell of a lot slower, right? Maybe they're going to just really peel back and let the attacking team push into them.
Yeah, I agree. I think the pacing is going to be something to take a very close look at and how those utilities affect it. There's also the fact, if you want to take a top level look at this match as well, as we're taking a top level look at the rooftops of Ascent, is that we've gone a interesting momentum shift for Providence College in their last games. They've either gotten swept or have swept their opponents back and forth in the last 6 weeks. Momentum would tell us that they would actually lose this match by a sweep, and so this slow start for them, though it's just the first 2 rounds, could be an indication of that. this would be probably the earliest that a caster could possibly try and paint a team into a loss in a Valorant best of 3, but I'm here to take records, Septilance. Why not?
I mean, hey, you could definitely find the opportunity to blame Pyro, everybody, if you lose. It's Pyro's fault. He said it here. I mean, it's going to be that opportunity. And like we did mention, folks, there is that fire alarm going off right now, so all we can do is hypothesize about those couple of rounds. I think we are going to be throwing it to a super short break, though, because only 2 rounds have happened, and there's really not much for us to hypothesize with other than filling your ears with hearsay or possibilities. I believe we're going to throw it to a break. We'll be right back when that player is with us in just a couple of minutes. Thank you all so much for your patience, and we'll be right back.
Really good at, reading the terrain and finding the opponent.
There they are. Oh, if only Engage knew that Shaw is. Oh, might have spotted him.
Oh, he
quite
got a clutch.
On the side of Shaw. Shaw just held sight. God bless him, because they were surrounded, and despite all odds, was able to get the 4K kill and hold down that point.
Yeah, definitely a really good play from Shaw there. Now with a 9-4 KDA and KDA. He was able to run in there. He was able to get, he wasn't overwhelmed. He was able to have one person to attack every single time. He was able to land the shots, which he was able to get in that clutch.
Oh, the mid push does not go in their favor. In fact, Hurt takes out Swick right away with a Marshall pick in the head. That's tough to see. You really hate to see it.
Well, they kind of knew that they were coming from that direction. Every single time they'd just been mowing down that wall. So Neon had the right idea of trying to get it.
Ooh, Shaw getting one pick, doesn't make it out alive. What came out of that a little too early. Q taking out Smoothie though, surprisingly. Just peeking over the wall as they did. Jeez, Mongrel taking his time, playing it very smart, watching to see if anyone will jump on top. Then check and see where Neon likes to play, right behind the wall typically. But spots no one. So he's checking, maybe they're still in the mail room, gets a double headshot! Oh my goodness! They walked right into that one.
That was a clean lineup.
That it was. It's now a 2v2. You got KO set up on site B. Sage going to be all-American, running around through mid to the sewers, getting the res up on the Reyna Shaw, and Louisville planting on site. But KO is using his ult here, and that ult will nullify any ability usage while you're in range of the pulses. Empress also does come out, does spite someone from downtown, gets him, Chamber goes down, and now you just are left with Cheese Mongrel. Trying to do what they can, gets the first pick. Does he get the concussed here? He does, but Shaw takes him down, leaving a easy defuse for the side of Penn State.
Cheese Mongrel almost, he got 3 kills in that entire round there. It was a very good play. You got the two headshot lineup right there, and that 1 kill on the diffuser. But overall, he just was getting overwhelmed.
I do have to admit, the momentum was in favor of Louisville there. Despite the picks, the momentum was there. Unfortunately, Shaw came back to life, and I think that was the deciding factor, because Sage did not have a chance after KO went down, thanks to the quick little ability. We do see mid peek again through the vents. Neon taking a little bit of damage. Neon's trapped. They're right behind the wall, and there's a slow area right in front. They do smoke it to try to give her cover, but she's not moving. Neon is just staying right there, and
might work out in her favor.
Yeah, they determined that she might not be there anymore, which could be a very fatal decision. Oh, but she's not checking. She's not checking the corners.
Looked away way too soon.
Yeah, I'm not sure why you were looking at the wall, but you were. They throw in their blinding orb to bring that. Spot the Sage. Sage barely getting out alive, healing herself. Few takes
taken out on B site here. Shaw getting the pick on Cheesemongrel, and Neko going down to Swift. Now you just have Shaw and KO here. American and Quinn, they're left. They're the only two left on the side of the fence against one Viper Pit, two other alts ready to be used, and a Chamber who's sitting around in the garage. Right now, the odds are against Shaw, but we've seen Shaw clutch here. Will we see it again?
I think he notices the person behind her.
Yeah. Oh, they just passed the Viper! But Viper spotted him, killing him before they were able to take a look at the Reyna. This game's a very close one, 5-3.
Yeah, definitely a very close game here. It's both sides, you know, they know what they're doing. They have a strategy. We've seen Louisville go from rushing to not rushing to, you know, rushing and then back to not rushing. But you know, Penn State, they have an interesting way of just, you know, keeping their corners covered, but also being able to rotate.
That they do, and you know what? Despite everything, despite their, well, I'm gonna admit, they have terrible economy. If I was your accountant here, I would be questioning your pay habits quite frequently. See quite a bit of firefighting taking out the wall down mid, but seeing that their smoke's up, they want to try to light everything up. They're using everything and anything they got available to them. In fact, Engage finds you just lurking out on B site. Nice clean headshot thanks to the Phantom.
Yeah, definitely not a.
Oh
not a good
no!
position. Oh, missed the.
Wait
missed the
a
shot.
minute! Oh, Herc. Poor Herc. Spotted the gun, saw the barrel, and just could not get the shot off, even though they knew they were right there.
At that point, you might as well just pull out the secondary.
Swick trying to check all the corners, all the angles, set up in position to pick anyone off, trying to get to heaven. We might see it here. Oh no, they double backed, checking the sewer, or the event, I should say. And they do find KO. They find the Sage! Will we find the third? Or will they get picked off by the Reyna, who's looking at him right from heaven? No time will tell.
Shaw looking to get some sort of redemption going. Not the end of the world if he doesn't win this, because he's still got the lead, but, you know, Louisville was able to get the flawless win here, bringing it up to 5-4.
That's great if you're Louisville right now. That flawless definitely. Ooh, we get to hear Breach is feeling quite generous today. Who's needing a buy? Oh, it seems no one does, because they also have their guns, their armor, and their abilities. So, sorry, looks like you're not buying today. Just flexing how much money you have in the bank.
Yeah, I was about to say, their economy is now really inflated. It's starting to look like the gas prices.
Oh no, don't remind me of the gas prices. But little details on that later. As we see him again push through mid, taking out the wall. First one down is Shaw. Empress is popped, but gets taken out by Herc, the Neon on the side of Penn State. It's 4v4 at the moment, both sides having two ultimates to work with. We see Neko just sitting on top of the wall. They're a very lurky kind of player. And they tried to use a slow orb. Oh, the siege timing, as you like to call it. Cheesemongrel getting 2 picks, but Engage falling down to you. Cheesemongrel is suppressed at the moment, but KO is down, so we won't be seeing any more suppressions. Despite Frozen down in the sewers, but Neon gets traded by Smoothie instantly after getting the pick.
Yeah, definitely not a good situation for Penn State right now. They had the lead, but it looks like it's about to be tied unless Gio can pull off something magical here.
Now, I do want to question here. You see that the spike is going to heaven?
I have, yeah.
You anyway, but if I were Louisville, I would not be going to heaven with the spike. Give it the breach. Let them go to the point. If you're going to go to heaven and take them out, that's all you. Don't drop the spike in heaven. See a 5v5 here. They still have money. In fact, Cheesemongrel seems to have finally spent some of that money. That fine hard-earned cheddar.
Are we saying that? Are we saying the Mongol uses cheddar for currency?
Hey, like you're thinking. Now we do see on the side of Penn State there, Stinger gets pulled out. Don't get me wrong, Stinger has the fastest fire rate in the game, so they can find value with it. You have to be real close quarters in order to use it. But it can outfire a Phantom, which is high damage and fire rate. You do see the lightning fingers come on in. They almost get the breach. But Killer K, you gotta watch out, Neon. Killer K, as it in the name, they're a killer. And we do see Swick and Smoothie taking out 2 more people. And they're rushing towards B site. Sage trying to get some value with the Marshall in heaven, just not finding it. And Shaw's just sitting up there in heaven, trying to find out what's the best they can do here with the Sheriff that they got. They're looking for angles to see what they can find. Gets double blinded in heaven. Oh no! Neko, you do not want to take that fight. Shaw finds a nice quick headshot with the Sheriff. They're trying to bang something, but Engage getting the better wall bang with the headshot. A nice team ace coming out on the side of the attackers.
Yeah, definitely strong play from Louisville here. Louisville seems to be taking a good momentum here as they'll be going into the last round of the half. Coming up with a 6-5 lead right now, and having an economy that looks like, you know, the wallet of Donald Trump. But
excuse me.
so not to get
wealthy.
not to get too political or anything, but you know, they have a, you know, a good setup here as opposed to say
with Neon so close for the headshots. Oh boy, they knew. But they're playing it safe. Neko actually gets an Odin kill on Engage. This is great if you're Penn State. Right now, you want to try to make this even. This is the last. This is it. That's Shaw lurking in the sewers like a rat. Gets the pick on Smoothie. Neko gained another kill on Swick through the garage. Now it's a 2v5 situation. Killer K is a little scared, trying to watch his angles. Barely makes their way from that off shot. Reach very cheese mongrel. I question your confidence here, but you might find the Neon right in the head.
Amazing flick from Cheesemonger right there.
Indeed it was. In fact, I wonder if he's going to catch anyone coming through the vents. They're so close to ready to go through, but they're not quite yet. They slowly go up to take Kevin towards B. In fact, the Omen's lurking right around the box. They spot him. Down he goes. Nice, another clean headshot. Neko actually is going through all the way to the attack, towards the attacker spawn to try to point through mid with the Odin. Seeing a Sage run with the Odin is quite funny to me.
It definitely an interesting sight. You really never see Sage with, you know, the bigger guns. Usually more just focusing on the heals as Nico gets a revive on the Neon here. Which you're gonna need because Shaw just went down.
And right now we're gonna see a even 6-6. The Sage did get a res in the mid, but you know what? The odds were already against you. God bless you. You try to get them off their feet, but they're still hunkering down enough to get the win. It's 6-6 as we switch sides.
Definitely a very even game right here, and you know, Louisville they had the disadvantage at first with their rushing strategy, but they were able to come back with 6 wins to even up the game. Now they're on defense, so they won't have that option of, you know, rushing attacker spawn. It will be interesting to see how they play their defense here against Penn State.
Yeah, I'm wondering if, because it was pistol rounds, the reason why we saw such an aggression on that very first round was, I believe, just because it was pistols. Do you think we'll see it here again, or will they try to play their cards right and take their time?
As much as I'd like to see something interesting like them doing it again, I'm not too sure if they will.
Well, Chamber wants to try something. Goes in a shot, doesn't find anything. You see her just lurking through the... Engage does find Shaw! In fact, he finds 2! It's a trade fest right now! Neon running through the smoke in the ankle just a little. Doing some damage, but not enough. In fact, it's now 2-3. Defenders have the advantage with numbers, and Hurts lurking through towards the defender's spawn, trying to see if they can find anyone. But Spike's running away towards attacker spawn, while Neon's... Oh no! Wait a minute! What just happened?
What is happening?
They're trying to shoot each other, but neither one can get the kill! Another trade here. Smoothie and Herc kill a K. It's back and forth. You're left with you trying to do what they can. They're going to site B. They're going to plant. Reyna, half health in the red zone, as you can see. While Viper's fully very healthy. So what they could do, because it's pistol rounds only, all he has is a ghost. He cannot wall bang headshots if they run in a line, so to speak. Now, if his shots are consistent, they'll take them each other out.
Oh,
But yeah, it's not likely. We'll
Smoothie
see
got
the
a clean
defuse
pick.
here, and the first point of this half goes to the side of University of Louisville.
Definitely, you know, it was much more even starting round than it was in the first half. But you know, Gio had the right idea. He got the headshot on Viper, or sorry, not Viper.
On Reyna.
Yeah, on Reyna, and almost had Viper, but Viper was really quick on the trigger and was able to get one shot in him to end the match there.
Might have dealt some damage, but definitely not enough.
Not enough.
Now, we do see a Bulldog buy on the side of Cheese Mongrel. I'm surprised by the heavy buying. But you know what? They make it worth the while. So, I'm excited. I'm excited to engage on the side and see Cheese Mongrel. They're playing my favorite agents. They get the first pick on her.
Definitely not a character you want to go down. Ooh.
Marshall trying to pick off Swick, but it's not enough. He goes working in the sewer like the rats the Reynas are, and takes down the spike. In fact, they're waiting to see how many they can find. But they get taken out by Shaw. Quick headshot with a classic. That right click is so devastating.
Yeah, up close you do not want to be in range of that right click.
In fact, Cheese Mongrel gets two. He sits through the grenade. And the defenders win this. They only lost one person. That is a phenomenal round.
Yeah, it was a very clean sweep by Louisville here, and as you say, they lost one person, but like they were able to. It looked like they were running 3 people at a time, which you would think that Penn State would have been able to overwhelm, but no, they were able to come out on top just being able to take out one at a time.
Now, I'm curious. You're hearing it. Oh, that's why we are hearing it. I was like, why are we hearing an air horn? It's the spray, I forgot. It's a little weird like that. Funny, but weird. Now, we might see little Viper play. Oh, nope. Viper's decided to back off from the garage. Played it smart, actually, to do so, because everyone from Penn State is going through garage. Except for Neon, who gets taken out by another Bulldog shot to the head. Oh, it's devastating. Not many people like to die to the Bulldog, so that's the only reason I mention it.
Yeah, Bulldog's not really a fan favorite.
Probably just because of the fire rate and stuff. Seen as more of a trash kind of buy, but Cheese Mongrel is making all the value out of it. Smoothie is down to 1 health. Oh my goodness. You either live or die here. There's no way you're gonna take another bullet. In fact, Penn State decides they're not going to go for B. B is a little too hard at the moment with that choke. Let's rotate towards A. Let's try to get towards the site. We understand they do have walls they can put up, but it's not as much utility as they've invested already. Engage, trying to get the value. Cheese Mongrel picking off a Quinn. I don't know how, but they did. Engage gave me a pick on Neko, but they traded by Shaw. Hello, from the vent, something sus came up. It's Cheese Mongrel. Finding the trade on Killer K. Nice headshot thanks to the Vandal they were able to pick up. Now they spot the Reyna just sitting in the heaven. Clean headshot, 7 bullets left in chamber. They better reload soon. But they're deciding to go for the fuse as they're getting lifted up off their feet and taken down by Smoothie.
Yeah, very good ult there. And Smooth being able to swipe in and get the kill. Cheese Mongrel's now up to 20 kills with 10 deaths, which is great for him. He's been able to, even though he's using a Bulldog, he's been able to get a lot of clean kills.
And you know what's most important? He has not bought another Bulldog since he bought it 2nd round of this half. So he's just been raking in the economy.
Yeah, as we see, he's currently, you know, Smoothie also has the same economy as he does, but they're both at 4,800, so even if they were to die, they'll be covered for the next round.
She's Mongo praying it's safe, going in a blind. Abilities are just used at the same time, and he says, alright, they're using a lot, I'm just gonna back off. I don't need to push this. Engage! Not so lucky, did not see the Reyna as she came right through, taking her Vandal. It's a trade back and forth. Swick taking 2, while Neko taking Cheese Mongrel.
And the spike going through the vent right now. Reyna coming in with another kill on Killer K.
Indeed they are. In fact, right now, you got Omenalt, you got Reyna, you got the Empress that you could use. In fact, Empress is actually being used right now by Swick. But they have no idea Omen's right there. But they didn't check their corners properly. That's what you do in this game. It's a nice clean headshot as you have a 2v2 situation. Not in favor of Louisville as Quinn is hurt. They did suppress the Viper from heaven. In fact, taking out the Empress Swick, but trading. Smoothie taking out Shaw. And now it's last player standing on both sides. They have time to defuse here, but they must get this kill. And they do just that.
Yeah, KO wasn't looking in the right direction. It was too slow to turn that corner. Smoothie's able to get the clutch here.
I believe Smoothie rather just had the crosshair where they needed. They predicted right where they were going to go and was successful.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that one. Seen a Marshall come out on Penn State side. Nope, switching to a shotgun there.
Now, don't get me wrong. Neko has gotten some damage, but they haven't. Unfortunately, they just have not been accurate enough. Rather, if you're going to have someone with the Marshall, I might want to see Herc with it because I've seen Herc with the Marshall get picks. But they're immediately traded thereafter, so it's probably better you keep them on the Spectre. Maybe even give them a Stinger because they move so fast. Get them in close corners because the Stinger will do more damage and a faster fire rate rather than the Spectre. Because as we see, Cheese Mongol did die and now they have a Vandal. Takes 2 headshots down. You're left with just Shaw here. Shaw's the last standing member and they're trying to stay alive. They don't even have Spike. They decide to pop Empress, see what they can do to pick up the Spike that's right out in the open. They do pick it up, but oh my goodness, they do get the headshot. They did spot someone down in vent, so they're very wary. They're trying to take their time and play their corners, see where they can find them. Doesn't matter if they make noise, they know they're there. But they got to make sure they watch their back. And it's good that they do just that, although they're not checking the right corner. But they get taken out by Smoothie once again.
Yeah, Cheese Mongrel had a good 3K in the start of the round there. He's really,
What is going on, everybody, and welcome back. I am Sepulent, joined by Pyro J, and we are jumping right back into the swing of things. Providence College going up against the University of Albany. There was a fire alarm incident. We are back and ready for some top-tier, high-caliber Valorant.
It's like we never left. I feel like we dropped out and dropped right back in. We got more B-site action for Albany. They did those quick entries on the first 2 rounds. They're at it again. Cloner looking to make their entry as well, but still Maxim holding that Odin, but not for long. Shot down by the Sheriff, and now they've got a clean entry as well with another pick. It's 4v2, looking good for Albany.
Looking great for Albany here, Pyro, and it's super important to remember that this is the 3rd round of the game. I know it's going to feel like the first because we were gone for a little while, but we are, in fact, folks, jumping into this 3rd round. Albany, if they walk away with this, they have successfully broken the statistics, and I'm no superstitious statistician, but I definitely believe that the 3rd round usually does go to the team who lost the first 2. So for Albany to come in here and really change the swing of things, that can be great momentum for them moving forward.
Well, they need to hold off, and they will do just that. Sal surprising a couple by coming around alongside. When you can get that flank going, you got to work wonders with it. So wonderful for University of Albany here. They're coming out strong. And Sepulence, how often are they going to work straight into B site? I guess if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Couldn't have said it better, Pyro. If it ain't broke, there is no need to change things up, and it looks like, Providence hasn't really been able to adapt to it fast enough. Albany doing a phenomenal job getting the additional 400 credits to plant that spike every time, and then walking away with a round win victory as well. On top of things, really looking great so far. Got, I believe, somebody who's 5-1, 5-0, and the kind of the leading scoreline. Now that recon dart is going to do a great job getting as much info as they need. Nobody's there really to wallbang off the back of it, and Sal giving us that same play once again. Maxim finds one. Max finds another. Maxim puts down a third. And all of a sudden, I'm a little bit worried that maybe it is broke here.
Oh, it might be. This is a case where Providence saved, by the way. So they're working some of those secondaries to their wondrous capabilities. That Bright did have an Odin to start this round, I think, but it has since changed to a Vandal Phantom, I think. And some shots, that Phantom working out pretty well now. Maybe the Sheriff can hold off. Not quite. Bright gonna be the last here for Albany. Gets flashed and gets taken down by the wall bang. That'll be enough for a first point for Providence.
4 HP in a dream, but Providence finally able to put that first point on the board. Now the economy, pretty much for the rest of this half, is going to be whack, right? It's going to be not what we usually expect, because it's usually the 2-2 scoreline right about now, but instead we are looking at that 3-1 scoreline. Albany in a really unique position. I think best case scenario, we're going to see a bit of a Frankenstein buy where they can almost buy up, but might have to make a couple of changes here and there, and then Providence, they are ready. You know, they're carrying over a couple of guns from last round, and moving forward, they're going to have to see what they can do.
That's incredible how they made that save round work so well for them. The economy could have been really shot for them if they tried to force yet another round in a row, but working off that well and now forcing Albany into more of a default. Going to immediately track some of those members on the A site with that KO dart. So useful in terms of utility just for the knowledge and the knowledge gained on the B side as well. I mean, you have Sova with that recon bolt. Being able to sight players on both sites is helping tremendously. They'll even spot one through main and keeping Albany really in their own half for much longer than they're used to.
Yeah, that 0-point knife goes crazy. One of my favorite abilities in the game because it just gives you so much information in such a short amount of time. Completely negates all of the util from certain players as well. And luckily enough, Max isn't one of them. D-Nun's going to be taking out Sal. Picks up Maxim in the trade, and Sal looking for the opportunity. Finds a blind smoke headshot onto Max to really seal the deal. And all of a sudden, Albany are large and in charge. It's going to be an opportunity for V3. They've got a couple of ultimates to boot, but Pyro, they're definitely looking to win this without any ultimates to use.
Yeah, I would expect so. I mean, when you have a player like Sal who has 30 bullets in that Vandal, but looks like they only need one per opponent. Oh my, that flash is going to do wonders, though, for Retina to be able to see at least who's in this site. And they look like they're holding good angles, but not good enough. Takes down one. Going to note one behind the box. That's going to be a good wall bang. Can't last long enough. Still 2v1 Merc. The last for Providence. Struck down, and Albany going to hold their ground and regain a little bit of control.
Albany, you know, these rounds are becoming a little bit closer than perhaps they may have wanted. We're getting it down to into the 2v2s, the 1v2s, and it looks like they're able to clutch some things out, and I think the large part of that right now is Butta on the side of Providence is unfortunately at 0-5 entering round 6. They really haven't been able to capitalize on any engagements. It seems like they're very often the first blood, and if Albany can continue to take advantage of that, they can definitely sweep through here.
I love what Sal's been able to do so far for Albany as well. I mean, you talked about the Jet a little bit low scoring on the side of Providence, but for the Jet on Albany doing exactly what they need, moving in, getting quick picks, that entry, that duelist role is so important for Albany to be successful on offense. So they've got to continue to utilize Sal well. I imagine if they start faltering, then this whole squad could falter. That recon bolt can allow for a little bit of distance now for Sal to work with. It reaches Retina on the other side. There's another onto Butta. Butta still scoreless, but we do have the Hunter's Fury taking down at least Merc. And now it's getting really interesting. Albany with some territory here, but here come Providence.
Providence, they are definitely looking large and in charge. They've got that 3v3. They've got the Tour de Force online as well, but it may not be able to do enough. Merc already taken out by Bright. We see the shock dart bouncing up and over. Max has to play the long game. It's a terrifying situation because you know you are racing against that spike. Now 35 HP and a dream. Gonna go for the floor bang here, but it looks like they are shooting not quite where they need to be. Bringing up the Tour de Force once again. Looking for that time to strike. Sal takes out Maxim, and all of a sudden it is up to Max to save the day. But Bright will be the one to seal the deal and give Albany their 5th round win.
Sharks just sniffed out the blood in heaven and pounced on him. I love the the jump shot there from who was it? It was Bright with the shock bolt. Just a little pop and a bolt gonna take down some serious damage, avoiding the floor bangs. It appears that the Albany players are just in the position that they exactly need to be. Sal did everything again, working quickly into sight, and the movement is just too quick. The flick's too strong from their Jet for Providence to keep them back. only one win now for Providence, and they are one thing that they have done well here, Septilence, especially when they got that win, was hold Albany's entry to be a little slower, hold them off. So maybe with that smoke from Omen, maybe with these more recon put out, it can help them. A lockdown's going to be there for Albany, but I'm not sure how much use that's going to work out for them. They do seem to be switching on this, though, and they might have Providence a little confused.
Yeah, White Chocolate definitely getting aggressive here. Brings up the turret, trying to bait a couple of shots, but actually eats a couple through the smoke down to 62 HP. And as I mentioned all the way back in round 1, that all damage is permanent. There's no Sages, there's no Skies. This is just these teams trying to find these eliminations without being eliminated themselves. An amazing KO nade comes out from the side of Albany, creates a lot of good space for them, and as Cloner gets the opportunity to plant the spike, Albany is once again large and in charge. Merc takes out White Chocolate, and all of a sudden we are back into that tied ball game. It's going to be that 4-4 across the board, and Albany, they are looking for that 6th win, but Providence, they need this win like they need their next breath. Sal, down to 8 HP, has to play a close game, and D-Nuns going to get taken out by Maxim. Sal, not far behind. All of a sudden, Providence College, they're going to go for the rush in attempt, trying to find some eliminations. They peek from every angle. There's no angles that they can be hidden from. Providence College coming through and just storming the castle to guarantee that second round win.
When you storm a castle, Septilence, you have to be coordinated in your approach. You got to hit different areas. You got to seek out those vulnerabilities, and you strike where it hurts the most. That retake from Providence looks so much stronger than the last one, where they were all clumped up into heaven on A, and they were just sitting ducks waiting to die. This time around, they were a force to be reckoned with. Providence need to learn that lesson from that round and show that they have the opportunity to re-enter, defuse that spike, and get some more points under them. This could be a switching pattern for them now.
Blade Storm coming out early from Sal, trying to get some action down that A long side, but instead it's White Chocolate who comes through and finds that immediate aggression that the team needs. Merc taken down, that gets rid of all KO utility, that gets rid of the 0-point knife, the nade, the flash. It's so much space has been made for Albany with that single elimination.
There's a chance here. On the A site. Our covers certainly should help,
Oh!
but Retina's gonna track down Sal for once. It has been a rivalry between those two, and they're gonna hold off the entry from Albany quite well.
Yeah, Retina unfortunately going to be caught in a 1-1 trade situation. However, Albany, they are still up in the numbers. They've got that 4-3 advantage. However, I believe their KO is a whopping 4 HP, maybe even less than that. It's going to be a difficult thing to keep him alive. Butta coming around, getting that elimination onto White Chocolate, taking that KJ down. Blink and you miss it, that advantage taken away from Albany. Butta looking for the time to strike, goes in. D-Nun's already down, gonna get taken out in the midfield. But Maxim and Max there to clean it up. Providence putting their 3rd round on the board. Pyro, UA only needs one more round win to at least have a tie going into the half. But if Providence keeps this up, maybe we've got a 7-5 scoreline.
Just love this momentum shift for Providence. As you said, it's so important for them to keep them at 5, maybe even get a draw, maybe even better with this momentum shift. Who knows? Look at Maxim, though. 11 kills, topping his team in the full leaderboard. Need a leader to do it all sometimes. You denoted it as Sova's playground, and, well, he's having a time here. He's making it his own. And, you know, maybe that's part of what lifts the team, Septilence. Sometimes on a team, you need a commander. You need someone to take lead and show their opponents who's really the boss, and that could be it from their Sova.
It certainly could be it. Right, playing a long game now. I really enjoy the change of pace. I think it's a surprise that Providence may not expect. We've seen UA really just storm in round after round, but instead it's going to be that slow push that really may do wonders for them. Retina taken out by D-Nun's entry, and the opportunity to strike becomes that much more apparent. The flash out. Nobody's going to be guarding the door. However, the nade into Cubbies. Looking for the opportunity to strike. Sal all the way onto site. Butta completely unaware it's going to be a 1-1 trade, but now Sal has to play the high ground. Able to take out one more. Can we see a third? But no, the smoke. Going to get them taken down. The wallbang headshot traded out by Cloner. 3-1 advantage here in UA. Like I said, 1 round shy of guaranteeing at least a draw going into the second half. Maxim takes out Cloner, and they find the 2 remaining players. It's going to be Bright down as well. White Chocolate v Maxim, and Maxim absolutely has the advantage on site.
Listen, if it was going to be anyone, it was going to be Maxim, leading the team in kills, leading the charge here, and a 1v3 looking like it could be possible. Takes down the second swarm grenade. That could be huge, and he's looking to bait out the Killjoy, but the Killjoy's so far back. And wondering, can the Killjoy get back in time to fend off this spike? Uh-oh. It's trouble for Maxim here, but does get the pick. And I don't think he has time for the defuse.
Wow.
He doesn't .05.
Wow.
It doesn't come closer than that, Sep.
It truly does not. I was just biting my tongue, waiting for the opportunity to see if it was going to go through or not. I didn't want to make any predictions, and it still just barely is snuck away. A huge opportunity because that is that 6th round they needed, right? That is the round they were looking for in order to keep themselves really on top of things. Worst case scenario, it's tied at the half, and we just give us a good old-fashioned run back. But, you know, if they were to lose that in a 7-5, that's when things really get a little bit worrisome.
So, yeah, and right now I'm looking for Providence to not have to lean on Maxim so hard. I'm seeing some players for Providence I play up a little farther than my liking for the defense, especially on the side of Retina, that Omen player on the A side. But now from the A side, they're transitioning over to B because they've denoted that a lot of UA from what is left of them are still there. White Chocolate giving their team a little bit of hope, though, as it's a 2v4. White Chocolate and Sal open to survive as long as they can.
Sal going to be rushing in with the judge. Oh, the force TP out. Absolutely nowhere to run. Just had to tuck tail and get out of dodge to keep themselves alive. Only a 4-2 in favor of Providence. It's going to turn into a 4-1, but I had the flank when they needed it most. And Sal has a judge right now, Pyro. I feel like that's a really important thing to note. So winning this is going to be, I was going to say unrealistic, but even the exit frag onto Retina can go a really far way. You've reset that player's econ, and you found a great opportunity to, you know, it's one more thorn in their side.
Yeah, there's a reason to purchase a secondary here in these gun games, especially when you have a judge in order to get some distance on your shots. And yeah, taking down one, resetting their econ, having to make them buy is going to help them. But speaking of buys, they are working at their last legs here on the side of Albany. We've got 3 with the top buys and a couple with their sheriff and pistol round. And I don't think Sal has an ultimate to use, so it'll be interesting how they utilize their tactics here. Usually it's Sal moving in as quickly as possible for Albany, but this time they're a little more patient.
Patience may be the key. I've kind of referenced that a couple of times. I think I would like to see a little bit more patience coming from the side of Providence, at least while they're in this half of the game. It's super important to make sure your opponent doesn't get the outplay on you due to hubris or over-aggression or just overzealousness as a whole. And I think Providence maybe has overextended one too many times. You know, Albany has had a great opportunity to strike because of those moves. And I think a simple, small change could really go a long way. Now, White Chocolate, you might as well pop this lockdown. You don't really have any other better time to use it. Lockdown comes out. It's going to force a lot of quick rotations if they don't want to get stuck here. Oh, just kidding. They read it like a book. They have the nade down and out. Sal misses every knife directly into the wall, so 2 ultimates now down the drain for the side of Albany. They still have the Hunter's Fury, but their Sova's got about 15 HP. But with a huge flank now, takes Sal out early, and all of a sudden, things looking bleak for Albany.
Yeah, when you get stalled there on the entry, you start to get cornered from each side, and you can see how that affects them. A couple great picks for Maxim, eventually taken down, but numbers game not looking well for Cloner. Look at that shot, though, through the flash. Cloner, incredible work for Albany, actually keeping this game alive. I'm not sure how 27 HP is going to work out great in this scenario, but Utils galore, has some dark covers to still, well, 1 dark cover to pop here. Shroud steps on their side as well, hoping to use every little bit of it to his use. Looking both angles, wants to catch them before, but that's just barely gonna reach him on the flash. Still hiding out of backside, can't get the pick. The wall bang taking him down, and Providence stand tall.
Providence, I mean, that was just an amazing showing from Cloner there, but it's going to be that small victory at the very end that really came out in their favor. They're 1 round away from tying us up at the half, and just thinking about how one-sided this felt only a couple of moments ago, only a couple of rounds ago, it's incredible to see the progress that Providence has been able to clutch out here.
I don't know if it was a tactical fire alarm, but it has allowed Providence to sort of regain a little bit of control, a little bit of momentum. I think they lost the first round coming out of that break, but still, they've been able to even out a little bit. They'll hope to completely even out here in the next round. 1 final round here, Septilence, in the first half.
One final round in the first half, and this round could very well dictate the remainder of the series, right? If somebody goes in at a 7-5, that is obviously better than a 6-6. Even a small advantage is an advantage regardless. The pressure's on for both sides. We saw an operator in Max's hands down that mid toward that market area. That operator may come in handy, or it could be a serious deficit. As I've got to say, I said, there's only a couple of good spots to really bust out that op. Otherwise, you better have some real top level, some Division A reaction time, if you know what I'm saying.
It's gonna help him out tremendously, but reaction time on the part of Sal instead. What a pick.
Sal gets one, might be traded out again though. 26 HP. Max and Merc able to put it down, and Max already down to the Phantom, so he's completely given up on the idea of the operator. Retina going in deep, able to take out Cloner in the blink of an eye, and Cloner really was that clutch factor for Albany quite a few times, so you take them out of the equation, and this should be easy peasy lemon squeezy. However, it's going to be a 2v1. Max up rushing onto site. Oh, it just honestly gets pincered. A phenomenal play there. The alarm bot gives him away, and Albany walks away with that 7th round.
Killjoy, you talked about it, Septilin, so effective on defense on his set. And, the alarm bot makes you turn one way, and then you got their other opponent on the other side. So, pincered, as you said, Albany still with the lead coming into the second half. They're going to play on the defensive side. It could end up a little similar here. We've got almost mirrored effects here on the lineups. The only difference that's Sentinel, as we talked about, between the Chamber and the Killjoy. Right now, it's about Providence maybe getting the tone setter in this half, Septilin, since they went down 0-3 at the beginning of the first.
Yeah, that 0-3 honestly did not bite them in the butt nearly as hard as I expected it to, because when you lose 3 in a row, 3 usually turns to 5, which turns to 7, and it really can be a snowball, but they have clutched it back completely beyond my expectation, and that's going to be a great start for Albany here. Sal already able to take out Butter. I don't think they even took damage there on the escape either, so that is a clean 1-0 trade in favor of Albany, also forcing a rotation from Providence.
Yeah, they'll look to reset here. Got Retina looking mid as well. They are outnumbered here, but as I mentioned, a little bit of health still to work with. Still full-bodied and ready to get it. Gonna press up on Tree as well near A site, so it's not gonna be a full swing quite yet. It's interesting to see this first round played a little more patiently. That drone gonna allow Retina to get towards the midsection, and all Septilins, they're thinking about pressing up, but Retina comfy in those dark covers.
Yeah, Omen doing Omen things right now, using these smokes to get a lot closer than you ever really expect him to be, and it looks like nobody's able to capitalize off the back of that aggression quite yet. Retina up and through mid right now through market. Has a good opportunity for a flank, but instead the firefight about to happen here. Oh, it's going to be Cat Maxim able to take Sal down in the blink of an eye. 5v4 becomes a lot less one-sided. Retina now jumping through mid, some great trigger discipline, waiting for more rotations, and going to be able to find maybe 1, maybe 2, but no, the reload might do it. Has to bite the bullet, unfortunately. A great attempt, but the Classic only has so many bullets.
It does. Cloner is going to find that out the hard way as well. Gets shot right between the eyes with the Ghost, and now it's only White Chocolate to hold on.
White Chocolate has given us quite the clutch factor beforehand, but doing it right now in the pistol round, going to be a lot harder. Had a great read on the crouch there. Finds Merc out, and now I love it. Oh my goodness, it's basically a free defuse. Maxim 1 HP, going to really struggle to get out of there without biting the bullet, biting the turret rather, and White Chocolate able to pick it up, put a nice little bow on top, and mail it home. UA, they're putting their 8th round on the board.
As a Killjoy, that was just chef's kiss. That almost made me tear up a little bit. That was beautiful. The turret, the alarm bot, and you've got all the intel you need to take that to half, take down the Sova, and take down the round. So Albany gonna be happy getting this first one. They're a team of tone setters. We saw the reset coming out from Providence. They thought, all right, let's work up mid. Let's work maybe B site. Let's throw out some drones, some dark covers. Let's take mid control. They did all that and still couldn't find the win. Albany's so resilient through these games, and they're gonna try to prove it here on round 2.
Looking to prove it here on round 2, like you said, of the second half, and it's Max with that headhunt who immediately finds a bullet and sends somebody packing. Jet taken offline early. Jet, such a space maker, such a playmaker, and unfortunately, UA is not able to capitalize on that Jet quite yet. Max rocking and rolling in that mid. I love to see it, and this is one of those rounds, Pyro, where I think we're just watching the long game. We're just going to watch a lot of slow pacing here.
Very different from our last round, but here come the dark covers. There's the Jet working their action right under the house, and look at that, some shots fired. Actually, it's the Duns to find a few, and oh god, they've got something working well for Albany.
Yeah, something is working well indeed here, my friend. Albany, they're looking to get aggressive. Max completely given away. No more secrets. They know where he's at. They've got spike control, and it's all about tracing out that clock. Now the shock dart finding purchase as well. Devastating. Truly, Max trying to find some exit frags, but really between a rock and a hard place on this one.
Yeah, gun down. That was not a lot of hope for him there. I mean, you just have Albany showing that they can't have their pages taken out of their handbook and it will just work well all of a sudden for Providence, right? Albany did that same thing with the dark covers, the mid there, and over on the long side, and then Jet flying in with those cloud bursts, but it's just not enough. Albany better suited on the defensive side, able to hold them back, and momentum again here on their side. They're the ones that want to take this ascent. Can they do it?
Oh, but able to take out Sal early on. D-Nuns gets the trade straight away, so both duelists taken completely off the board. We've got that pseudo-duelists in the form of Chamber here, but all the real duelists, they have been removed from Ascent here on round 15, 16. I don't know, guys. I don't know why I try to do math. Don't let me do that on stream anymore. I gotta figure that out. Anyway, Albany now, you know, they've got that null command, and null command I think is one of the most, I'm not gonna say underrated, but one of the lesser utilized ultimates in the game that I truly think has a phenomenal impact. A large impact. Merc able to make it past and through the smoke, or through the flash, down to 5 HP. Cloner finding Retina, taken out by Maxim, and it is just line up Larry Bright in the corner, looking for some huge shock darts. Unfortunately, no purchase.
Not gonna plant it over on that side, so they will get the plant off without getting damage taken down. Providence, for the first time in this half, I think, have a numbers advantage, so they're gonna use that as much as they possibly can here. Right. Trying to be that better Sova, just like Maxim has been for Providence. And they're both in heaven. Last time we saw this, they were just sitting ducks on the UA side, but Providence trying to make it work for themselves. A leap there from Bright could take down one, but it's a 1v2.
The 1v2 gonna be huge here, and it's gonna be Maxim who puts it down. Look at the HP there, 15 on Maxim, and I can't assume any more on that KO as well. That was a just absolute nail biter of a matchup, and Providence College, they have shown signs of life when they needed to most.
Yes, they have held it down finally. It looks like A-Site could work out a little better for them. Still looking to pick up that spike, but now we have full buys from both sides. You know, the first half Septilis wasn't very standard in the sense that we had a save round that won out for a team, but this time around, we're back with the magic of the full buys. Full potential for both teams. Get to see it here now.
The potential is at its fullest for the first time in a long time. Every player in the lobby, all 5 of them, going to have the opportunity to play to their fullest potential. Now we have to wait and see what comes through. We see a flash up through Market. Butta getting up close and personal. Hyper aggressive, able to take Bright out in the blink of an eye. White Chocolate able to pick up Butta. It's going to be an immediate trade, but White Chocolate finding Retina as well. It is the KJ going crazy, but no, Merc is going to be able to Merc that KJ, take her offline. 3v3. We hear the null command making an appearance when we least expected to, and Sal with the op, able to put the magic down. That null command taken out just as soon as it made an appearance.
Providence do get the plant off, though. So they're at least working with that. They'll have to kiss their KO goodbye. And get him on the resurrection. Oh, and Sal can't get it with the operator. Gonna have to peek again here and see if they can actually pick off in a scenario like this. It's hard to get too aggressive, but that Jet always making an ability to do so.
Oh!
But caught out, and too many angles to hold on the entry there with the operator. That's a good effort, but Providence gonna find another.
A great effort from Providence, like you said, but unfortunately, you know, it's not going to be what Albany was looking for. They got an operator in their hands now. Max, who bought one in the first half, is going to have the opportunity to buy one here in the second half as well. Oh, no, excuse me. It's a gift. It's a gift this time. It's a nice little present. But now as we jump in, it's a 9-7 scoreline. This really could, take us all the way. This could be a 13-7 for all we know, or this could be over with a double, triple overtime.
Oh my, I'm ready for it, Septimus. With the break, with the overtimes, anything can happen truly. And wow, Albany gonna try and catch Providence off guard, but it looks to be the other way already. 5v2.
Certainly the other way around. There is no way Albany is ready for a strike as aggressive as that one. Sal going to be holding the corner, perhaps a little too aggressive, but I think they were looking for exit frags more than they were for a round win with only a sheriff to their name. Spike plant. And I'm not sure what Bright's doing, because there's no way Bright is saving a frenzy right now.
You know what? Frenzy, you got all kinds of possibilities with this weapon. All right, gonna try and hold some angles here. Looked like he was holding more of a shorty angle than a Frenzy, so he's gonna get the movement going. You just know that Providence are gonna sniff this out like they can, and Merc gonna clean up the act. I don't think there was any surviving left there for Bright, so yeah, about as well as that save round could have gone on Providence's side. They'll bring this within one now, and well, they want to get this back to even as quickly as they can, but see if it evens out now that we got buys on both sides.
Yeah, within one for what feels like the first time in a long time. Honestly, it feels like we really haven't seen the teams been able to keep this as close as they have. But now, with Providence only one round away, there's a phenomenal opportunity for them to come through and really storm the castle once again. Not only tie it up, but take the lead, maybe even force it into a 13-9. Maybe, who knows, maybe they take it all the way to that overtime. But if Providence can keep up with the momentum we've seen from them on the offense, I think there's a really good chance they walk away victorious on this map.
It looks like in terms of momentum, Providence are looking for that initial pick. Haven't really decided on a place for that spike to go. Instead, you have Max here with that operator. Had seen Jet with the op too, and they almost got into a cataclysmal fight that didn't fall any opponents. So this one might, though. Sal seeing that gun trace the barrier, but not enough poked out there for the kill. But showing their best dance moves here, coming down, Cat. Looking for that cloud burst, that action, but a lot of Providence stacking on B. You can, this is about the calm of the storm, and Chaos darts. Knife's not gonna find anyone, but that dart is gonna set the stage for an entry.
Yeah, the stage has absolutely been set for the entry. Can they capitalize off the back of the White Chocolate? Trying to hide in the corner, but might be given away. Caught out there. It's going to be a 1-1 trade. One turn to two as the no command comes to a close. Bright finds the trade out as well. Resurrection not exactly available, but honestly quite a good distraction for the time being. Bright trying to find the flank, the spray, and the prey does come through. Burke takes out Cloner, but it's going to be Sal, Butta, and Redna who are going to clean that one up for Providence. All of a sudden, we are staring at a 9-9 scoreline.
We are. Providence have come a long, long way, but I will say I love what they've been able to do on the post plant. Early on, it was the trouble of getting a plant, right? They were taken down before they could even get a chance, but now once they get that timer ticking, it looks like Albany are more in a frenzy than we saw Bright holding it at the retirement of that last game. So it's looking better for Providence. It's getting those plants down. It's acting passively, patiently, waiting for those right moments, those right picks to know where to enter. And boy, do they have the momentum now.
Oh, Retna able to take out D-Nuns early, and that's an elimination that they're definitely going to want back on the side of Albany. It feels like maybe Providence is a bit of an offense-sided team. They are really coming through a brand new team, unlike anything we saw in that first half. Bright with them a stinger, able to take out one, maybe two, but no, there's just too much pressure on the side of Bright. Poor Sal. Oh, 150 HP, a Blade Storm and a Dream, but this is going to be a tough one to clutch out. Misses 4 of the 5 knives, takes out Merg with a clean one. Would not be a jet clip without a dash straight into the wall, and Sal has already given us one of those. Pressure on a 1v3. I think it's winnable if you can nail these knives, but it's 3 of them into the bricks. That is not what you want to be looking at.
Looks like the knives were magnetized to Merc's head, but in terms of anyone else, they were missing by inches. Unfortunate result there for Sal. I mean, you can't ask for much more than a pick towards the end there when you're so outnumbered, but I want to talk a little bit about the work that Maxim did at the beginning of the game. It just looked like Albany had no idea what Maxim was capable of, finding 2 quick kills in main. I want to see a little more of a defensive approach here for Albany. Maybe hold those entries a little bit better. Now that they have buys, they'll surely try that as a spot. Lotta in Maine, but we got Hunter's Fury and we got a chance for Providence.
Hunter's Fury coming through, and Maxim unable to find much of anything. Bright, up close and personal. Giving Retina a little kiss on the forehead before sending him to the Shadow Realm. Max able to take out Bright with a phenomenal shot there. The Headhunter takes it down. Butter finds one. Maxim finds another. Sal takes out Maxim, but the damage may have already been done. I guess we're just going to have to wait and see where these next eliminations really come from. Max putting down Cloner. All of a sudden, a 3v1. Sal, you've got the angle, but you are racing against the clock, my friend. It is all about getting in, getting as aggressive as you can. But right now, Providence, they are looking to wrap this up and put a nice little bow on top.
A wallbang if they want it here, Sal, and that's certainly going to be a pick that they're looking for. Around the boxes, can they go, or will they get picked out by the other Jet? Yes, Sal will, but the better of the duo there, and Providence on quite the streak. I don't know if it's 5, if it's 6 rounds. We were struggling with math earlier, Septilence, but one thing I can say is Providence feeling good with the score line.
I'm flattered you dragged yourself into the embarrassment with me. I really do appreciate that. That means a lot.
Anytime.
Yeah, no, I got to say, though, Providence so far, I mean, 6 round wins in a row. We've seen the first 2 rounds, the second half, go in favor of Albany. I thought, oh, they're going to clutch this out, not a doubt in my mind. And then all of a sudden, things really starting to look more bleak for them. They're unable to capitalize when they needed to. And Providence right now, like I said, just feels like an attack-based team.
Attack-based team, one that finds themselves on planting that spike. And then doing so well in the post plan. Oh dear, that's not going to work too well for Albany as they get 2 taken down immediately. And certainly the lockdown going to drive them out. So a couple picks for Providence, but no plant. And certainly not as Butta is taken down.
Butta taken down there. We see the stun comes through on the KJ, but I don't think anyone's there to catch it. What a great spot for Sal to catch out the spike. They know somebody's close in the corner, but they do not check their right, and all of a sudden, their head has been hunted out by Max. It's going to be a 2v2 in the midfield. White Chocolate may have the flank of a lifetime if they play their cards right, and all of a sudden, Maxim is down. Max rushing out of that B site, trying to get that spike plant down. Going to run into a Sova here if the Sova's fast enough, but no, he goes for the drone instead. Has the intel, he knows where this guy's going to be. I wouldn't be surprised to see the Hunter's Fury make an appearance. There's 1, there's 2, and Max going to get up close and personal, looking for the kill, misses every bullet, dies 1, finds another, and Max puts it down for Providence. That is going to be the 12th round win. All of a sudden, they are 1 round left. I recognize that standstill. I've seen that before. That is him clipping that, so he can put that on Twitter later, I'm sure of it. Either way, Providence, they find themselves 1 round shy of winning Ascent.
That works.
You mentioned Max was hunting heads, and boy, did he ever. That was quick reactions with the KJ Hunter's Fury combo, but took him down in a 1-2 pop, and what a clutch for Max. This sets Providence in a great stance, and Albany, like they're in quicksand. They've been sinking for the last several rounds, and they only have their head left here to surface. Will somebody save them? Will they drown? It's time for Providence take their stance here in the first round. Got a sense, but looking to strike down KO. A little bit of help from Maxim, gonna wipe them out, and now they've got an entry into into A site that they may actually be able to plant from. And I think they will.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's no reason not to. They have gotten the whole team basically down and out. And as White Chocolate bites the bullet, that is going to be Providence with a 13-9 win. And if I'm not mistaken, this map started relatively rough for them. Things really were not looking great at the beginning of the matchup, but then they were really able to clutch it out and find some opportunities to succeed. They win round after round. Their attack, I mean, absolutely disgusting. A perfect attack, honestly. And moving into map 2, I wonder if Albany is going to really change up roles, change up opportunities, maybe just play style as a whole, because Albany had a lock in the beginning, and Providence was really there to just rip the rug out from under them.
Yeah, and I'm curious if Albany is going to be defending first for the next round, Septilence. So let me know if you're aware, but I want to see a change defensively because right now that defending round, and I believe they will, it hadn't really worked out for them well. Almost every single time Providence was able to plant, there was no like post-plant re-entry that we saw from Providence. It did work out well for them defending. So I don't know if it's a lineup issue because lineups were really similar between the two teams, but something that plays better to the strengths of Albany may be needed in the next round.
Absolutely. The strengths of Albany are definitely going to be changing up, and the upcoming map is going to be interesting as well because it's Bind, a map that we talked about earlier this evening, and I really want to see the playstyle changes. I suspect maybe we see Raze. I feel like Reyna is a possibility. Jet definitely not going anywhere. I would assume KO has been making his rounds recently. Chamber against. There's a lot of agents. Is basically my point. I guess I could have just said that. There's a lot of agents that really can be played here on Bind. Excuse me. And as we jump in, you know, I think we're skipping the break. I think we're going to be jumping right into map 2. It's going to be all about team composition, team opportunity, and teams' time to strike. Who controls momentum? Who can work best as a team, because I think we saw a lot of individual play style on Ascent, but Valorant is not a game you can win with only one successful agent. You're going to need the whole team there to really line things up and give you good successes.
Yeah, I will note even further some of that individuality that we saw. Maxim on the Sova was very dominant. We had even Sal, when on offense, was really high caliber, but maybe a little less defensively. So, you know, again, where's that effect from UA on defense? Can they make that work on Bind? And hopefully we'll take a look at Agent Select here to see those compositions, Septilence as well. We talked about the Raze on Bind. I know you were looking for the Reyna or somebody else, but hey, I wouldn't mind seeing it either.
Oh, I wouldn't mind seeing my girl Raze in the slightest, right? Raze is, I believe, one of the more entertaining agents in the game to watch. And oh, I didn't even think about Skye. How foolish of me. Yeah, I definitely suspect to see a Skye making an appearance. I think there's a lot of good opportunities here for either side. Both these teams can really bring compositions out. We saw comfortability on the Omen earlier. There's a lot of ways this can go. There's many things about this that I think we could see.
Anyways, indeed. I actually do like the guiding lights from Skye, a little combination between the Skye and the Jet with the Cloudburst entering from Hookah. That has seemed to be a little bit unstoppable for entering site, so I will be looking at that a little bit. Septilence will be able maybe to see how the healers play a difference maker. We saw no healing on the side of Ascent, so Skye, not known for the regrowthing abilities, but that utility is there and could be used to its effectiveness on Bind.
Most certainly the effectiveness on Bind is what we're going to be keeping an eye out on, and I believe we had a PC crash, so we're going to be jumping right back into things in just a minute or two. We're going to get that all set up, as is the way of live production, as we all know. It's just something that happens, unavoidable, unfortunately, but as the show will go on. Thank you all so much for your understanding and your patience today. We know we had that very long fire alarm thing earlier, but that has been fixed. The player has been around. They're doing great. We're all great, and now we're going to get to talk a little bit more about this moving forward. So, not to put you on the spot, Pyro, but just out of curiosity here, with these teams, with Albany in particular, were they doing anything where you were kind of like, fix that and you're going to do a lot better? Was there any major kind of red flags for you that if Albany is, you know, is there something they can change to do much better here on Bind?
So, yeah, no, absolutely, because we talked about offense and what worked well for them. Sal moving in with that Jet, the Cloudburst, creating space and getting the quick kills. But then on defensively, we saw Sal, we even saw their Omen work really aggressively on defense, you know, holding tree rather than holding a bit farther back and utilizing utils better. Utilizing utils, yeah, I'm a commentator, everybody. But it works out better if you can play a little more passively. So maybe I'm looking for a little more patience, Septilence, a little more confidence from Albany on the post plant, because it just wasn't there. They were leaning on Maxim so much, and maybe working more as a unit on defense we could see. And you know what else we're seeing, Sep? Some agent selections.
Some agent selections indeed. Our boy Brimmy going to be locked in here on the side of Providence. We've got Retina locking in the Brimstone, so no more Omen, at least on that side. We've got Cloner hovering over Omen on the other side, so we'll jump back to that in a bit. Raze already here. Sova here. I mean, there's really no surprises on the side of Providence. I'm not going to go through and list every agent, but this is almost, Pyro, this is almost a mirror matchup. We are looking at an Omen versus Brimstone here.
Ooh, I like the combination. That dual Omen shrouded step from the shadow, a little too much for me. Okay, on Ascent, we got to mix it up a little on Bind. So some Brimmy stimmies, I'm ready to see them. We got the Raze as well, so I like that selection. Maxim's still on the Sova as well. So Maxim was huge in terms of Ascent and going to play on Bind as well. It's not his playground, as we were talking about Septilence earlier, but Sova can certainly still do some damage on Bind.
Yeah, and Maxim in particular, even without utilizing the Sova kit, was just a very strong mechanical player. Really had very many eliminations there on the side of Providence College. I think was a leading force in the fact that they were able to walk away with that first map win. We've got Providence on the offense this time starting, which is interesting because they were much more successful on the offense in Ascent. Now let's see if that carries over into a new map like Bind.
Yeah, we will see. Albany, we talked enough about the need to recreate success on defense. So will they be able to do it this time? Last time we saw the Frenzy, it didn't work out so well, but that Sky's going to be rocking it into the B side. Trailblazer set up that intel and get them inside. Butta has got a little bit of angle with that Frenzy. There goes the guiding light and a nice pick across the way. They've got some movements into sight, but they're still being drilled down.
Yeah, still really being taken out by Bright here. We talked about the importance of Sovas, and it looks like we're going to get a bit of a surprise from the other Sova. Bright coming in hot, able to find quite a few eliminations. Light Chocolate taking out Maxim, and now that Sky healing already really coming into play. We see a little bit of healing going up on the side of UA. Butta caught out in the back, has to send out a nade on the backside. Actually a great opportunity to pincer. Max finds 2, Butta finds a 3rd, and just like that, Providence College walking away with that first round win.
Just better with the utils, better with the angles. Their entry didn't work out maybe as they expected. They didn't get the plant exactly what they were looking for, but with that Butamax combo, the 3-2 kill difference, that's going to be what they need. But UA already not the strongest indication for them defensively. Maybe they can play that with a little more time. Again, like we talk about the patience, you didn't see the plant just yet, so no need to get too aggressive with the kills. We'll see if they play it differently here in round number 2 as the Trailblazer going to try and make some distance for the chamber.
Trailblazer trying to make some distance, trying to get a little bit of momentum moving forward, trying to get the download, the read, if you will. We wait to see what comes out next. We see a flash now onto Merc. Oh, and it's just going to be a good old-fashioned run and gun here on site. D-Nuns goes in, finds 1, but 2 more traded out. Providence finds themselves in a 4v2 advantage right now. A huge opportunity to win this second round. And like we said, the teams that win the first very often are suspected to win that second one, statistically speaking. And it looks like Maxim is here for the cleanup. That is going to be a 3K. Maxim playing just as strong as they did on that last map.
Really appreciated the movements too, not only from Maxim, as you said, Septilence, but just altogether from Providence. They know they're equipped with mainly Spectres, so a little bit of run and gun action. It's not that known in Valorant, but maybe a little bit more compared to games like CSGO. Spectre's great for utilizing that movement and spraying, and they worked at that very efficiently. You have Max with a Bulldog, though, and maybe they can make this round 3 work. We saw 3 in a row on the last Ascent map, so why not this one?
That's very true, my friend. They definitely brought out that 3-0, but that was on the side of Albany, who has had a really rough second half of Ascent. And as of right now, first half of Bind, we've got Butta deep in the back line, 3 HP in a dream, but it's Bright with that opening kill. Retna able to take out White Chocolate. Sal finding Butta. So that's going to be the site wide open once again. Sal coming in, able to find a double kill. Max trades it back out for Bright. A 3v2 very much in favor of Albany as they've got a mega health advantage. Max goes down, and Albany putting that second round on the board. First round.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying Sal on the Chamber. We hear Chamber being the most duelist of Sentinels, and on the last game we saw Sal on the Jet. So I love the way that Sal's utilizing the Chamber a little more aggressively on defense. I talked about them being a little more patient, but if anyone's going to be more aggressive and get the picks, then it's going to be Sal. A 3K on that last round and finally leading the charge for their team. But are we going to see a fuller buy here, most likely, from Providence in order to even things out?
Max busting out an early tour de force. That's already going to save the team at least a wee bit of econ. Bringing that out instead of a gun resets the economy just a little bit moving into the next round. Butta is going to be going for that hookah flank. Now, Butta getting a little bit too aggressive for my personal liking last round, and I think it was a very scary thing to do. It got taken out really early, and the team wasn't able to damage control quite as much as they needed to. Keeping an eye out here through hookah. Butta has given themselves away. They know somebody's on the nearby, but instead it's Sal who gets that wallbang headshot kill and takes Butta out early.
Oh, it's a standoff right now. I'm looking for Redna maybe to pop some smokes to allow some sort of entry onto A, but it's not needed. Right? They don't have this spike. Just looking for those picks. As they are down one agent. They want to maybe even it out before they decide on a site. Right now, Maxim does have hookah control. And so they're going to use that to the best of their ability as Brim moves around with that spike. They'll look to be.
Already, we're down to the final 14 seconds of the round. Maxim able to find the elimination onto Cloner. Bright immediately going to get that trade onto Red. Now the spike has been dropped with only 8 seconds left. It has to turn into a panic plant scenario. Maxim picking up another elimination. Max finds out Sal, and just like that, the spike plants with nearly 2 seconds left on the clock. A 3v2, but Max guarding sight with that tour de force, and Bright looking in the wrong place. Oh, great rotation now. If Max peeks, it can't spell the disaster, but it's Max who clutches it out and finds that elimination. It is up to D-Nuns to save the day. You've got to find not 1, not 2, not 3, but 3 eliminations against Providence College here, and as D-Nuns is going to try to peek the corner, they will instead be a bullet a little bit closer than they were hoping. Providence College going up 3-1.
And so Providence, when they buy an advantage or an even amount of guns, they can get the win. So far, looking very strong offensively, and well, that one came down to a nail biter, Septilence. They got that spike on just on time. So they're not making it easy on themselves, but they are making it work.
Yeah, certainly not easy, but like you said, making it work. Things have been mighty close, but for the losing team, you know, close only counting in horseshoes and hand grenades. And while we do have some raised nades here, it's not quite the same. It's going to be a great opportunity moving forward, though. Providence College, they just, you know, they had a rough start at the beginning of Ascent, and they have not slowed down since. Max going to be the first one to bite the bullet here, almost getting that trade onto D-Nuns, who cannot heal themselves, so that damage is certainly permanent. Basically a 4v4 for the time being.
Yeah, a little bit like that. Providence have been playing a little more patient, more with these mid-rounds on these full buys, and Cloner, oh no, couldn't get the pick, and Retina with the quick reactions able to get that kill. So it is going to be that 4v4. So there is a Sky for Albany on very low health. There's a big pick from Butta looking to make movements in. Right with that trigger discipline, but can't get the kills. Unfortunate, and now we have Providence in sight.
Providence, definitely. They've got their eye on the prize here. Butta getting a boom buddy kill. Now, that's certainly not something that we see very often. White Chocolate taking out Retina in a bit of a second-place prize, if you will. Finds that elimination and then will be eliminated to boot. Providence finding themselves up 4-1 on the game. And I'm really eager to see how this series is going to wrap up, because we saw, you know, the hyper-aggression from Providence on the offense. Their defense on Ascent was really not that great. So when we get back around to it, I think it's going to be a numbers game. How well do they do in this first half might dictate if they can walk away with a second half win.
It might. I just, for some reason, from after it said, I trust Providence more on defense. I do. Maxim has done so much, and maybe they can catch some Chambers off guard when they have to play that sentinel role, but I'll say Providence are creating a great lead for them right now on offense. Able to get some great kills. I've been worried about this raise for Butta, and normally I like the Jet entry instead, but been using those blast packs very effectively to get in sight, avoid some tactics, and use those paint shells especially to their ability. Eager to see what else Butta will do here as Maxim does take down one.
Yeah, I'm excited to see if Butta's going to pop the ult here, you know, bring that showstopper out, maybe get a little bit more aggressive than even the team is expecting. We see Bright with the Hunter's Fury getting, I think, just a tap onto Max, but unfortunately not much more. That tap can go a long way in the latter half, right? Now Retina bringing out that Stimmy, trying to get the opportunity to move the team in forward. Okay, there's that showstopper I was thinking about. It looks like D-Nuns is going to have that show stopped. Sal not particularly far behind, a 4v2. Butta really starting to wake up here on the race.
Yeah, wow, so impressive. And 4K there, just going straight through the entire team like a bulldozer. Will not stop until all are taken down. And Butta is just embodying the momentum of Providence right now. Win after win, kill after kill. Something has to change for Albany before this one gets away with them.
I can't believe this is so reminiscent of what we saw on Ascent. We saw, I believe, a 6-1 scoreline that then turned into a 7-5 perhaps, or a 6-6. There really has been a real back and forth, but here on Bind it has felt much more one-sided. In all honesty, it has been very aggressive in favor of Providence, and it looks like that is not slowing down for even a moment. D-Nun's already able to find themselves in the proverbial spawn room, waiting for the next round to start. Oh, I love the orbital strike there coming out from Providence. They've cleared U-Haul entirely. They know that this A site is a little bit safer. It's a little bit more open in their favor.
Use that the best of their abilities. Seekers ready to come out from Merc and track down some more opponents here. Retina is stimmied, and that's gonna, maybe clear way for Retina, but not enough kills for them. Providence still with the advantage at 4-2, especially after another kill from Merc. The Shock Darts trying to find Cloner in heaven. That's a nice pick from both Retina and Merc, taking down both CT and Heaven. Albany can't get away with anything. You saw their Sky trying to throw out the guiding light real quick and get a quick pick, but got taken down immediately by Retina. And then on the post plant, just covered out by the smokes. Can't get any ground. I don't know what's going to work for Albany right now, Sept, because nothing is.
It truly does feel like nothing is working out for them, at least not nearly as well as it needs to be. I'm only hoping at this point that they're going to be able to clutch out a little bit more in the second half. Providence, like I mentioned, from that halftime swap back on Ascent, they have not slowed down for even a second. On the offense, on the defense, they have really just been able to keep themselves large and in charge, keeping themselves in the driver's seat. Albany right now, it just feels like they're unfortunately kind of stuck behind.
Oh my god, dude. These first picks are just lethal. I can't fathom how many times Providence have almost chosen a site just based on that first kill that they always somehow find. They are going to get evened out, though. Bright going to find a little bit of redemption for Albany and even this thing out 4-4. Surely their Raze is going to hear that orb take there. Merc looking for an entry onto A. Not going to sort out. So still some time here for Providence to decide a site as they look to transition a bit closer to A, as we're still stuck out 4v4.
A gift. Nowhere to run.
Max trying to play a bit of a long game here. The site definitely still undecided now. Okay, that seals the deal a little bit more as Sal is taken offline. That opens up site a bit more. Now they know somebody is on that Showers flank as well. Merc already taking out Bray, a 4v2 disadvantage. Make that a 4v1. White Chocolate, the sole survivor. Going to be able to make it a 3v1 now. Merc going to bite the bullet. White Chocolate, the only real concern is they know exactly where you are. If you had any kind of intel, you could pop your ult and give it a try, but unfortunately, you are just surrounded. 3v1 is going to turn into 3v none, and that's going to be Providence putting their 7th round win away.
7-1, well known in Rocket League as the Brazil as it comes out, and it's very, very effective for a team. It's about towards the end of the game, but we're not quite at the end of the game here in Valorant. There's still many more rounds to go. There's still a second half to be had on this offensively driven map, and maybe there will be a change for Albany defensively, but offensively, but defensively, we still need to see something. Bright with the most kills on their team and only 5. When it's come to head-to-head, Septilence, it has just appeared to be great reaction timing, great crosshair placement, great shots coming out from Providence against Albany.
Mechanical skill has definitely played a large part in Providence's successes so far, and I kind of, we talked about that a little bit with Maxim, who Sovas aren't really notorious for being those insane playmakers, those 4K droppers, but right now Maxim doing a phenomenal job, and it comes down to raw mechanics. It really does. The fact that they're on Sova seems to have little to do with the fact that they're really able to tear through a team like this. A great example there, D-Nun's going to be taken out. Now he pretty much guaranteed spike plant. All 6 remaining players all rushing hyper-aggressive onto this A side. The operator from Showers might be able to find something if you're lucky, but it's going to be tough. The turn it on Max with the wallbang kill onto White Chocolate. Maxim now. No, it's Max all alone, taking out Cloner. 2v1. Bright going to be swapping onto the Vandal. 22 bullets in the chamber, and it's Max. Just had the absolute download, putting Providence up 8-1.
I love what Chamber can do on offense, man. Looking like a jet without the dash. I'm telling you, these operator shots are coming out big for this team. 10-2 right now is Max. That's a KD ratio that anyone would love to have, and it is sending signal waves around this map right now that there's just sheer dominance from Providence. They refuse to get caught in these head-to-head battles and get taken down no matter what site they choose, albeit it has been a lot lately. They just choose to win their fights. And I think they'll continue to play the patient game, try to get those early picks. They've gotten that first pick, that first blood almost every round here, but they will not get it this time.
You heard it, folks. You heard it. Pyrocaster curse. It wasn't me this time. It was Pyro. No, but still, I mean, Providence, they really have been able to clutch back from what feels, at the very least, like notably worse than what we've been seeing so far. You know, a 4v5 isn't the end of the world. They can find an elimination, tie things back up, and maybe take a lead off it. But still holding on to that showstopper. Actually, that's a second one, actually. So we expect to see that showstopper making an appearance here. A great smoke out, but Cloner going to be taken down and not able to survive in the smoke. Retina storming onto the site. Maxim taking out right of the showstopper. Not going to be able to find much. D-Nuns traded out with Retina all of a sudden. Like I said, you know, Providence, they were looking at a very scary matchup, and all of a sudden they were able to take a 4-2 lead. White Chocolate taking out a double. Double might turn to triple as Butta down to 30 HP. Takes out Sal. It is a 1v1. It is White Chocolate's round to lose. They are looking to put another one on the board for Albany.
30 seconds left.
It's got to be a slow game here from Butta, or it can spell disaster. White Chocolate up and over with the headshot, able to take out Butta, and Albany finally putting their second round on the board.
White Chocolate absolutely stole that game from Providence, found some kills through the smokes, and took what was a 4v2 down to a 2v2, and actually made it possible for Albany. I mean, I think we saw this on Ascent. It was just one player to really lead the charge when it was for Providence. They were down, but it was Maxim getting kill after kill, double the amount of kills as his own team. But this time around, it could be White Chocolate for Albany to swing things in their favor, get the picks that are needed, and keep things as even as they possibly could be at a score of 8-2. We have quite the aggressive push coming out from Providence.
And aggression really has been kind of the bread and butter for Providence so far. They've been giving us nearly identical play styles every single time, and it's just a great opportunity. When you have the mechanical advantage like it feels like Providence does right now, there's no reason to not storm into your opponent and really go for the opportunity to find early elims. Cloner taking a lot of free damage there, but Bright is going to be able to cancel it out. Maxim canceling that out. We're looking at a straight-up PEMDAS right now. PC going to be moving forward. Providence looking for their time to strike, and Cloner taken offline by Max. Sal, what a shot! Onto Max as well. All of a sudden, it's up to Sal. Tour de force, and he needs to stop the unstoppable force known as Providence College right now. Wallbang kill from Maxim. Going to be able to put it down, and Providence College looking at a 9-2 scoreline.
Sal finding some crazy angles there, gotta say, using that tour de force quite well. Or, you know, whatever gun that maybe they have can use it to their abilities. We've seen Sal on the Jet. We've seen Sal on the Chamber, utilizing as much as they can the Chamber's abilities, but it's not enough that time around. It's going to be 9-2, looking at a potential 10-2 half. Septilence, I got to ask you, have we seen teams come back in a scenario like that? Do you see Albany with a chance? Surely this round here, if they can win it, will give them at least a sliver more of hope.
Now, I have seen, in my casting career, Pyro, I have seen 2 reverse sweeps from a 12-0 scoreline. Both of them on bind. So there is, in my brain, a very small chance that Albany is able to clutch this out. I've seen it with my own eyes, not once, but twice. And I think there's very much a real opportunity. Now, of course, these are different teams than I saw those 2 times. But right now, Merc really trying to make sure there's as many points on the board as possible. Retina, and choosing not to go up and through their own molly, but Merc is going to be down on site, able to get a collapse onto Sal. I think what is really working well for Providence is how they just kind of snake around. They circle in and around Albany, so then Albany has nowhere to hide. It becomes impossible for them to get out of an engagement. It's up to Bright to drop the ace. The Hunter's Fury coming through because Providence, they know darn well this is the final round of the half. You might as well pop what you've got.
Pop what you got, Bright. Come on, give it right back to him. We'll look for one here, but it's just not enough. Merc with the 4K on the final round of this half. Well, Septilence, let's give that energy here. Let's see the three-peat of the reverse sweep. Not quite the reverse sweep, but boy, does it feel like that. Providence with just a heck of a dominant streak here. Momentum for them on Bind. They played very well defensively on Ascent. Will those defensive capabilities sort out here on Bind as well for them to finish out this series?
And this is such a fascinating situation as well, because it's not the 9-3 curse. It's, oh, we only have to win 3 more rounds. But when the game switches like this, when the game really begins to kind of flip back on its head, you go back to a full-blown economic equality here. It's going to be very difficult for Providence to come through. They need to win this off of sheer mechanical skill.
Providence has displayed that skill in those head-to-head fights. Dual guiding light here over towards Showers. It favors D-Nuns on the first pick, as it looks like Raze is going to get a bit of a distance here and swarm them a little farther back there on the paint shells. But White Chocolate is making headway and catches the Butter off guard. Chance here for Albany to make way.
Max able to take out Sal. D-Nuns picking up their second kill of the round. Retina down. Maxim taking out D-Nuns, and Maxim just on a tear per the stinking usual. Comes through, picks up a double, and puts Providence in the 11th round win column. This is going to be an awesome opportunity for Providence to succeed. They need 2 more rounds here, Pyro, and they can give us an insanely dominant performance here on Bind.
This could end up being a shame, Septilets, because I want to see what Albany can do when we reach the mature stages of the econ and work this map to the best of their ability offensively. We may not get there. We have better buys here coming out for Providence. Almost even, actually, as we have Albany trying to force a win, too. So this is where it starts to get really interesting, is you want Providence to close this out, and you want Albany just to stay alive.
Yeah, you want Albany just to stay alive here, because we would love to see them bring out a little bit more action on the defense, or on the offense, excuse me, of Bind. Now it's already a double kill in favor of Providence College, and Pyro, I hate to say it, but I just do not see this train stopping anytime soon. I bought a ticket, but still, they aren't stopping for me. White Chocolate desperate to try and make that stop happen. A double kill already coming through. Now it's a 3v1. I've got to say, if anybody's going to ace clutch, it's going to be White Chocolate. Honest, we have seen an incredible performance from them so far. Even greater so, considering their team is at such a large deficit. White Chocolate has still been in the kill feed very often.
Very often, especially in these scenarios, when they have to perform clutches, when they're outnumbered. I really want to see what White Chocolate can do. We talked so much about the Raze on Bind, so can that come?
Oh, they're both watching.
Truthfully.
No!
Oh.
Not the need! Oh, man, there's no way White Chocolate could have known they were both watching the wrong angle, but unfortunately, it is just going to be that time to strike. Providence College putting away another round win here. They are one shy, Pyro, of giving us a very one-sided Bind.
One shy, the finish line is in sight, and you know, the worst fact for Albany right now is they really tried to force that round, so now they're going to be a little outgunned here. Maybe they're trying their best with their guns right now. They're using every morsel of their econ. They're going to do what they can to make this round work for them. White Chocolate couldn't do it in the last round. Got close. Gonna get close enough for success here in this round, the second half.
This round very well could be our last. Providence College had a really rough start on Ascent. Things were looking bleak. I think we saw a 6-1 scoreline toward the beginning, and then from that moment on, they decided that they would lose a round no longer. Cloner with a huge opportunity to take out Merc. Oh my goodness, it's a bloodbath from Albany. The esports factor finally kicking in. They waited till the very last possible moment to clutch something out, and they give it their absolute darndest. Retina trying to get some action here, only has a judge to their name, and it's getting folded in on like a lawn chair after fireworks on the 4th of July. The flash comes through, and it's going to be Retina's time to strike, but there's just too many people at too many angles. Albany finally coming back to life.
Sal doing big work there, not only with the quick 2 kills, but that trademark find in the last one. You love to see Sentinels really work their sight here on Bind. Y'all still love to see Cloner kind of step up. Had 1 kill throughout all of Bind, but then came up with 2 quick ones on that Vandal. That sneaky little play to catch a 2 out near their own spawn. So Albany, they're finding sneaky ways to get back in this game, but it's going to take a little more than some crouch and sneak, shrouded step opportunities for them to get themselves back in this game.
They've clutched out 1. Can they clutch out 9 more, Pyro. That is the question on everybody's minds. Without losing a single round in the process, by the way. They have to clutch out 9 rounds in a row.
Ooh.
They found one. They're looking mighty good to find a second. They can at least make this a 12-4 score line. Bright going to be able to find that plant. That's additional credits in the next round as well. So many opportunities here for Albany to at least carry this 1 round further.
But they're going to try to work their best white chocolate impression here as the other Rays clutch factor. It's caught by that trademark. Paint Shell's coming in. Looking for that pick. And oh, Butta does find one. Working that Bucky to their best of the ability. But it's not as buffed as they would like it. Butta gets taken down. Albany holding 3 members of their squadron. And holding good econ as well. It is a long road, but you have to take it step by step, and they're making every single step worth it. This is this is impressive. You know what, Septilence? Because what do teams do when their backs are against the wall? Some falter, some fail, some give up, but Albany, they strike back.
Yeah, Albany, I mean, like you said, every step they take, every move they make, Providence will be watching them, but they might be able to capitalize off the back of it. Max now trying to get a cheeky angle down this B long, which honestly I'm shocked we haven't seen be utilized more today. It feels like this is the first time we've really had an engagement here in this B long at the start of a round. Sal has to push in, forces the other chamber to TP out, and White Chocolate gets slowed. Maxim! Cloner, Bright, already biting the bullet, and now all of a sudden things looking bleak for the side of Albany. A huge Hunter's Fury comes through, and it's Maxim, that star-studded player, to carry Providence to that 13-4 victory. We talked about it being a possibility. We talked about the influence that Maxim has had this entire series, and they come in clutch in those final moments to secure a 13-4 scoreline. Providence College walking away with a 2-0 on the board.
2-0 on the board and called kill after kill for Maxim. Who better, like you said, very influential throughout this series, whether it was defensively, offensively, or just the head-to-head pick battles. Maxim doing so well for Providence, and, you know, they earned that win on bind on offense. What an approach from just the Butta, the Rays, clearing out, using those blast packs to get space into their entry onto site, or whether it was anyone working their magic, especially some of the chamber plays on offense that I love to see. Just well done for Providence. And yeah, a 2-0 for them as they get another sweep under their belt and kick the kind of consistent streak for them to look better here. So 5-3 is their final score line here. Septilence, great job.
5-3, a massive score line, and we'll actually get to talk to somebody from Providence here in just a couple of minutes. We're going to throw it to a super short break. We're going to try to get somebody in here for interview. Everybody use this time, you know, get water, get a snack, do whatever you got to do, but come right back here because this interview bound to be a banger. We'll see you right back here in a few.
But just slowly approaching, doesn't realize it, maybe right there. They're gonna have to get shot down right past the other agent and gunned down. It's a 1v1 now. Retina looking for that KJ right behind him.
Getting as much info as they need. Nobody's there really to wallbang off the back of it. And Sal giving us that same play. Once again, Maxim finds one. Max finds another. Maxim puts down a third.
Phantom, I think, and some shots. That Phantom working out pretty well now. Maybe the Sheriff can hold off. Not quite. Right, gonna be the last here for Albany. Gets flashed and gets taken down by the wall bang. That'll be enough for a first point. Oh my, that flash is gonna do wonders though for Retina to be able to see at least who's in this site, and they look like they're holding good angles, but not good enough. Takes down one, gonna note one behind the box. That's gonna be a good wall bang. Can't last long enough. Still 2v1 Merc. If they start faltering, then this whole squad could falter. That recon bull gonna allow for a little bit of distance now for Sal to work with. It reaches Retina on the other side. There's another onto Butta. Butta still scoreless, but we do have the Hunter's Fury taking down at least Merc. And now it's getting really interesting. Albany with some...
Max has to play the long game. It's a terrifying situation because you know you are racing against that spike. Now 35 HP and a dream. Gonna go for the floor bang here, but it looks like they are shooting not quite where they need to be. Bringing up the Tour de Force once again. Looking for that time to strike. Sal takes out Maxim, and all of a sudden it is up to win. But Providence, they need this win like they need their next breath. Sal down to 8 HP. Has to play a close game, and D-Nuns gonna get taken out by Maxim. Sal not far behind. All of a sudden Providence College, they're gonna go for the rush in attempt, trying to find some eliminations They peek from every angle. There's no angle sight. Butter completely unaware it's going to be a 1-1 trade, but now Sal has to play the high ground. Able to take out one more. Can we see a third? But no, the smoke. Going to get them taken down. The wallbang headshot traded out by Cloner. Like I said, 1 round shy of guaranteeing at least a draw going into the second half. Maxim takes out Cloner. And they
Back in time to fend off this spike. Uh-oh. It's trouble for Maxim. He does get the pick. And I don't think he has time for the defuse.
Wow.
Wow. Each side, and you can see how that affects them. A couple great picks for Maxim. Eventually taken down, but numbers game not looking well for Cloner. Look at that flash still hiding out of backside. Can't get the pick. The wall bang taking him.
Waiting for more rotations. You're going to be able to find maybe 1, maybe 2, but no, the reload might do it. Has to bite the bullet, unfortunately. A great attempt, but the classic only crouch there finds Merc out. And now I love it. Oh my goodness, it's basically a free defuse. Maxim 1 HP, gonna really struggle to get out of there without biting the bullet, biting the turret rather, and White's there. It's gonna be a 1-1 trade, 1 turn to 2 as the no command comes to a close. Bright finds the trade out as well. Resurrection not exactly available, but honestly quite a good distraction for the time being. Bright trying to find the flank, the spray, and the fray does come through. Merc takes out Cloner, but it's gonna be Sal, Butta, and Risen personal. Giving Retina a low kiss on the forehead before sending him to the Shadow Realm. Max able to take out Bright with a phenomenal shot there. The Headhunter takes it down. Butta finds 1. Maxim finds another. Sal takes out Maxim, but the damage may have already been done. I guess we're just going to have to wait and see where these next eliminations really come from. Max.
Around the boxes, can they go, or will they get picked out by the other?
Comes through on the KJ, but I don't think anyone's there to catch it. What a great spot for Sal to catch out the spike. They know somebody's close in the corner, but they do not check that right, and all of a sudden, their head has been I wouldn't be surprised to see the Hunter's Fury make an appearance. There's 1, there's 2, and Max gonna get up close and personal, looking for the kill, misses every bullet, ties 1, finds another, and Max!
Into a site that they may actually be able to plant from. And I think they will.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's no reason not to. They have gotten the whole team basically down and out. And as White Chocolate bites the bullet, that's the 2 advantage right now. A huge opportunity to win this second round. And like we said, the teams that win the first very often are suspected to win that second one, statistically speaking. And it looks like Max on line. 3 HP in a dream, but it's Bright with that opening kill. Retina able to take out White Chocolate. Sal finding Butta. So that's going to be the site wide open once again. Sal coming in, able to find a double kill. Max trades it back out for Bright. A 3v2 very much in favor of Albany as they've got a mega health advantage. Providence, definitely. They've got their eye on the prize here. Butta getting a boom buddy kill. Now that's certainly not something that we see very often. White Chocolate taking out Retina in a bit of a fortunately not much more. That tap can go a long way in the latter half, right? Now Retina bringing out that stimmy, trying to get the opportunity to move the team in forward. Okay, there's that showstopper I was thinking about. It looks like D-Nuns is going to have that show stopped. Sal, not particularly far behind. Cloner going to be taken down and not able to survive in the smoke. Retina storming onto the site. Maxim taking out Bright in the showstopper. Not going to be able to find much. D-Nuns traded out with Retina all of a sudden. Like I said, you know, Providence, they were looking at a very scary matchup, and all of a sudden, they were able to take a 4-2 lead. White Chocolate taking out a double might turn to triple as Butta down to 30 HP, takes out Sal. It is a 1v1. It is White Chocolate's round to lose. They are looking to put another one on the board for Al. Good evening, everybody, and welcome back one more time here at the ECAC, brought to you on Esports U. I'm still Septilence. That handsome lad is still Pyro J, and this time we are joined by Retina Games, a player from the side of Providence College, who are walking away with an aggressive 2-0 victory here tonight. A couple of the teammates in the background there. So, Retina, I gotta ask, man, we talked about this a little bit during the break, but the beginning of the series was certainly not in your favor. Things were looking really, really bleak, and then at some point, y'all just kind of snap, and all of a sudden you guys just dominate for the rest of the series. So walk me through what happened in that attempt to just kind of flip that switch. What gave you guys that opportunity to walk away so dominantly by the end of the series?
Yeah, absolutely. It definitely started off a little different than we would have expected. I think major changes, once we noticed their really aggressive pushes that were really kind of dominating our play style, we kind of switched it up, you know, thanks to a few of our teammates. Our RGL Max back there, he had us switch it up. He had us make sure we're focusing on holding and retaking especially, and that allowed us to kind of switch our our positioning around, especially focusing a lot of our positioning to that B side that they were very strong at. So I think once we realized their strength on that side, we kind of adjusted, made sure that we were focusing on holding angles and peeking off each other, and that allowed us to get way more picks earlier on in the round.
Yeah, early picks were huge. The rotations, the strategy was there. But Retna, I want to hear more about this team. I want to hear about the synergy you guys have. Clearly at Providence, it allows you to play together and really gel as a team. How important is that for your guys' success?
Our team chemistry is everything. So in every single game we've ever had, the only issue we ever have is making sure that we are calming enough, because if we are talking, if we are playing together, there's not a single team in any league that can stop us. So that's kind of our priority. That's our focus. We're making sure that we're communicating. I think that the big Friar thing across any sport, not just esports, is Friar family, and we definitely show that on our team.
Love that.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, you guys must have started calming in the middle of Ascent there, because all of a sudden, drop of a hat. Well, that and the fact that Maxim didn't go around without at least 3 kills, that really helped you all out quite a bit. But just one more very general question for you right now before we let you call it a night. Is there anybody you would like to give a general thank you or just a shout out to while you're here in the interview?
Yeah, definitely a shout out. We're a fairly new organization on campus, so shout out to the people that have allowed us to grow. Some of the historical people, Zach Gandara, Timothy Rigdon. Those are people that were kind of foundational in our growth. And then obviously shout out to my phenomenal team. Shout out to Maxime, who's just like the greatest Valorant player I've ever gotten the chance to that kid right there in the sweatshirt, the greatest player I've ever played with. And shout out to everyone who tuned in, watched, and supported the Friars.
Absolutely. Well, Retna, thank you so much for joining us, and tell all the mad lads back there a massive congrats for y'all tonight. You definitely earned it.
Will do. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Shout out Ashley.
And with that, folks, we are unfortunately going to be calling it a night. As quick as we arrive, it feels like we are already going to be calling it a night. We've got some student broadcasts coming up for you guys in just a bit. But, before we go, thank you all so much for hanging out with Pyro and I here tonight as we got to watch a real banger of a series. A huge shout out to K-Tad for all the wonderful production y'all are seeing in the back line. And, of course, thank you to Betty, our wonderful in-game observer, one of the best in the biz. Folks, for the time being, the ECAC main season does come to a close, but there is a whole lot in the very near future. So make sure to drop a follow on all of the ECAC socials if you want to follow Pyro and myself. Of course, we'd love that. Our names are listed right below us. But for the time being, my friends, we love each and every one of you so very much. Check your posture, drink some water, and don't forget to love each other. And we'll see you all next time.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to tonight's broadcast here on Esports U. Tonight we have NJCAAE Rainbow Six Siege. I'm joined here today with Sami Nami. How's it going, Sami?
I'm doing quite grand. How about yourself, Priz?
Doing pretty good. I'm hoping that we have an excellent game today. Tonight we have the Sumter Fire Ants facing off against Grays Harbor. Last week we watched Sumter dominate the Three Rivers Raiders, only losing 1 round the entire game. I would expect to see the same strength coming from Sumter again. However, this week they have a bit more competition. We brought up the stats of the players from Grays Harbor and Sumter, and Grays Harbor has a lot of mid to high ranked players, a few of them being in gold, and one of their players, Nice Aim, standing in Plat 2. Sumter doesn't have most of their players in rank, but they do have one, and that's Decky. He's in Plat 1. We watched him go like 17 kills in probably one game and very few deaths. So, even though Sumter doesn't have a lot of ranked players, as I mentioned before, Sumter's a very powerful team with great communication and excellent strategy. Sami, knowing all this, what are your predictions for this game?
So my predictions for this game is I'm actually thinking Sumter's got this. Personally, I do believe that. The reason being that based on what you divulged to us, from what I've seen in previous games that I've casted for Rainbow Six, although not the greatest, I'll admit, a lot of the domination came from ranked players versus those that played casually or just to enjoy the game as a team.
I definitely agree with that one. Ranked players do have a bit more experience when it comes to the game. However, usually in esports, ranked is not always the same. So even though a casual player and a ranked player has their differences, it usually comes down to skill here. We'll be getting into the character banning now. For map selection today, we have Sumter banning Bank and Grays Harbor banning Cafe. Sumter will be picking Clubhouse for the first map with Grays Harbor defending, and Grays Harbor picks Oregon next map first with Sumter defending. And the deciding map will be Villa. And for our first ban, we have Thatcher coming from Grays Harbor. It's a good pick overall. Sami,
Yeah.
what do you think that the next ban defender will be?
If we're talking defenders, and I might get this wrong, because I usually see these two get banned first, it would be probably Valkyrie. But then again, we're banning the attackers here first, so we see IQ get banned. I don't believe I've seen enough of IQ to understand her kit.
IQ has a kit where she sees electronics through walls, and knowing Sumter, they picked operators specifically to get rid of a main on the other team. So I believe that's what they're going to be doing today, and I believe that's what they'll be doing on the defense here as well, as we see Cade being banned, and they did not ban Cade at all last week. So that's definitely got to be, a little nitpick ban there. Cade is a very strong defender if used correctly, being able to electrify a lot of different gadgets. And we'll see the next ban coming from Grays Harbor here, as it is Mira. A very common pick here. Sami, I know you predicted that one earlier.
I did. A bit off stream there with the Mira pick. But surprised not the Valkyrie. Valkyrie I always saw as a popular ban, so to see Cade banned instead, it's like as you mentioned earlier, it seems that they're trying to get rid of a comfort pick for the other team.
Yeah, it definitely seems like a comfort pick sort of thing, and we'll be seeing a lot of different utility coming out on both sides, as we have Mute, Bandit, Thunderbird Castle, and the Jaeger. Doesn't look like that the attackers will be able to come into the objectives too easily. Sami, what are your predictions with how the attack plan is going to be for Sumter here?
So let's see here. If you are Sumter here, being the attacking team, and we're looking here at the clubhouse, right?
Yes, we are.
And on second floor specifically, just going through the whole list here. Tactically,
10 seconds to go.
if you take a look at where they're electrifying the wall currently,
5 seconds
that's one of those biggest entry points. If left exposed, it's easy for attackers to get through there. But given that they did electrify it, it makes it harder to engage that. So you may want to try to come in through the roofs and try to get angles. But your biggest thing is to have to stay alive. You're no good to anyone dead. You're better to everyone on your team alive.
Definitely agree with that one. We saw Sumter pick this map last week as well, and their attack strategy was a lot playing on the windows facing the front of the building. They like to swarm, but again, they also like to overwhelm in certain areas. And we see a Twitch coming out to try and get those electric devices guarding that wall. The Mute Drummer is going to block the Twitch drone from getting inside. As we see the defense team not much roaming around. Jaeger's on the first floor, and Bandit's kind of hugging the wall there. As we got 3 attackers from Sumter trying to get rid of the electronics there. And Joshua is still droning around. Actually, what is Joshua playing today? We got Zofia. He's not playing his usual Montaigne that we saw last week. So
man. Would love to see some Montaigne. You know me, I'm the big tanky shield guy. I'm always about the tanks.
Yeah, we did love the shield last week, but
Oh no!
We already see a kill coming from point blank. Not sure where that was from. But it was a very clean headshot. Oh, it looks like it came from the window, and we got a firefight coming up. Point blank, another headshot in Hell Beetle.
Wow.
Already, Sumter's falling victim to the defense here.
But
We
I
got,
would
go ahead.
go. Oh, I'm sorry. Just couldn't help myself because from what I've seen teams do is that they use the first round to feel out their opponents because it's the first round. You get an idea of how they play, and from there you start to really get the ball rolling.
Yeah, it's definitely a very common strategy seen. So if Yashawat's kind of just sitting on the hatch here, waiting for to drop down. It's going to continue to drone as they've given up on the sidewall, knowing that it's too heavily guarded. And got Kuro watching the window as all the drones are currently falling down. Yashawat dropping into the ceiling hatch. No one's watching them.
I don't think they know they're there.
Been located.
Oh
No,
no!
they definitely know. Looked up the camera way too soon as Mama's got a beard, comes around and gets the kill on Yasha. We got Kuro entering the building now, and Ace is back where Yasha died. We'll see
Yeah.
if he can actually get the kill on this one, but Kuro's going to walk back outside and try to get to the ceiling, probably to join up with Ace, as you see a firefight coming out from him. Thunderbird's going to get the kill on him, dropping him dead, and Kuro's going to be the last one alive, with the diffuser planted right in the doorway of the objective. Not
10
looking
seconds
favorable
left.
for Sumter here, and Kuro's just going to save the KD.
5
I
seconds
mean,
left.
at the end of the day, I guess you can do that. It's not really, in this kind of a game, it's not
Operators, you have
Valorant.
run out
It's
of
not
time.
CSGO. If you live at the end of the round, you're not really saving anything except maybe humiliation from
All
being
you really
killed?
save is your KD, and
Yeah.
your honor, basically.
And even then, I think the biggest downfall for Sumter there was Finka went down first. Finka's a person that provides the team with extra adrenaline. That adrenaline supposedly heals you. And anyone that can heal you in a game that's based
Attackers
on
need to locate
shooting
and defuse as many bombs as
is
they
essential
can.
to keep alive.
Agree, especially on attacking with so little operators having the ability to heal on the attacking side. But Point Blank was coming out with clean kills, stayed alive the entire round, and got 2 kills. Same with Thunderbird. Thunderbird held that door very hard, and was able to prevent both Yasha and I believe it was Ace from getting inside. And they picked the same the other second floor objective. So we'll see what Sumter
10
can
seconds
come up
left
with
before
to
insertion.
prevent the same outcome as the first round.
5 seconds left.
Yeah. With this here, the bomb sites are not set up in the
Locate
same
and defuse the
spots,
bomb.
which you could say is nice. It's a good thing to have, but they're still heavily fortified. They're heavily guarded, and right now Sumter has to work the angles.
Yeah, Sumter has to work a
Ooh.
bunch of different angles. You got Yasha playing the Monte now that we all love to see, and it was a big player last week with no kills, but was able to assist their team so much that they got double banned in the next game from Flash and Monte.
Wow.
And Monte, and we see Maverick trying to get a hole open in the sidewall there, but gets a little bit
Bomb
of
located by
electricity in
attackers.
them. Yasha already, stalking their prey, going up on the rafters.
Oh, I think he's been seen now, but I'm curious
Sure.
what have they been seen? Okay, they have.
They have, but Kuro's going to come in with a kill already,
Oh,
and
no.
and Yasha is going to be
Bomb
knocked
has been
almost
located.
to the ground as the show go charging in, and Point Blank is knocked down. Decky coming in with the LMG.
I mean, oh, that was unexpected.
Maverick forgot how dangerous explosive were, especially the thermite charge, which is unfortunate, but still Sumter has the man advantage with 4-3 right now. As Yasha is already in the objective and pushing back the mute. He's going to block the doorway, but every defender is not in the objective. The only one that's able to really access it right now is the person
Oh,
on the
no.
stairs.
Attackers
And then
are activating the
Mama's going to
bomb
be able to get Yasha down clean, and Decky's going to come in with the LMG kill on IV. goes back into the garage, and as Kuro's watching the defender from the outside hole, Mama's going to try to get into the objective, but Kuro is also watching that angle.
I think they don't have any idea until it's too late.
They have no idea. Kuro got a clean kill on Mama's right there, and was able to secure the round. That looked a lot better than last round. It did seem like they had better coordination on that one, and I think that they did exactly what you said. They've got a feel for who they're playing against, and they were able to strategize around their play.
So let me point something out here. Is it just me, or did it seem they ignored the Montaigne there?
Montaigne is hard to really get to, especially when he starts approaching you, because if he's looking you dead straight on, your chances of hitting him are almost none, unless you have some sort of explosive. They did almost down him when he was walking away and he turned around for a split second. And I think they also might have got a shield up a little bit. But we're going to see the same objective as the second round here with the same loadout. I don't think they play too many other operators. It looks like they're heavy playing their mains because they've got the same load as last time. But we'll hope maybe we'll see something from Grays where they'll improve from last time. We got Yasha playing the Monty again, which Monty going up on the rafters did seem to distract them, which definitely aided in Maverick and Thermite being able to open the door, even though Maverick took the bite from Thermite's charge.
Yeah, I think that might have been a thing of miscommunication there.
It's hard to miscommunicate when you got something something detonating right in front of you, but yeah, it could be a little bit of miscommunication. But it looks like they're going to go for the same strategy where Maverick's going to try going through the wall, and we got Bandit
and a little too close each time.
Close, but it's not too much damage where it's absolutely detrimental. So Maverick's going to continue to keep chugging away at the wall. Going to get electrocuted again. We got,
Montaigne's already on the rafters.
Yasha's already back to his normal spot, doing what he does best, calling out where every single person is. As I believe that, nice aim, coming in with a MV7 headshot on Decky. Not looking good for Yasha as he frantically tries to get away from two people watching him, guards the garage door. He's not going to be able to move up there. There's too many people watching him as Yasha falls back. Mama's watching the cash room right now as Kuro and Montaigne go to the roof now, and Maverick ditches his wall and tries to go back around.
Yeah, one of the biggest crutches that I do understand that Montaigne has here is that his main primary here is going to be his pistol. He doesn't really have a gun because he's holding his shield the entire time.
Agree, yeah. If you can use it well, it's a very strong pistol because it has a high rate of fire and essentially no recoil. But at the same time, if you want to land those shots, you have to drop the shield, which is almost pretty much deadly in these types of situations. As IV comes in with a headshot on Hellbeetle, the MB7 being a really deadly weapon this round, and Yasha's going to try and get a kill. And as I said, that dropping that shield is deadly in these situations with this kind of skill level.
That it is. I didn't see that they went down.
Yeah, we're back to 4v1 with Kuro being the last one alive. Kuro seems to be a backline player, so it's not too surprising to see them being the last one up. As Mama's still playing on the stairs and gets a nice peek on Kuro there, ending this third round here.
Well, see, what I think went wrong there, we saw the same two people go down as we did in the first round on Sumter's side, which was the Flinka, and I didn't get I can't remember the second one specifically, but it might have been Zofia, I believe.
It was definitely Zofia.
In any case, you don't have that adrenaline rush again, which is used to keep your teammates alive.
Right, and we're gonna see the bedroom play again, so this will be interesting to see if Sumter can come back from this. But yeah, Finka and Zofia went down, which is their front line besides Monty. And once you start losing those characters, especially the Finka, because that's Decky. Decky's their main player. As I stated before, Decky's currently in Plat 1 with the other ones being unranked. While they have great team coordination, Decky got most of the kills last game. So without Decky, they're kind of losing their sword in this battle.
5 seconds to go.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see if they can it'll be interesting to see if they can re-strategize from the first round and come back with a win on this objective.
Well, do you know the saying of the pen is mightier than the sword?
Agreed.
So in this situation here, the pen is going to be your teammates. They're going to be the utility, while your sword is going to be Decky. Now, Decky can only do so much on their own. It's up to his teammates to be able to provide that extra ability usage to help him go in and get the job done.
Right. Each teammate is crucial in how a game comes out. You know, when you lose one person, you lose their utility, you lose their eyes, except for when they're on cameras. But we're gonna see Maverick try to use the same strategy from earlier. However, he's gonna start throwing nades inside. As you got one person still camping that wall, Ben is gonna try to electrify the wall.
You know,
And
out
we
of-
got Ivy crashing the game.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. As a defender, you do not want that to happen, especially since you are up in this series currently 2-1 of this map specifically.
It looks like we're gonna keep going. We're not gonna take any breaks to get him back or anything like that. But Bandit's gonna electrify the rest of the wall as Kuro comes in with a headshot on nice aim, which is very good for Sumter right now. And Mama's got beer getting Decky out of the game. That's their sledge gone. So
Yes.
so any soft walls would be a little bit harder to get through. And Screech just camping out of the corner, you know, not getting too much action, but just kind of chilling there as Kuro's coming up the
Attackers have
stairs,
located a
looking into
bomb.
objective. Now they know that they have at least some sort of
Bomb
eyesight on
located by
there
attackers.
as it's got Grace Harbor trying to peek them, but can't seem to land their shots. Mama's
No.
got a beer is going to be camping out of the bathroom, and we got Screech still sitting in their favorite corner there as Hell Beetle's going to be shooting through the window, trying to get whoever's in the workout room. Can't seem to land a shot. They're too far off to the side.
Yeah. Seems no one's firing right now, actually. They're all waiting for whoever's going to push first. Who's going to make the first move?
Yeah, it's a big game of chicken right now.
Yep, and there's about just a little over 30 seconds left in the round, but first defender going down.
Yeah, we got Hellbeetle going down from, or Hellbeetle taking the kill on Screech. Kuro's going to come in with another kill on Mama's. And Point Blank is going to be sitting in the back getting mowed down, but he's going to get a kill on Yasha. As Nomad comes in and clears the round. Kuro coming in to get the final sweep there.
Yeah, they are. Yes, Sumter's making its work now, given you could argue that Sumter won that one just because the defenders lost one before that entire engagement.
You could say that, but also, I mean, we'll be pausing the game currently for a reconnect right now. But yeah, it's one could say that they did win. It's kind of like the game last week. One of Sumter's players got disconnected, and that's
Oh.
when Three Rivers was able to come back out on top. But in this situation, it's kind of depending because both teams, Sumter does seem on the underdog side right now. They're not. They're being taken out more by Greyhound or Grey Harbor. I keep calling it Hound. They keep getting taken out more by Grey Harbor than they were last week. So there's a bit more of an even skill level here. So it's kind of hard to say, you know, if it really was because of the disconnect or if they were able to get some sort of strategy in there. But overall, what are your thoughts on the game so far?
Well, the game so far, they're looking quite even, back and forth. And like you said, sometimes skill is not dependent on numbers, but rather gameplay. Sometimes it's just, is someone where they're supposed to be? Is someone where they're not supposed to be? Did they not check their corners properly? That's the biggest one I like to point out. Did you check your corners? You didn't? Well, now you're dead. That's on you, buddy.
It's a very common problem in a lot of FPS games. If you don't check your corners, that's a death sentence for you right there. And we saw a lot last week where Sumter was able to get a lot of kills because Three Rivers was not checking their corners. And it does seem like these teams are checking their corners a lot in this game. We got Decade coming down almost every game now, besides last week where they were, I think they only had 3 kills in the first, or 3 deaths in the first game.
Yep.
But yeah, Decky's not doing too hot right now, and Grays is able to, they're able to hold their corner or hold their angles. They're able to, get a good defense strategy right now. Their setup right now is a lot on blocking the attackers out. They got the mute, which almost cancels every single kind of surveillance besides a few, and you got Bandit, which is playing those hard walls to get it, only leaving Maverick to be able to get it because we don't have a Thatcher to take out the electrics. So it's really interesting to see, how Sumter went from being a massive powerhouse in the last game to struggling a bit more in this one, trying to get through all the defenses.
Well, I also want to point out here that we're seeing Sumter, they're actually not like hard pushing this stuff. Now, given you don't hard push in this game, that's a death sentence if you do. Typically, but in this they're super slow. I mean, slow even for what I would think would be Rainbow Six Siege standards.
Yeah, it's definitely more of a waiting game this round. Or last round especially, they were sitting there with 45 seconds left and no one was moving, no one was shooting. And it's like you said, hard rushing is definitely a death sentence in this game. It's not a situation you want to be in. However, you don't want to sit behind and just let the timer roll. You only got so much time to get in there, and that time moves fast.
That it does. Now, one thing I could recommend to Sumter as the attacking team is something that got their own teammate killed last time. Use the explosives to breach that electrical wall.
That is not something you want to see getting taken out by your own thermite.
Yes. See, the idea here is, yes, Maverick's great against these electrified walls, but I would suggest that just use the explosive, break down the wall completely, so that way he can see in there.
Maybe Thermite thought that Maverick wasn't as useful after he got the wall open. Didn't need the blowtorch anymore. He got his objective done, so he wasn't needed anymore.
Just disposed of.
Well, it looks like that they're able to get all the electrics off of that wall there. So Thermite's going to place down his charge. Hopefully Maverick's out of the way this time, and he is. Hellbeetle's going to be peeking the corner first with no one watching him. But, that wall being opened, that's huge for Sumter. They weren't able to do that last round, so they were very limited on how they could enter. But with that wall open, it gives them another option. It gives Grace Harbor another angle to watch. But it looks like they got it covered pretty well. As one of them's in bathroom watching the hallway. And Stop Looking at Me is going to be down by Screech Cat. I believe that was from the bathroom that I was pointed out earlier.
Possibly.
And Decky's going to come in here with a kill on point blank, and Screech is going to get Hellbeetle as well. Decky coming out with kill on IV, getting some great peeks from the workout window. And Kuro's going to go down by the hands of Mamas. Mama's been playing pretty well this game. He's been able to kind of traverse the map. He's been playing objective, but he's been able to also kind of watch every single corner, be able to get a lot of kills. He's currently 5-2 right now with 1 assist. And we're now down to 3v2 with Decky still watching the workout window. And Yasha is going to be peeking from the side room across from A, not knowing that, Mamas is right on the other side of that wall.
You also got Nice coming up the stairwell there, so they may get caught off with Crossfire.
Yeah, it'll be an interesting battle right here, as Yasha's either going to get hit by Mamas or Nice aim, as Decky's now back on the open wall, trying to see if there's anybody watching him. Oh, he's going to get a clean headshot on Screech. Screech having a good position there in the bathroom, but not able to, get away from Decky. You see Decky starting to come back from what we were mentioning last week. Absolute powerhouse coming in. So Yasha getting almost getting the kill on Nice aim there. As Decky gets a kill on Mamas and planting the diffuser. Yasha's just holding the angle at this point with the LMG as they trade for the final kill.
They just ran for it. They truly run and gunned it.
Yeah, Yasha knew that, he was playing the diffuser. All he had to do was hold that angle, make sure that Bandit couldn't get up there. And took the sacrifice to get that last trade in there to win the round. So that was, that was a very good play. And as I mentioned, getting that wall open was a big play for Sumter.
Yeah.
Sure, Thermite and Maverick kind of, ate dirt from it, but Decky was able to use that hole to take out Screech and then get through the objective, taking out Mamas, and I believe that was it. And then he got the diffuser down, and Yasha and Kuro were able to get the rest of them.
That they were. And we do see, let's see here. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm not good with the names of the rooms, but they seem to be just pretty much almost the same thing again, where you get your little access from the secondary rooftop there. One level down, being faced with the electrical wall. It's just repeat again. That's a lot. That's what happens a lot in this game. You notice that it just repeats over and over in terms of strategy.
Yeah, most teams tend to have a set strategy that they go for, and that's why they pick the maps they do. But again, this is Sumter's pick for a map. The Sumter picked Clubhouse for their first map here, and then we got Gray Harbor's pick, which is Oregon next round. So, to see Sumter, being tied with.
Oh, what was that?
Oh, we got Nitro coming out, almost taking out Maverick again. This Maverick's not going to like that. It's going to throw a frag grenade in there, see if he can get anybody or the electronics. And it looks like he's not able to get it, unfortunately.
Yeah, you got to be careful because you'll just get electrified.
Yeah, that Nitro did a number on Maverick, and he's got to be careful now with the electric. And looks like he was able to get the gadgets, but again, he's being hit in the feet. It's not a good spot for Maverick right now, as he's gonna fall, almost taking fall damage there. But luckily, that's not an area he can. As Thermite's gonna be able to get his charge off, and I'm gonna keep bringing this joke up. Luckily, Maverick is safely a safe distance away from the blast zone, and he's got a good angle right now. He's watching. He almost got whoever's behind that wall back there.
That they did.
As we got 3 people watching the hole in the wall there. Nice Aim's the one in the cash room right now. Almost got shot by the Maverick, and we see IV watching the first floor stairs as Yasha, and I believe that was Twitch over there, still on the front of the site, or the map, and got Point Blank and Screech now in the garage, as Decky and Yasha are going to be running into the first floor, but they're going to run into IV soon. If IV looks back around, he just walked away. Decky's probably going to be able to get a sneak kill, as Point Blank's going to get a kill on Beetle, but Decky coming in with a nice kill on whoever it was. Everything's going crazy. We got kills left and right. Kuro coming in with 2 kills on Mamas, and it's currently a 1v1, Jaeger versus Nomad.
And right now, Jaeger has the angle.
Yeah, Jaeger's got the angle. But
no.
Kuro knows where he is. This is just going to be a massive firefight, as Point Blank's going to be able to knock off a bit of health. Flashbang coming out from Kuro. Is he going to be able to get the kill on it? But no, Point Blank is gone right now. Just absolutely just vanished. Bulletproof Cam being able to point out, but no, Point Blank was not looking in the right area. They weren't calling out where Nomad was, and Kuro is going to be able to come in here with a clean kill on Point Blank.
Now we do see the side swap.
Yeah, we're going to be side swapping. Grays Harbor is now going to be attacking, with Sumter now defending on their own map pick. So we should see some strong picks here for Sumter, as again, this is their map pick. So they have a certain strategy that they want to do. We're going to see not too much blocking utility as we saw from Grays, but we're going to see a lot of anti-personnel utility. We got Smoke and we got Malusi coming out on Sumter's side, with the usual Castle, Bandit, and Jaeger to take out some other utility.
Yeah.
But yeah, we got Malusi and Smoke, which can be a deadly combo if used correctly. But after Malusi's nerf, it's a little bit more difficult to get it done right. But they're going to be playing basement, which we haven't seen yet, and it's going to be interesting to see how Grays Harbor is going to come in with their attacking strategy. Sorry, kind of cut you off there, Sami. What were you gonna say?
Oh, good. You're on a roll. I'll let you be. But yeah, I just wanted to point out, we're in the basement. Finally! Some change. Don't get me wrong. We see the first floor, second floor each time, but we didn't see basement get used at all by Grace Harbor. They never decided on it.
Yeah, it's an interesting pick. Usually, a lot of teams like to go basement, such as Sumter here. They like to play basement. However, Grays, they really like that second floor, even though, it really didn't end up in their favor in the last few rounds there. And overall, it didn't go too well for them. It worked well in the beginning, but Sumter was able to figure them out and get a 4-2 lead. But yeah, they didn't play basement at all, which is, an unusual pick. But my question is, did they get the hatches up here? Last week we saw that the hatches weren't covered as much, but it does look like they got the hatches here. As Graves is going to be storming the first floor to get to the stairs here to try and get some sort of angle on Sumter here.
Yeah. And right now we're trying to just figure out, what is Decky up to? Up on the second floor. We see a little rat lurking around.
Decky's waiting to get some sort of jump on Grays here. It's a good play. A lot of people kind of forget that somebody could be up there, but I think they do know that Decky's at least up there. Or Sunny is just roaming. As Kuro is going to come in with a kill on Nice Aim right now. That's actually a pretty good shot. And IV is going to get a kill on Yasha. Decky currently watching from the second floor again. He's going to be able to get a kill on Point Blank, who is droning.
Ow.
Wasn't watching, unfortunately. And Screech and IV are going to be back in bar, trying to find a way down. As Mom is still watching the hatch. And Decky's still roaming around on the first floor, but coming down, we might see an interaction here between. And Mama's gonna be completely surprised by Decky there. Decky sees the Monte and says, "Nope, I'm done." Throws an impact and runs away to fight another day. Doesn't want to try and handle the Monte. He still thinks he's up there, which is that's a safe bet. It's a good play, but Decky is going to be trying to roam around. It looks like, and
attackers recovered the diffuser.
This might either be really deadly for Grays as his 2v4 right now, or they'll know that Decky's coming.
Yeah. One of the biggest things as attackers is that time is not an ally here until you've planted.
The bomb diffuser.
Yeah. That was a quick kills by Kuro and Decky there, and that's it. Yeah, Decky came in with the flank as Kuro absolutely shredded Iana for busting on the wall. We're gonna see that's the fifth win for Sumter right there. This is now 2-5.
That it is. They do pull out the Montaigne again, and we're actually going to the second floor, so I'm not sure how they're trying to utilize this Montaigne here, because the way they were playing him on the first floor, he was way too exposed compared to being able to go through basement, because close corridors is Montaigne's friend in terms of natural cover. The only thing that could shut him down is explosives. Now, the exception being is if above his head is not cleared, because he doesn't have anything that covered the top of his head.
Right, yeah, that angle that Decky had at the very end of the round there was very beneficial for him. Monty, it does look like he has some cover above his head, but he really doesn't. If you get a straight down shot on him like Decky did there, it's a really easy kill on Monte, and he can't really do anything about it. But the second floor is kind of better in this situation. There's a lot more corners in this area that Monte can use, unless he goes into the rafters, which we saw Yashi do the last time. But we've seen Yasha play Monty last week, where they know how to use Monty's shield, like the ins and out of that shield. They know every little bolt that's in that metal slab. But Grace Harbor, we don't really know. But from what we saw, they use Monty as a quick surveillance personnel. Just trying to see who's there and whatnot, but they don't really know how to keep their corners covered.
Oh, no.
We're gonna see a quick thermite charge getting placed on the wall, as there's nothing to defend it. Bandit must have not really been interested in that wall.
Oh, hello.
Let's get a little greeting there from Hellbeetle.
Hello there.
And they're going to be able to quickly run into the objective. Screechcast just pointing out every single person that's in the garage and objective. And doesn't look like they're going to be watching as Hellbeetle
no.
gets taken down by Screech.
Yeah,
They're just going to be storming the objective here as Mama's going to be placing the diffuser down. Yasha
Attackers
can't seem to
drop
get an
diffuser.
angle on him. Kuro is going to be able to get the diffuser down before it goes off. It's a very strong play, and there,
Attackers have recovered
with
their
Yasha
diffuser.
watching the diffuser, there's not going to be able to
That
get
was-
much of a plant.
You see those little lasers through the ground there? Is that supposed to be some sort of bomb?
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
What are we looking for? Oh,
Oh,
Decky
I
got a C4 kill on there, and Yasha's going to be running in to get a kill on point blank. Oh, Yasha can't go forward because of that claymore.
That's what I mean, yeah.
That's what you pointed out. Yeah, that's a claymore right there. If he tries to walk through there, it's not going to look too good. But Ivy's playing a little close to that claymore. He knows that Yasha's in that hallway. And it's not looking good for Grays Harbor as he's pinned outside with the diffuser still inside. And try and drone, but he doesn't have anything for it as he's going to get
Ooh.
knocked for a large amount of health there. Yasha's still watching that angle. He's going to try and rotate into the garage, it looks like. IV has to make some sort of miracle happen here to make this win. But no, Decky's just already knows he's going to be there.
Wow. You know, that was a good play. Being able to get around him like that, that's what you want to happen.
Yeah, the strategy was there, trying to get around from what they were already watching, but Decky was playing that area way too hard. He was watching the stairs, he was watching, that entire second floor area. Couldn't move forward because of the claymore, but in the end it was probably beneficial for him to not even push forward. And then he was able to watch the garage as well, which was able to get the final kill on IV there.
Attackers need to
Yeah.
locate and defuse
And
bombs.
that's the biggest thing about this game. We've said it before. It's positioning. Positioning is key to any game, and being able to rotate and predict the rotation, that's another level. That's another level of thought process that you have to go through in order to try to understand how your opponent plays.
Yeah, if as you play, you get more experience, and with enough experience, you can start predicting how fast it'll take somebody to move from one area to the other based on their speed
10
rating.
seconds to go.
Whether they're 1 speed or a 3 speed, and it wasn't used
5
much
seconds
in that
left.
last round there. Decky just kind of knew that he was in garage, but
Attackers are moving
you
out
know,
to locate a bomb and defuse it.
both sides here are really experienced with the game. We've seen that they know what they're doing. As Kuro's out here with 12 kills and 3 deaths. Decky's out here with 13 and 4. Coming back with the same numbers we saw last week. And Grays Harbor, not as many kills for one person, but they're pretty evenly spaced out. Ranging from 3 to 6, with only one person having 3 kills, a majority of them having 4 kills or 6 kills. So Grays Harbor has a bit more of a balanced play style, whereas Sumter has, they have their main glass cannons, or they have their, utility heavy or surveillance personnel. You're gonna see another play coming out from the sidewall on objective here, as Yasha's already inside from the ceiling hatch. Yasha just seems to like the hatch a lot and wants to, keep that angle covered.
Yeah.
Or sorry, Yasha's on the defending team. I don't know what I'm saying here.
As
we're gonna
good.
We're going to see a thermite charge being placed on the ceiling hatch here. Interesting play, but I understand that because we don't really have anything to, open it. But, we got Ivy, Point Blank, and Screech just kind of staring at the one wall there, not really knowing what to do, as they're now going to the ceiling. And it looks like they're going to be going for the ceiling hatch there, as Yasha's eagerly waiting for someone to come in there, but going to run away from the frags there.
Yeah. See, one of the biggest things that I have yet to see either team do is just, instead of waiting to blow up the electrified wall, why don't you just shoot through it? It seems many players like to go right up against that wall on the defending side.
It's hard. I mean, you can't really shoot through it, but I know what you mean. You're trying to get something over there. They do have frags on the honest side, but she already used all of those. So they don't really have anything to go through that wall, which they've realized a little too soon there. As Nice Aim's gonna get just absolutely murked by Yasha here, as he might get another one.
Oh, he was
Sitting
spotted.
on the window, but no, he didn't. He wasn't able to outrun the bullets. Just barely able to dodge dodge the bullets here. Just sitting in that corner. Oh, Mama's and IV getting quick kills on Hellbeat and Kuro, but Point Blank's going to find out that the gadget is a bit more useful than some assume in getting the kill on Yasha there, as it is now a 4v2, and it's not looking too good for Sumter, as Screech is sitting in a corner pleading for his life, just calling out where the bandit is. No, Decky's going to be able to come around and get him.
Yep, right now, Sumter, they just need to, like, last out. They cannot die. Here's the Fender with 5 seconds left.
Decky had a good idea there, but Mama was already quick on the trigger and covering that angle and pre-firing it like there was no tomorrow. Comes out with a point for Grays Harbor here, but Sumter still has the match point as we are going in now into the 10th round.
Yeah. I questioned the Montaigne pick before, but they seem to make it work very well. As you said, they use him as a surveillance type of operator rather than someone to stack up behind.
Yeah, it's a 50-50. Well, I shouldn't say 50-50. Montaigne is usually used as a surveillance person, but you can't stack up behind them. And, there's those rare occurrences where you could use him to just get in the objective and just be a little bit of a nuisance. But most of the time he's used as a surveillance operator, which is what both teams are using him for here. And it's a strong play. You get to see where everyone is behind the safety of your own shield. But at the same time, if you don't have somebody to back you up, that's going to be very problematic for you and the rest of your team.
10 seconds to insertion.
That it is. Now, do you think we'll see what we saw the first time on Sumter's defense here?
A little hard to tell, as both teams now seem to have figured out each other. But if I had to guess, I would have to say that we're gonna see something similar, as Sumter does like this defense here. They do like basement, and we're gonna see that Hibana is debating to open up the sidewall here to get into the tunnel. With no one behind them, I think they were just waiting for someone to come up with them. Yeah. We're gonna see them get a little tiny hole there, a little crawl space there, and wait for I think it was Sophia coming around the side there to back them up. But Hellbeal is gonna be watching that tunnel, already putting shots down range. Hellbeal is currently, he's doing his part. He's got 5 assists right now, 1 kill, 7 deaths. But, kills aren't everything. As long as he's got the 5 assists, he's doing something. That's very important. Oh, stop looking at me. Getting a nitro kill on nice aim from the hatch, I believe, which is very, very deadly. That's our hard breacher gone. Not able to get the hatch anymore, as Sophia is not able to get their gadgets down the area there. Yasha's covering his angles, but he can't seem to get past the whatchamacallit, the LMG there. It's Point Blank gets a kill on him.
Yeah, that Montaigne was pretty much just a standing shield. And they still are. Their main job there is just to sit there to provide protection for his teammates.
Yeah, they're
making it harder for the Sumter to get any value.
They're doing their job well. See, this is the situation where, Monte's not really being used as surveillance now. He's being used as a shield where they stack up behind him. And Hellbeal is going to be watching the angle pretty intensely. But he's not going to be able to see the Montaigne and Sophia walking up on him. His mom is trying to figure out, what's the best plan here. Got a drone going down. Can't get the hatch open either. Stop looking at me, getting a kill on Point Blank. That's our Sophia down. Monte's alone right now with 2 people watching him, as he's going to try and peek up to the wall. Bandit can't seem to get through the shield. Steps a little too far behind, gets shot from the staircase there, as it's not looking too good for Grays. They got area. Oh, Screech is going to go down. That's their Montaigne. He was able to get the angle on him, as Finka's coming around to bust down the wall. As Kuro goes down from Finka here, Finka juiced up on her nanobots there. Could go either way. It's currently 2v2 with 20 seconds left in a round. Hellbeetle gets a kill on Ivy, and it also has the angle on Maba, but gets away just in time. Maba's getting electrocuted, and Hellbeetle comes in with a quick headshot through the smoke. That'll end it for round 10. As as Sumter takes the win here.
First one in the series, 7-3. Now, by no means was that an easy victory. Let's point that out. We've seen the easy victories. That was not easy.
We have definitely seen easy victories, and in this case, Sumter, it took a bit for them to get ahead. They lost the first round, pretty severely, and they had their ups and downs in the next few rounds. But then once they got their, I believe it was their 5th win, they were able to just cruise right through. They figured out Grays Harbor, so it'll be interesting to see what happens when we go into Gray Harbor's pick, as we'll be going to Origin next.
Oregon. Yes, like the state.
Yep, of course. All right. We'll be going to a short break now, and afterwards, like I said, we'll be going to Oregon. So stay tuned. We've got an interesting game ahead of us. Kuro's going to walk back aside and try to get to the ceiling, probably to join up the case, as you see a firefight coming up from him. Thunderbird's going to get the kill on him, dropping him dead, and Kuro's going to be the last one alive with the diffuser planted right. But Kuro's going to come in with a kill already, and Yasha's going to be knocked almost to the ground as the show go charging in, and Point Blank is knocked down. Decky coming in with the LMG. Back into the garage, and as Kuro's watching the defender from the outside hole, Mama's going to try to get into the objective, but Kuro is also watching that angle.
I think they don't have any idea until it's too late.
They have no idea. Kuro.
Oh, you see that they went down.
Yeah, we're back to 4v1 with Kuro being the last one alive. Kuro seems to be a backline player, so it's not too surprising to see them being the last one up.
Oh,
as Mama's still down. Yeah, we got Helpio going down from, or Helpio taking a kill on Screech. Kuro's going to come in with another kill on Mamas, and Point Blank is going to be sitting in the back getting mowed down, but he's going to get a kill on Yasha. As Nomad comes in and clears the round, Kuro almost getting the kill on nice aim there. As Decky gets a kill on Mamas and planting the diffuser. Yasha's just holding the angle at this point with the LMG as they trade for that's going to be able to knock off a bit of health. Flashbang coming up from Kuro is going to be able to get the kill on it, but no, Point Blank is gone right now. It's just absolutely just vanished. Liquid can't be able to point out, but no, Point Blank is, or they'll know that Decky's coming.
One of the biggest things as attackers is that time is not an ally here until you've planted.
Yeah, anything for as he's going to get knocked for a large amount of health there. Yasha's still watching that angle and he's going to try to rotate into the garage, it looks like. IV has to make some sort of miracle happen here to make this win. But no, Decky's just already knows he's pleading for his life, just calling out where the bandit is. No, Decky's going to be able to come around and get him.
But right now, Sumter, they just need to blast out. They cannot die. Here's the Fender.
We got juiced up on her nanobots there. Could go either way. It's currently 2v2 with 20 seconds left in the round. Hell Beetle gets a kill on Ivy, and it also has the angle on Mava that gets away just in time. Mava's getting electrocuted. Welcome back to this eventful Rainbow Six match. Got we're coming up on Oregon now for Harbor's pick, and you are sorry. Fire Ants will be defending this round. Sami, what are your predictions for this round? Seeing as how the first round went with Fire Ants coming out on top.
So, correct me here. Sumter is defending first, correct?
Sumter is defending first, yes.
Well, if history shows here, Sumter is a better defending team than they are an attacking team. So, best bets are they're going to try to get as much value, maybe even a clean sweep here on defense, if possible, on this map.
It would be, like you said, they were much stronger on defense. However, that was on their pick. So, this is now Harper's pick. So it'll be interesting to see if Sumter is prepared for this, if they have a strategy on Oregon, or if Harbor's pick is more for their attacking attacking strategy as we get into the operator ban phase now.
Yep, that's fair enough. I mean, with this type of game here, sometimes it is a little dependent on what gets banned. You never know. But I do get the feeling we're going to see maybe some specific bans here. IQ again coming out.
Sumter's definitely going for, personal picks here, because we saw the IQ last time. And I wouldn't be surprised to see Thatcher again. Thatcher was definitely a dangerous ban the last game. There was a lot of situations where Thatcher would have been really useful, and in some cases they weren't able to open the wall because of the Thatcher ban. And there we go again. We got another Thatcher ban. And on Oregon, just like Clubhouse, it could go either way. It's either going to be very favorable for the defenders, or maybe they don't even need a Thatcher.
I mean, with this type of game, having so many operators, rather than learning all of them, you learn only a handful of them. Now, when you come to situations like these where bans are involved, now that becomes a problem when you have someone you play get banned.
Agreed.
So, a very select few, but one I could throw myself into as this category would be the people that learned every single operator, how to play every single one, and how they like to play it.
Definitely
as in play style.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. We're going to see the same bans as the first round here, as stated before. Grays is going to be attacking first, as this is their map pick, and got an interesting setup already. We got Mute, Bandit, and Frost on the defending side, with Jaeger and Lucy following behind. A lot of anti-personnel, looks like, with a few like anti-utility, anti-drone, really. But we're gonna be going up to the second floor to start out here, which is it's a very 50-50 site in my opinion. There's a lot of different angles that both defenders and attackers can utilize here, especially the main window. If attackers can secure that window, it's usually a clean sweep from the attackers to get on the defenders, unless the defenders are really good at holding angles, holding their positions. But yeah, it looks like Sumter's gonna be bunkering down on the second floor here. There's not a lot of them are roaming. As you see, devices going down now after the reinforcements have been placed. Yeah, it looks like a lot of them are going to be staying near objective, not too much roaming, except for the Malusi. And Decky's going on the run now. He's going to be, hunting for his prey. We're going to be seeing a front door entrance, but Decky's already getting into a gunfight up here, probably.
They're trying to. In fact, they're so close, they just don't know it.
Yeah, I got point blank trying to go on drones. Can't see anything from the mute jammer, which, good on the mute jammer there. But yeah, we got Yasha sitting literally right behind that wall. If anybody tries to go through the door, or no, this Hellbeetle's sitting there. And nice aim, already getting the kill on Decky. That's going to be very tragic for Sumter there. I gotta say before, Hellbeetle getting 2 shotgun kills off the bat. Throwing a nitro cell out there, seeing if you can get another one, but the nitro cell doesn't land outside. But already Hellbeetle on his last limbs here, but got 2 kills with a shotgun. That's actually very impressive. As you see Screech going ahead on the second floor there. Oh, Hellbeetle's hungry. He's trying to get a shot off. As IV gets a kill on Crow, and Nice Aim gets a kill on Hellbeetle. Got around him by opening the wall in the floor there.
And now we have stop looking at me. Well, we can't stop. You're the only one left to look at.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to not look at you.
Yeah. Oh, he knows he's there, but he just didn't have his gun out. He was too busy running.
Yeah, it's a very tough spot to be in. There's a lot of different holes to be watching, and he got caught in the run there from Zofia, who already had her gun drawn. So it was a very good defense from Sumter, seeing Hellbeetle get two shotgun kills, and I believe it was Decky getting a kill already. And yeah, but Decky went down, and soon everyone followed suit. Hellbeetle had a good angle, but was able to get overrun by the hole being opened, or the wall being opened. Sorry. A lot of people don't utilize that wall as much. You know, either it's reinforced or usually it's not, but most of the time it's not even really touched. So it was interesting to see that, you know, they were able to use that wall to their advantage to get Hell Beetle out of there. We're going to see the same objective this time. I think Sumter's trying to, you know, going to try and fortify it better. We got Hell Beetles going back into their favorite position, trying to see if they can get more kills here. And Kuro's going to be placing some traps kind of far from sight, get some early health knocked off the board. May not secure a kill, but it will definitely be able to get somebody down to at least, you know, at least something manageable. We're going to see a couple spawn peaks already. Kuro and Decky. Decky's already going to get a spawn kill on Screech here. And that's their Monty already gone. That's going to be probably vital for Grace here. Because last
That's
time,
devastating.
yeah, last time Grace was able to use the Monty to run up to the second floor, but now they don't have him anymore. So
they're running in blind. There's no other way to say this.
They are running in blind, and Decky's gonna probably be able to get a kill because there's 3 people right next to Decky as he rounds the corner.
Oh no!
Got point blank, but Nice Aim already knew that he was gonna be there and was able to get the refrag on that one. Very, very nice call on Zofia there, but also very good on Decky there. He was able to get 2 players out of the game already, and it's now a 3v4 as Thermite. He's debating it. He's got trauma from the last round there.
Oh, hello.
Kuro's,
Gotta look up.
Kuro's got the hatch covered as IV's going to go down to Frost. It's now down to 2v4. Nice Aim is currently blowing up the floor right now, seeing if we can get anybody.
So they're trying. They really are trying. They just can't find anyone.
Yeah, all you can do sometimes is just try. But Nice Aim is going to try to sneak his way back to the back of conference room there, or meeting hall, sorry. As Mama's going to try and, you know, meet up with him in the back of tower.
Oh, and I can't tell if Nice Aim's just going back and forth or what is their plan here. They're just kind of, again, it's one of those where they're playing it real slow. They do have a minute. It's not like they're down to 25 seconds like last map. They have time to take it slow here, but yeah, they're just very roundabout right now, which is a little odd.
We're going to see a thermite charge coming out from Mama's here. That, you know, that tower wall, for some reason, not electrocuted, but, you know, if I remember correctly, Frost is currently in there watching that hallway. So, you know, Thermite's going to have to be careful as we see, you know, oh, no, they're not really watching it as much. Bandit's still in there, but not really watching down the hallway. He's actually watching the side here. Mama's going to be running through kitchen to see if he can get up on the second floor to meet up with Nice Aim, I'm assuming. Oh no. Yasha already knew he was there. And that's going to be diffuser down on the stairs. Not good at all for Nice Aim as he's got 20 seconds left with 4 defenders to get through. Predicted the Frost map there, wasn't able to get anything on there. Nice Aim being gunned down from multiple angles. Just trying to get somebody at least in the last 7 seconds here.
Oh no!
Taking out for more health. The Kuro is going to get the kill there in the last few seconds. Able to get a tying win for Sumter here.
Oh man, how unfortunate! Just threw yourself between a rock and a hard place playing in that bedroom there. You're pretty much surrounded, and you got to go out shooting. And if you can't get out, then you're pretty much done.
Yeah, without that Monty to be able to go up the stairs with, that was a dangerous situation to be in.
Seen the Kaplan and the Mozzie.
Yeah,
seen these guys in a while.
Yeah, 2 new operators this game, as we're gonna see, you know, Kiro and Decky picking new operators, and we're also gonna be in the basement of Oregon right now, which is always, you know, it's always a fun objective to watch. You know, there's a lot that can happen down here. It's never really the same thing twice. But Helpio is going to be watching that little compartment there. You know, not really played as much. So that'll be interesting to watch. He's got even a rotation hole there. So as long as he can hold that area, you know, that's a very good spot for him to be in. But if he loses that, you know, if he loses that watch area, it's going to be hard to, you know, keep it covered, because that's another angle for Grace Harbor to be able to walk in.
Now, out of pure curiosity, why did Hell Beetle destroy all those mats there in front of him in the basement?
He doesn't like the color blue.
Is that true?
Yeah, I mean, the Grace Harbor is currently blue. He just doesn't like the color blue. That's that's what I'm assuming here.
I mean, I thought he was trying to look for gold mines down there, but hey, that sounds more likely.
Yeah, we're gonna see a garage push from Grace Harbor here as they're droning out the area. No one's in meeting hall, so it's safe to go in there. Got 2 people coming in from the front of the map as Hibana and IV are going to be walking in, scouting out kitchen and the dining area there. Mama's still on the drone, just watching everywhere. As Point Blank and Screech are already in the basement, already engaging in a firefight with whoever's in the washing machine there. Decky's going to take a bit of damage all of a sudden. We got Kuro watching watching the Monty. As Yashua's going to get a kill on nice aiming. Kuro getting the kill on Monty right there with the nitro. Very nice. As the diffuser is going to go down right below the hatch.
Yeah, biggest mistake that you saw there, Monty turned his back. You never turn your back if you're a Monty. Especially with your teammate watching your back there for you.
Got Ivy coming back up. Might engage with Decky here in just a second. Decky sitting in the stairwell. Just barely missed IV. Might come down to get a kill.
A bomb has been located.
They might meet each other here just around the corner.
Oh, but
yes!
Oh,
he
there
realize.
he is. Decky got the kill on IV right there. That's their Jackal no longer alive. Got someone still in the tower area, as I believe the other Point Blank is trying to go up the stairs trying to find Decky, but Decky's already gone.
Yeah, they're long gone. That Aussie, he said, "Hey, spotted you. See you later, alligator."
All right, going back to stairs now. We got Point Blank, really checking the corners, making sure that Decky doesn't get the sneak up on them as well. As Decky's already in the back of tower now. It's a little late for Point Blank, but going to drop down and try to grab the diffuser, I believe. Yep. Watching the tunnels, making sure that no one's going to get the quick peek on him. As Stop Looking at Me is just hiding in that little corner there, and able to get the headshot on Point Blank.
The leg was sticking out, and I don't think the brain registered that there's someone watching him right there.
Mama currently on 1v5. Oh, Kuro getting the flawless round.
Wow. First flawless round, I believe.
First flawless round we've seen this entire game. A very, very good defense play by Sumter here. They held their corner. Decky even getting a few kills there. And overall, Sumter made a great defense plan there. And I think it was all because Hell Beetle took out that blue carpet. It was a good luck charm.
It was a good luck charm.
Yeah.
Just something about the blue carpet, man.
It's something about the blue carpet.
Something about the blue carpet.
Get rid of the blue carpet, you win. That's the ideal situation to be in here.
Yeah, it's like the same as any game. Go blue team, yeah. Destroy red team, yeah. Just a little thing you hear from the old days.
Yeah. As we're going to see the objective now going into kitchen, which is, it's really hard to say who could win this one. It really depends on the defensive play, whether you hold the main room walls or if you hold the walls from meeting room. There's a lot of different angles that if the attackers can get through the walls, it's usually an attacker's side win. But Grace Harbor, they'd have
no!
Decky going for the spawn peak, but gets down almost immediately as Kuro is going to try and rush in to save him.
Oh,
it's gonna be hard to get to.
Come on, Decky, keep running.
Grace Harbor just barely gonna get him.
Oh my goodness!
He's able to get around as Kuro goes in.
No,
he's gonna go down. IV getting the kill on Kuro as Decky's gonna bleed out here. Yasha's gonna try and go for the res, but he can't because everyone is watching him. Everyone is here. Everyone is waiting to get the kill on Decky. As Nicing's gonna finally put Decky out of his misery there.
Oh my god.
They're gonna storm the second floor.
Don't get me wrong. It was great that he took his time and got the one. Almost got the second, but he got real greedy with the second, and that's what Just put him in the grave.
He got real greedy with the second one there, and the fact that literally everybody was up on the second floor there did not help. Point blank trying to make a point to get Monty out of the way, and they're gonna be absolutely destroying the second floor. Someone called in a demolition team.
Yeah, it's like oh, what was that old HGTV show that was about demolishing the house and then racing to build the next one? I'm trying to remember, but they had a wrecking crew.
Yeah, Stop Looking at Me is going to go down to the Nomad there, watching the second floor. Is a very, very close angle going through the floor beams there. But Point Blank was able to get the kill there as they're just kind of standing on the second floor waiting to see if anybody else comes in. But Hellbeetle getting into engagement on the stairs here, already getting the kill on IV with the SMG-11. Very nice secondary, especially after some of the recent changes to it. Yeah. And it looks like Mama's attempting the hatch here. Debating to go in there, but doesn't really know if they want to. Nobody's playing the air jab, but if he peeks around the corner, it might be a little detrimental. Coming in with the nitro as Mama's going to go down there.
That was truly unfortunate.
Yeah, Hellbeetle didn't realize that a few others got down into the objective already, but Hellbeetle is able to get that nitro kill on the Thermite, which is very good timing for that one at least. Monty planting the diffuser is going to be very hard to defuse it with that situation there. Oh, Yasha's the last one alive with the Nomad currently roaming around. He's able to...
saw him?
Yeah, saw him through the floorboards. Could possibly get the kill here. As had the gun down and Point Blank was able to come in with a secure win for Grays Harbor here. I believe that ties it right back up to 2-2.
We'll find out here real soon once we see the scores.
Yep, 2-2.
This is a tough one. Like Sumter's gained the run for their money.
Yeah, they're actually facing a very competitive team as of from last week, and they're very evenly matched. It's been kind of like a I win one, you win one situation here. But we're back up on the second floor now. Sumter's favorite position. Hopefully Decky doesn't get taken out early in the game by the spawn peak here. That definitely contributed heavily towards Grays Harbor being able to get Decky down and Kuro trying to get the res. Just didn't work out in Sumter's favor.
Yeah. Well, see, I think although Decky knows how to play the spawn peaks, given the operator he's on, I would rather he would not, because he has the ability of being completely unseen. He's a complete ghost to all technology that uses intelligence in order to locate him. I think he should utilize that a lot more.
He would definitely be a strong player in the end game, especially if the diffuser was to go down and people are watching cameras or something like that, or droning even. But he's going to go for he's been going for spawn peaks. He's not doing it now, which is probably good on his part. He probably got a little bit of a reality check with the last round. As
salt in the wound.
Yeah, a little salt in the wound. As Hellbeetle's going to be watching the stairs. IV might fall victim to it, but no, he's going to go to his meeting room. No one's taken the stairs yet. Nice Aim is going to be blowing up the floorboards to see if he can get anybody, but Yasha's on the other side of that room. He's not gonna be able to see him.
Yeah, Decky's just waiting for them. He's taking his time, which I really like.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's a question of when is he going to push, or is he going to wait for the angle peeking to just catch a flanker off guard?
Yeah, Jackal's currently roaming around, which is not going to be good for Decky. Screech taking a little bit of damage there from an impact from Yasha there.
How did Decky get some damage there? I'm curious out of that.
That's interesting. But he's holding that angle. He's oh, we might see an interaction soon. He's roaming. Oh, and Yasha's gonna go down to Nice Aim from the Zofia LMG. Not good for Sumter here. Decky coming in, just going like, "Hey, how's it going? I'm here." And I don't think he saw the Jackal though, unless Jackal kind of ran away from that area.
I think
he's gonna see the Monty from below. Point blank getting a kill on Kuro as Decky found Monty and was able to get his feet. Stop Looking at Me is getting got Mamas down with the MP7 there, as IV is gonna be running around trying to get every camera he can and get back to the objective. Point blank gonna be taken down by Stop Looking at Me. Stop Looking at Me is back on his toes as IV is trying to find Decky. We can't seem to get the shot on him as Decky's just playing way too aggressively.
I'm surprised that Ivy was able to find Decky's footprints because he's supposed to be almost, like I said, he's a ghost. He can't see anything in terms of intelligence. So you don't see those footprints there. I was a little surprised.
Especially right now, that mute jammer is not going to be doing well for him at all, as he's not able to really use his ability because of that mute jammer sitting on the stairs. Stop Looking at Me is like pixel peeking that angle. If he tries to even step in foot of that frame, it's not going to go well for IV.
It's not going to be pretty.
As you saw here, that looks like a false headshot there, as IV just barely lives with that one. Bandit keeping the angle. He's got his nitro out. He's got that angle covered as Decky comes back around and gets IV down. That's going to be round 5 to Sumter here.
Decky is so sneaky. If Decky doesn't go down first, you really got to watch your back because he is a roamer.
Yeah, Decky's playing a lot of heavy roaming right now, and he's getting a lot of kills from it. And it's, it's if you can play roamers, well and do your job well, such as Decky here, you're deadly. He got maybe 3 kills that game because he was able to sneak around, being able to find the one headshot, get Monty's feet, and then be able to flank Jackal. Being able to flank a Jackal.
What?
Being able to flank a Jackal is really effective. And it looks like we're going to be pausing here because Hellbeetle looks like he's probably crashed.
But it doesn't seem there's an ability to pause here.
Unfortunately,
we're already into the round.
Yeah, it looks like we're gonna have to carry on the round 5-4. But yeah, Decky played his part well. He's got 6 kills now because of it. And yeah, as you mentioned, if you don't get Decky down in the start of the game, he's gonna be a deadly force to reckon with. As we're probably, I don't think I see him in objective. I think he's already gone. And we got Stop Looking at Me, Kuro, and Yasha currently just guarding the objective.
There's Decky.
Decky's,
what are you doing up there?
Decky's camping out. He's waiting. Probably gonna be going for another spawn peek. Wouldn't surprise me, but no, he's gonna
out of here.
He's gonna be sitting in tower. There are some good spawn peeks you can get, but doesn't look like anybody's gonna be utilizing that. As we see another front door entrance to the 2nd floor here. Stop Looking at Me already taking a good amount of damage.
Yeah. Question is from what?
I think it was from his nitro cell. He threw a nitro cell down. I think he just stood too close to it.
That's unfortunate.
A lot of self-harm here with the explosives. Not a good thing to see.
No, it's not. I think they're forgetting that they're not invincible in this game.
It's not like last week.
No.
Decky's going to be watching the cameras from tower. Smart play from him right now. As Nice Aim is already going into the freezer here.
Yes, as it is. They're starting to push up. Actually, they're moving quite fast, given.
Yeah,
I'm wondering
pushing...
if that's Joshua. Does he know?
Yeah,
he does.
He definitely knows. He's heard the Monty shield. But it's the fact of, can he get it? Can he get rid of the Monty?
Hey there. How you doing?
Nice casual, just standing there as Yasha's going to back off now, and Screech is going to be able to move forward. Yasha got the kill on Mama's, and Kuro was able to get the kill on Nice Aim. And we got Hellbeetle back, thankfully. And Decky's going to come in here with a quick kill on Monty and a knife to point blank. That is not good at all.
Can I point out that we just saw a 5v4 situation where almost 4 people went down at the exact same time?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 5v4 situation just dropped right down to 1v4 as IV is going to sneak around the corner here. 1v4 situation, that's a terrible place to be in, especially when you just watched all your teammates die in probably like 10 seconds. But Decky, especially from Decky getting the flank on the Monty and being able to knife point blank. But Ivy's going to have to come up with something strange here to be able to pull a win out of this one. He's got 40 seconds left, and he's going to be going for the freezer stairs.
I don't think they know about Kuro, unless Kuro was just not there. I thought Kuro was right around the corner. Would have got at them.
No, Kuro's sitting in the basement right now. He's watching the stairs, which Ivy's gonna be descending right now.
Yeah, I don't think Ivy's ready for Kuro. They're trying to be, but I don't think they're ready for it.
He knows he's there. He just shot a
15
few
seconds to go.
shots at the door frame. He's got 15 seconds left. You know, Ivy's gonna push. Got a kill on Kuro.
Ooh!
Almost clean shot right there. Got Decky's down,
5 seconds
coming in
to go.
for you know, trying to get the pistol plant. Or no, he doesn't have the diffuser, so he can't plant. He's just gonna you know, save the
Operators, you have
KD
run
there.
out of time.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Hey there, how's it going? I'm just gonna shoot the roof now. Pew!
Yeah, unfortunately, you know, waited just a little too long there, but you know, it looks like he had a solid roll going. He was able to get Decky down and Kuro down before they were able to get their guns up, and he had a strong plan there, but he just didn't have the time to perform it.
Yeah, they just end. Now we do have the side swaps here, and Monte getting picked up by Yashawat here. I'm curious.
Attackers need to
See,
locate
I'm
and
seeing a
defuse as many
Montaigne
bombs as
difference
they
right
can.
now in terms of gameplay. This Montaigne plays for Intel, while Gray Harbor's Montaigne plays for Shield.
Yeah, Gray Harbor uses Monty as a shield and to something to stack up. They'll use him for surveillance every now and then, but not as much as Sumter does. Yashua is a very heavy intelligence operator when he plays Monty.
Yeah, and it's a play style. It's different. It's not going to be the same each time,
10 seconds left.
but it can sometimes be a deciding factor if you're going to constantly
5
run
seconds
Montaigne.
Yeah, we saw last week that Yasha was able to call out a lot of different people on the defending side, which Decky was able to come in and take care of them almost very easily. But this situation, I mean, you know, Yasha's not able to do that as much because they're able to get around him easier because they know how to handle Monte when they see one, and when they see one. So he's not able to move as much as he was able to last week. But they still, you know, currently they got a 4-2 lead right now. So depending on how they play this out, they could get very close to a match point already.
Yeah, you only need 3 wins if you're Sumter. That's all you need. And right now, you're trying to break your way through the store here as Montaigne. Try to survey what's going on here, and then move your way in. He does like to play his corners, which is a good thing I want to point out. Not many of these guys are playing corners. Rather, they're just holding angles from long, several distances away.
Mm-hmm. As Stop Looking at Me is able to get the hole open to objective there, you know, not really heavily defended, which is definitely interesting. But usually that area's held a lot better. You know, we saw Sumter holding that objective or part of the objective pretty well. But no, Monty's gonna just sit there. He's gonna turtle up the defuse right now. As Stop Looking at Me is going to be able to shoot through the smoke at point blank. You know, a really good call from there. Decky's able to get the kill on Screech. You know, Stop Looking at Me is able to find the person in tunnel right there, the tunnel right there. As
nice little outline.
Nice little outline. Lucy's trap going down is not looking good for Grace Harbor right now. As we got one on the staircase and the other one running around, but Decky's able to get the kill on Mama. The impact's coming out, but it's not going to do anything as Yasha just says, get out of the way and stay out.
You're not coming up here. This is my area. You're not allowed here.
IV able to get back down and kill Decky right there, trying to get the flank, which, you know, good on Decky, but, you know, Ivy's a little bit better.
I am the shield.
It's Malusi. Oh!
Oh!
Last second of the diffuser there, you know, almost got a team kill on that one, but just threw the frag and almost bounced right back into Monty from the shield. But no, Monty backed up, probably from a good call out there, and you know, Maverick was able to get the last kill there in the last few seconds of the round. So, you know, excellent attacking strategy from Sumter there.
That was quite funny, if I'm going to be honest. Now, I do want to point out just a little Easter egg stuff, maybe not too much, but if you notice on Yashuat's Montaigne shield, he has a specific key buddy referencing a Rainbow Six caster.
Yeah, we got
Oh,
impact's coming out already. Taking out a little bit of health from Castle there, but yeah, you noticed on I think it was on a few of his guns too. We saw the what was it, the Kickstar charm. You know, rest in peace that legend.
Yeah,
But,
I never got to meet the guy nor see the things, but you know what? If you're good enough to get into a game, respect.
10 seconds
Yeah.
left before insertion.
Not everyone can say that.
That's true.
5 seconds
We're
left
going to be
before
playing the
insertion.
same objective again. This time with a little bit different strategy.
Attackers are
We got a
moving.
few
Defuse the
frost
bomb.
mats down in certain areas, and once again, that front wall is not not electrified or anything, so Thermite could come in and take it out again. But we're gonna see if they defend it easier this time, or if Sumter's gonna come in with something to bamboozle them.
Little Joey Belly bamboozle bean challenge, huh?
You know, I could, you know, I could go for a little bamboozle in this game here. What about you, Sami?
You know what? I have yet to try the challenge, but I'm always a friend of challenges. Love to have them. Oh, hello. See someone there right in the doorway. Maybe they'll get them right here.
Jackie just
Oh, they're
barely-
so close. You almost got him.
Jackie getting a majority of Nice Aim's health down. You know, he was just barely over the shoulder with
no.
it. Mama getting the kill in Hell Beetle already, and Thermite's able to get the back wall open again. You know, very vital thing for Grace Harbor last round, seeing that back wall go down. But Thermite's going to be able to open it back up again. As Ivy is just staring at the feet of Castle right now, as Monty's just kind of looking around, just trying to find what's the best plan of action here.
Yeah. Now it's a question of who's going to see who first. Oh, he spotted him. He saw his feet.
We hear the pings coming out.
And
and
he's down.
Yep, and Stop Looking at Me is going to be able to whip right around and get it.
Yeah. Now I'm curious. They all seem to be shooting Montaigne's shield, which is all on good. How many bullets does it take to get to the center of a Montaigne?
That depends if you're looking at the front.
Uh-oh.
Nice Aim's coming in with a clean sweep on Stop Looking at Me. Not good for Sumter there. He's now down 4-2 as Yasha gets knocked down by Ivy. And Decky's going to look to avenge his fallen comrades.
There he is.
Already going through the
He's
smoke.
very close to do it.
Got IV down a little bit there. Not looking too good, but we got a good firefight going on. As Kiro's just kind of chilling on the roof, you know, having a good time up there. And
Yeah,
Decky's looking to go war hero here, as Ivy's backed off, so he could push forward to grab the diffuser, but he doesn't really know that Ivy's backed
Cover the
off.
diffuser.
No, he hasn't. But he does get the diffuser, so he's able to take that and run for his money. But the angles, they're just off a little from each of them. They just don't know.
Yeah, if Kuro jumps in, it's not going to look too good. Flashbang's coming out from Kuro. Decky's going to get the kill on point blank. Oh, as Kuro gets the kill on IV from the flashbang, very good to use this utility. Decky coming in with a clean headshot on Mama, and we got Kuro coming in to support him. Nice Aim getting the kill on Kuro, but Decky's able to get up and take out Nice Aim for the refrag.
Oh, that was down to the wire. That had me on edge from the very beginning of the first kill.
Yeah, that last bit there, Decky was able to hear that, you know, danger was close, so he got up and took care of the business he needed to take care of. As Kuro took the fall for that one.
Now, I do want to point out again, we have not seen any basement play from the side of Gray. I think they don't like to play basement. They don't have a strategy set up there, so I'm wondering if that's why we don't see any of it.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
Yeah,
the bomb.
but it's interesting to see that they don't play basement at all. Like, yeah, I think you're right. We've always seen what's it gonna call it, second floor from
first floor.
from Grace Harbor. Yeah, it's true. They don't anything that has you know, below second floor, just not playable. Can't do it. It's impossible. You know,
Yeah.
we only play on the second floor. Why would you ever want to go anything lower?
See, because here's my question. The way they play this, I think they really should play the basement because they have the angles, they have the flanks. They're
They
not
have the
bad on
gadgets and
defense.
utility too.
5 seconds left.
Yeah, so basement should really help him out because it would force Sumter to make riskier plays, and those riskier plays has gotten them killed every single time.
Yeah, basement is definitely a more preferred objective on this map, so it's a little surprising that Grace hasn't picked it. I know that Grace didn't pick basement at all on the first map, but this is also their, you know, this is their map pick. So maybe they got some strategy going on, but at the same time, you don't want to constantly rely on the second floor, especially when it comes to Sumter being able to get, a 6-2 lead on you currently at match point.
Yeah.
If
and you can't always pick the same one either.
Agreed. And if Sumter wins this, that's game right there. So Gray's Kuro coming in with a kill on IV already. Deki getting knocked out for a lot of health. And Yasha's already walking in. Bandit trying to get the kill, but Bandit can't do anything. You just gotta stand there and watch, buddy.
Just standing there.
As Kuro keeps getting more kills, got the nitro coming out, and which has Monty back off. Bandit tries to get a few bullets on somebody in there, but no one's gonna be able to connect with those shots. As Stop Looking at Me takes a fall from Monty, standing out of the way. Ice Aim's gonna try and flank around to shoot him through the wall. As we see Hell Beetle, making a little rat hole.
A little rat hole. Don't mind me, I'm just crawling through.
Just having a good old time. It's now 4-2 as Hell Beetle gets a kill on Mamas after Screech Cat gets a kill on Deki. And we're going to see another frag coming out from Hell Beetle here. Straight into a reinforced wall. Monty's going to be able to plant, possibly without anybody interfering with them. As Screech tries to run through, he's going to revive himself, but no, Kiro's going to come in, and that's going to be the game for Sumter.
What a play. Honestly, they had him running.
Literally. They literally had him running, but it was an interesting strategy for Grace Harbor, but in the end Sumter was able to, learn their strategies and take advantage of every weak point that they had. Deki on the for example, flanking almost every single person the chance he got it. Whether it be like the first round where he was playing Vigil and was able to get 3 kills in the same round, or if it was later in the game where they were able to just take him out one by one. So it was definitely an interesting game on both sides, very evenly matched, and in the end Sumter was able to get the win. We'll be going to do you have any final comments for that game?
You know what? I do not.
All right, then. Well, we'll be going to a short break, and hopefully afterwards we'll have an interview with somebody from Sumter. And stay tuned. And Nice Aim already getting a kill on Deki. That's going to be very tragic for Sumter there. Hell Beetle getting 2 shotgun kills off the bat. Wall and floorless.
Now we have Stop Looking at Me. Well, we can't stop. You're the only one left to look at.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to not look at you.
Yeah. All he knows he's there.
The crossing on there, wasn't able to get anything on there. Nice Aim being gunned down from multiple angles. Just trying to get somebody at least in the last 7 seconds here. Taking out for more health with Stop Looking at Me is just hiding in that little corner there. And look at the headshot point blank.
The leg was sticking out, and I don't think the brain registered that there's someone touching him right there.
1v5 all that situation there. Yasha's the last one alive with the Nomad currently roaming around.
Hey, they saw him?
Yeah, saw him through the floorboards. Can possibly get the kill here.
That'd be pretty.
As you saw here, that looks like a false headshot there. As IV just barely lives with that one. And keeping the angle, he's got his nitro out. He's got that angle covered. As Deki comes back around, shots at the door frame. Got 15 seconds left. Ivy's gonna push. Got a kill on Kuro, almost clean shot right there. Deki's down, coming in for trying to get the pistol plant. Or no, he doesn't have the diffuser, so he can't plant. He's just gonna Ivy able to get back down and kill Deki right there, trying to get a flank, which good on Deki, but Ivy's a little bit better.
I am the shield.
It's Malusi. Point blank. As Kuro gets the kill on IV from the flashbang, very good to use his utility. Deki coming in with a clean headshot on Mama, and we got Kuro coming in to support him. Nice Aim getting the kill on Kuro, but Deki's able to get uppity. And we're going to see another frag coming out from Hell Beetle here. Straight into a reinforced wall. Monty's going to be able to plant, possibly without anybody interfering with them. As Screech tries to run through, he's going to revive himself, but no, Kiro's going to... And we are back. We were able to secure a interview with a member of Sumter. Last week we were able to interview Yasha, but today we got Kiro. How's it going, Kiro?
How you doing, man?
Oh, stand-up cam.
Yeah, you got a stand-up cam going right now. So
Yeah.
I'll lead with the first question here. So what was the game plan going into this match? You know, last week you had a very clear, stomp out victory. So what was the plan going into this one?
Well, for this one, we were just trying to see how they played. Like, we were just trying to figure out where do we start from and how do we get it done. Because their play style was a little different for us. Like, they're pushing 4-on-1, like that got us puzzled. Like, we didn't know what we were doing on that one, like when we were on Oregon. So we were like, okay, their play style is like different every time we try and play. So we just tried to like change up the flow as we were going.
Yeah, I definitely noticed that you were doing that. Sami, what do you got for a question?
So, if you can explain for me, what was the thought process for Maverick there? Was he going for the human cannonball on the first map when he saw that thermite charge?
We were puzzled on that one too. It was like a moment, like just a freeze moment. We didn't know what was going on, but we like, you know what, fuck it, let's just do it. I'm sorry if I'm not allowed to cuss. Just in case.
No, you're fine. You're fine. I'm just more focused on what's happening in the background there. But
yeah, nice cartwheel.
Yeah, that was definitely a very confusing play when we watched that. Luckily, we were able to get that straight, like whole thing on camera. So you can go back and watch it if you really want to. But all right, I'll go with my second question here. I asked this to Yasha the last week, and I know there wasn't too much to go over, but what is something that you think you can improve on after this match?
Definitely we can improve on call outs and our teamwork. We growing as a team right now. Like our team, our team, we're growing. We're doing calls. It's like it's getting better by day.
Yeah, I saw that Yasha was still making his, call outs as usual with Montaigne. I was surprised he picked Sophia in the first round there, but
I mean, he's a beast with Sophia. Don't sleep on him.
yeah,
Don't sleep on him.
that's true. I'm not saying that he's not, but I'm just surprised not to see Montaigne the first pick. But
When
Sami,
we first started with Montaigne, we just like we had to stop it. Like when they were like stopping us, I'm like, okay, yeah, let's just stop for a moment.
Yeah, that makes sense. And Sami, you got another question?
Yeah, so this one, I'll keep it on the more serious side. How were you guys adapting your playstyle when you disconnected or had the enemy disconnect? Because we saw that happen, I think, on both maps or on the same map.
I think it happened on both both maps. We lost one, they lost one.
So how'd you play with that? Like, how'd you adjust your plans in order to adapt?
Well, our plans, we just make sure like everybody hold their corners. Once we got one guy down, we like, okay, it's a 4v4. Hold your angles. Don't push nothing that you don't have to, and we got it. And then wait for our guy to come back. And then for them, when they lost one guy, we're gonna keep on playing as it was a 5v5. Even if they lost somebody, we're gonna like play it as a 5v5 regardless. Like
Hmm.
we're not gonna sleep on nobody. We're just gonna keep on playing. They were good. They were good opponents. They were real good opponents.
Yeah, it was definitely a more evenly matched game this week, and that's also a great mindset to be in. You don't want to deter your mindset because you lose one player or they lose one player. They could still be just as good with 4v5. As we saw earlier, there was a 4v5 situation which got brought down to a 4v1.
Yeah.
But overall, it was a great game. I think we're out of questions here, Sami. If you have anything else.
Nope, I think we're pretty much out of time here. Thank you so much for coming out, Kuro. We appreciate you. Do you have any shout outs that you want to make before we sign you off?
Yeah, I like it. Shout out to my coaches. Guys, come on, man. Come on.
Let's get another shot of them this week.
Another shot.
Oh.
We had to, especially our coaches. Our coaches, man, they the greatest, man. They the greatest. You want to be in the cat right now. You already know, Yasha. You got oh, Yasha's right here. Yasha. You got everybody right here. Of course, you got the Decky. Always killing. Yeah, you can barely see him, but especially these guys. These play with them all the time. They're great people, and we just go hard every time.
Yeah, you have a
Great to hear.
wonderful team there. So I think that'll be all. It was great to see you guys play, and thank you for hopping on for an interview.
Thanks, man. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, of course.
Alrighty. And with that, we're not going anywhere just yet, guys. We're going to hit a break real quick, but we'll be coming back with some ECAC Week 8 Valorant. This is it for the regular season. So don't go anywhere. This is going to be a banger. Hello there, everyone. Welcome back. We're here to play some Valorant, or rather, I should say, cast it. Tonight, we have University of Louisville versus, pardon me, I got to double check this. Penn State Behrend. Hope I said that right.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, see, dang it, I did test myself to try to make sure I didn't butcher this, and I did it anyway.
You know, the brain's a little fried from the last Siege game. It was a very eventful one, but you know,
Yeah.
now we're on to Valorant. No more Siege.
Yep, and this one I am all for. So we're looking at our maps for tonight here. We do see that the first map getting banned is on the side of... We do see the first map getting banned here is Fracture, followed by Haven. And first one is Split, picked by University of Louisville. Then it is the Ascent, picked by Behrend. And finally, Iceblock being the decider after banning Bind and Breeze. Now, I don't know if I told you before, but I swear, every time I see Valorant, get on a game, or even cast it, I'm always seeing Ascent. It's a collegiate thing. It's gotta be.
No, we just really like Ascend here.
Of course. But with that, we're going to see that University of Louisville is going to be on the attacking side first on Split when you go into this map. Now, do you have any predictions on what we're going to see in terms of the agents selected here for the first map?
Honestly, it's a hard pick. Honestly, I'd like to see a lot more gunplay, but you know, you can't always get what we want. So, you know, you're more experienced with Val than I am. What are your predictions here for the teams?
So because it's Split specifically, we'll see something along the lines of possibly, as we see here, Viper. Viper's great for walls that are redeployable all the time. Reyna's also a great pick because you get to just rush in. Another one that you want to see is Cypher. Cypher is someone that can hold down a site real well on their own, using their abilities to technically smoke an area temporarily. It doesn't get redeployed, but they also have tripwires that, if not destroyed, will stun you in place and make it hard to shoot. And in this game, it's just like CSGO, so accuracy is key.
Yeah, it'll definitely be interesting to see the operators picked here. We are seeing a bunch of solid selections from Louisville right now, whereas you know, Behrend, they're taking their time. They're still choosing what they want to pick. But we do see a Neon. I see a KO in there, and they're kind of switching from Venom and Sage right now. It looks like they can't really decide which one they want to play. Either a little stingy or a little healy.
Hey.
But,
well, it's understandable because if you do see, we do have one of the newest agents, Neon, right there being tempted for the pick. Neon has the ability to move super fast, have a point-and-click adventure with her lightning fingers, as I like to call them, and has the ability to send up walls on both sides that also serve as the block off line of sight.
Yeah, she's definitely a very powerful operator if used correctly. If you use her utility to your advantage and everything like that. What's also nice is that her walls deal damage as well, electricity damage as well. And since there's two of them, it makes it really hard to traverse just outright. So just even if she doesn't use it as a running lane, so it's a like I said, she has great utility. If used correctly, she's a very strong operator. So it would be interesting to see her because I don't think I've ever seen her in a comp game yet.
Oh, you haven't? Oh,
No.
well, you're in for a treat then, because she can be quite the pickle to play against. Because being able to be speedy and have that lightning bounce flashes damage, it works like a shock dart. As soon as it lands, you get hurt. You do not want to be against her.
Yeah, it's I've definitely seen her. I also play her from every now and then, so I'm familiar with the utility. She's definitely definitely a pickle as you stated. But I'm really interested to see every player as a whole, what they're going to do, how they're going to use the utility, and what's going to happen here.
Now, personally, we do see that they're rushing right in. This is pistol rounds, so anything goes at the moment. You just got to get value. It is on the side of the attackers being at the disadvantage. They're down 2-3. In fact, it's now a 1v3 situation with KO taking out Brimstone from Heaven. You do see Engage lurking around as the Chamber with his ability in the garage, but he's going to play it safe. The spike is up in heaven, and they are heavily guarding that. His ability works like a sheriff, so if it hits you in the head, there's no living through it. You're dead. One hit KO kind of style. But as such, it costs to use the ability. Every bullet has a price.
Yeah, Oh, as we see,
right
the
away, we
instant
see
headshot
that.
going right now.
Yep. Like I said before, one shot, one kill. Won't even see it coming. Lurking to see if the Reyna peeks, spots him. Blind comes in, he plays it back because that's smart and safe. There's about a little more than 30 seconds left. There's no need to rush this. Take your time and get the kills. He's waiting to see if they peek. He knows they're there, but he just can't secure the kill, unfortunately so.
Yeah, unfortunately, he just was not able to get the accuracy on the Reyna there. But that was a very strong play at the start there, just rushing right in and getting 2 kills off the bat. But eventually they got picked off one by one.
And gonna be honest, that was a very risky play, especially against a Sage, because the way Sage plays it is that they're trying to slow down people. There's a reason why they're called a Sentinel class. Or at least they were. I'm not sure if they got switched over to support. I haven't checked that quite yet. In any case, as mentioned, they slow people down so they cannot move. I do love seeing the Breach here. Breach isn't used as often, and yet this team is just rushing to the site. You see first pick from Shah, but getting traded by Engage with his nice little ability.
Yeah, this is a team that really likes to just get straight to the point. Like, we've already got the diffuser down. I don't think it's even been 30 seconds of a round before the diffuser got down.
Oh my goodness. And right away, Reyna getting with the Spectre kill. Even Chamber came in just to distract the Omen for a little while and teleported right out. That was a cool save. You see a little bit of Marshall gameplay. Neko taking out Smoothie successfully. Even the KO takes out the Reyna. Now there's just one left. It's Breach, but he cannot hold out against the Spectre. There's enough time to defuse, and Sage does in fact defuse the spike here with 4 seconds to spare.
Yeah, definitely. It's interesting. Both times they've rushed like really heavily, but both times they keep getting they keep getting slapped back into reality by PSB here.
Snap back to reality.
But yeah, it's rushing like that. It's a good strategy if it works, but in their case, it's not working. It's like not working at all.
I mean, it's half and half. Yes, it works. They get on site, but from there, they're just sitting there. They're not really setting up or pushing towards the defensive lines to deny the flanks or rotations. So that's what they really need to work on here if we're going to see any improvement.
Still going for that same area with the wall there, but that just gives away the precision. Wasting ammo to the cloud.
They saw the neon. They were checking for it first, and they're taking their time this around. And right away, KO goes down to the Reyna on the side of Louisville. And now you're left with Reyna actually pushing onto B's site, while the rest of her team, or majority of them, were mid.
Yeah, definitely not pushing as hard as they were in the first starts of the round.
Oh no!
But yeah, we got Ju here.
The Cheese Mongrel seeing him and taking him out. Now it is just Sage. Sage is alone in this big wide world. She has to deal with 3 attackers who are already set up and in position on point. Now we do see Reyna having used the Empress in effect right now, just taking their time, waiting to see if they can get a call. Otherwise, we'll start to see a peek here. And right away, headshot. That's the 4th kill, stolen from the Ace, thanks to their, I believe there was their Breach taking out the Omen there in mid.
Yeah, definitely a good play by Louisville on that one. I think it was because they just didn't rush as hard as they did the first few rounds. They were able to, take a step back and be like, all right, well, that doesn't work, so let's see what this does. And it was able to go in their favor.
And right now, if you take a look, Penn State Behrend, their economy is shot at the moment. They have nothing compared to Louisville. Guns, economy, ultimates. Now, ultimates, they're up by 1. Fair to give it to them there. But right now, we're seeing the push through mid. It's quick, but also slow. And this time, the KO is waiting for the Reyna. And it's the other way around when we see the trade.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing a much slower approach from Louisville now, but that Reyna had the right idea. Tried to go around, try to sneak by, but KO was waiting right around the corner for her. And Sage is definitely waiting to get a kill here.
Yeah. In fact, Neko's quite an aggressive Sage, I must admit. You don't usually see Sages play this aggressive and confident as Neko does here. It's very dangerous because you're the healer. Your attention gets drawn away when you slow someone or try to heal someone.
Yeah, it's
That's
definitely
such Sage runs.
definitely an interesting play. But, you know, she's going to back off and try to go for a different angle
30
here.
seconds left.
We do see the sewer rotate here. This might just be the play they need to do, because right now all of the defenders are on B site practically, leaving only KO kind of lurking around A, but even KO has run off to the other site, which has been a huge mistake. Now they just need to plant the spike.
10 seconds
They realize
left.
the mistake's been made, and now they have to rotate back. You do see KO already up in the sky there. Chamber, lucky enough he was able to teleport out, otherwise he'd be a dead man right then and there.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be an interesting way to defuse here. Still 5v4, so it's, you know, there's a good chance that we can run in and get it. But Nia's going to run with the Marshall and just, you know, Penn Stage is going to get slaughtered.
Well, they spawned the KO, but KO's the last one, and I doubt he's going to get this defuse here. In fact, he's playing it smart and trying to save with the Vandal he was able to steal from Louisville.
Yeah, definitely a smart play on his part. There's no way he was going to be able to, you know, run in there.
It would have been quite a clutch play, but he also risked being able to have enough time to defuse, and the odds were against him. I don't believe, even if he got all the kills, he would have had enough time to defuse the spike before it detonated.
Yeah, it would have been incredibly difficult to do so.
But with the kill they did get on Cheese Mongrel, his economy is just about shot. In fact, he seems to be looking to possibly ask someone to buy for him, in which his teammates do just that. On the side of Penn State here, we do see that, oh, again, not the greatest economy, so they're going for scrap buys here. Light armors, Ares, Marshalls, anything they can use.
We're seeing another rush from Louisville again. And this time, just as before, they're just getting slaughtered left and right.
Yeah, I think they're getting too ahead of themselves with these rushes here, because as you saw, Shaw has a triple kill on the board right now. Oh, they have no idea Chambers right there, right on the other side. I'm not sure how no one realized.
Yeah, that's interesting, but no one knew.
But that happened. Indeed it did.
It's gonna be really difficult for him to get through there.
Honestly, his best bet might be play for picks here, like that, and just save. Because unless you get tons of picks, the spike's already being swamped by defenders. You don't really have any chance against these four set up as they are.
Yeah, it's honestly how it's set up here. It's just
30
there's
seconds left.
no really real way that Cypher can run in there and get a, you know, he could probably get a kill or two, but he's probably going to be overrun just with, you know, 2 people watching the spike right now and 2 others trying to find a way to get to him.
Indeed. I'm not sure it's worth using his abilities here, but he seems to want to do it to try to get a quick pick and TP out. But now he can't do that. If he's in trouble here, there's 4 seconds left till he can TP over to his credit cards there.
Yeah, this guy
and he gets the wall bang on Shaw! Love to see the Chamber plays.
Yeah, Shaw just thought they were safe behind that wall, but last second just gets domed.
Oh, what a frightening gun to have to die to. Looks like something that would take your soul, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it definitely does. I would not like to be shot by it.
Just off in. Yeah, this would probably take my soul.
Yeah.
Seems about right.
You know, average Saturday things, you know.
Every Saturday things. We do see 3 ultimates on the side of Penn State, while on the side of Louisville has 2. In fact, Chamber is ready to play. He's bringing out his ability, which is quite literally an overpowered op, because the op will kill you from the waist up. His, as soon as they hit you, you're dead. It's like the Grim Reaper shot. And right away, Reyna and Cheese Mongrel both get a pick, headshots on this against the defenders. Do we see Reyna take out the Sage? We do! Another headshot! Leaving just 2 defenders left to try to make something happen here. In fact, the KO's rushing through CT, has realized he has to slow up here. While Shaw, taking his time, gets the first pick on Smoothie. Even Swick gets taken out by the KO. Quinn inside of Penn State, but KO is taken down by Brimstone. However, Spike does drop onto the site. Shaw is playing this game phenomenally, but still gets the pick. I thought that Killer K was going to get him right there. Luckily, they did not get picked off by the op, but it was a very close shave.
I'm too far.
Not something you want to deal with.
30 seconds left.
Both Reynas here are very good at landing their shots, and this Reyna especially is really good at reading the terrain and finding the opponent.
Yeah, they are. Oh, if only fully engaged knew that Shaw is. Oh, might have spotted him.
Oh, he got a clutch.
On the side of Shaw. Shaw just held sight. God bless them, because they were surrounded, and despite all odds, was able to get the 4K kill and hold down that point.
Yeah, definitely a really good play from Shaw there. Now with a 9-4 KDA and KDA, he was able to run in there. He was able to get he wasn't overwhelmed. He was able to have one person to attack every single time. He was able to land his shots, which was able to get him that clutch.
Now, oh, the mid push does not go in their favor. In fact, Perk takes out Swick right away with a Marshall pick in the head. That's tough to see. You really hate to see it.
Well, they kind of knew that they were coming from that direction. Every single time they'd just been mowing down that wall. So Neon had the right idea of trying to get it.
Ooh, Shaw getting one pick, doesn't make it out alive. Came out of that a little too early. Q taking out Smoothie though, surprisingly. Just peeking over the wall as they did. She's Mongrel taking his time, playing it very smart, watching to see if anyone will jump on top. Then checking to see where Neon likes to play, right behind the wall typically. But spots no one. So he's checking, maybe there's no one in the mailroom, gets a double headshot! Oh my goodness! They walked right into that one.
That was a clean lineup.
That it was. It's now a 2v2. You got KO set up on site B. Sage going to be all-American, running around through mid to the sewers, getting the res up on the Reyna Shaw, and Louisville's planting on site. But KO is using his ult here, and that ult will nullify any ability usage while you're in range of the pulses. Empress also does come out, does spite someone from downtown, gets him, Chamber goes down, and now you just are left with Cheese Mongrel, trying to do what they can, gets the first pick. Does he get the concussed here? He does, but Shaw takes him down, leaving a easy defuse for the side of Penn State.
Cheese Mongrel almost, he got 3 kills in that entire round there. It was a very good play. You got the two headshot lineup right there and the 1 kill on the diffuser, but overall he just was getting overwhelmed.
I do have to admit, the momentum was in favor of Louisville there. Despite the picks, the momentum was there. Unfortunately, Shaw came back to life, and I think that was the deciding factor because Sage did not have a chance after KO went down, thanks to the quick little ability. We do see mid peek again through the fence. Neon taking a little bit of damage. Neon's trapped. They're right behind the wall, and there's a slow area right in front. They do smoke it to try to give her cover, but she's not moving. Neon is just staying right there, and
might work out in her favor.
Yeah, they determined that she might not be there anymore, which could be a very fatal decision. Oh, but she's not checking. She's not checking the corners. And
looked away way too soon.
She's Mongrel. Yeah, I'm not sure why you were looking at the wall, but you were. They throw in their blinding orb with the Reyna. spot the Sage. Sage barely getting out alive, healing herself. Q takes taken out on B site here. Shaw getting the pick on Cheesemongrel, and Neko going down to Swick. Now you just have Shaw and KO here. American and Quinn, they're left. They're the only two left on the side of the defense against one Viper pit, two other ults ready to be used, and a chamber who's sitting around in the garage.
Last
right now,
player standing.
the odds are against Shaw, but we've seen Shaw clutch here. Will we see it again?
I think he notices the person behind her.
Yeah. Oh, they just passed the Viper! But Viper spotted him, killing him before they were able to take a look at the Reyna. This game's a very close one. It's 5-3.
Yeah, definitely a very close game here. It's both sides, you know, they know what they're doing. They have a strategy. We've seen Louisville go from rushing to not rushing to, you know, rushing and then back to not rushing. But, you know, Penn State, they have an interesting way of just, you know, keeping their corners covered, but also being able to rotate.
That they do. And you know what? Despite everything, despite their, well, I'm going to admit it, they have terrible economy. If I was your accountant here, I would be questioning your pay habits quite frequently. See quite a bit of firefighting taking out the wall down mid. In fact, seeing that there's smokes up, they want to try to light everything up. They're using everything and anything they got available to them. In fact, Engage finds you just lurking out on B site. With a nice clean headshot thanks to the Phantom.
Yeah, definitely not a...
Oh no!
Position. Oh, missed the
Wait
a
minute! Oh, Herc. Poor Herc. Spotted the gun, saw the barrel, and just could not get the shot off, even though they knew they were right there.
At that point, you might as well just pull out the secondary.
Yeah. Swick trying to check all the corners, all the angles, set up in position to pick anyone off, trying to get to heaven. We might see it here. Oh no, they double backed, checking the sewer, or the vent, I should say. And they do find KO. They find the Sage! Will we find the third, or will they get picked off by the Reyna, who's looking at him right from heaven? Only time will tell.
Shaw looking to get some sort of redemption going. Not the end of the world if he doesn't win this, because he's still got the lead, but, you know, Louisville was able to get the flawless win here. Bringing it up to 5-4.
That's great if you're Louisville right now, because that flaw is definitely... Ooh, we get to hear Breach is feeling quite generous today. Who's needing a buy? Well, it seems no one does, because they all still have their guns, their armor, and their abilities, so... Sorry, looks like you're not buying today. Just flexing how much money you have in the bank.
Yeah, I was about to say, their economy is now really inflated. It's starting to look like the gas prices.
Oh no, don't remind me of the gas prices. But little details on that later. As we see him again push through mid, taking out the wall. First one down is Shaw. Empress is popped, but gets taken out by Herc, the Neon on the side of Penn State. It's 4v4 at the moment, both sides having two ultimates to work with. We see Neko just sitting on top of the wall. They're a very lurky kind of player. And they tried to use a slow orb. Oh, the siege timing, as you like to call it. Cheesemongrel getting 2 picks, but Engage falling down to you. Cheesemongrel is suppressed at the moment, but KO is down, so we won't be seeing any more suppressions. Despite Frozen down in the sewers, but Neon gets traded by Smoothie instantly after getting the pick.
Yeah, definitely not a good situation for Penn State right now. They had the lead, but it looks like it's about to be tied unless Ju can pull off some something magical here.
Play. Yeah. Now, I do want to question here. You see that the spike is going to heaven?
I have, yeah.
You anyway, but if I were Louisville, I would not be going to heaven with the spike. Give it the breach. Let them go to the point. If you're going to go to heaven and take them out, that's all you. Don't drop the spike in heaven.
Mm-hmm.
See a 5v5 here. They still have money. In fact, Cheesemongrel seems to have finally spent some of that money. That fine hard-earned cheddar.
Are we saying that? Are we saying that Mongrel uses cheddar for currency?
Hey, like you're thinking. Now we do see on the side of Penn State there, a Stinger gets pulled out. Don't get me wrong. Stinger has the fastest fire rate in the game, so they can find value with it. You have to be real close quarters in order to use it. But it can outfire a Phantom, which is high damage and fire rate. You do see the lightning fingers come on in. They almost get the breach. But Killer K, you gotta watch out, Neon. Killer K, as in the name, they're a killer. And we do see Swick and Smoothie taking out 2 more people. And they're rushing towards B side. Sage trying to get some value with the Marshal in heaven, just not finding it. And Shaw, Shaw's just sitting up there in heaven, trying to find out what's the best they can do here with the Sheriff that they got. They're looking for angles to see what they can find. Gets double blinded in heaven. Oh no! Neko, you do not want to take that fight. Shaw finds a nice quick headshot with the Sheriff. They're trying to bang something, but Engage getting the better wall bang with the headshot. A nice team ace coming out on the side of the attackers.
Yeah, definitely strong play from Louisville here. Louisville seems to be taking a good momentum here as they'll be going into the last round of the half. Coming up with a 6-5 lead right now, and having an economy that looks like, you know, the wallet of Donald Trump. But
excuse me.
So not to get
wealthy.
not to get too political or anything, but you know, they have a, you know, a good setup here as opposed to Penn State.
With Neon so close for the headshots. Oh, if only they knew. But they're playing it safe. Neko actually gets an Odin kill on Engage. This is great if you're Penn State. Right now, you want to try to make this even. This is the last. This is it. That's Shaw lurking in the sewers like a rat. Gets the pick on Smoothie. Neko gained another kill on Swick through the garage. Now it's a 2v5 situation. Killer K is a little scared, trying to watch his angles. Barely makes it away from that op shot. Breach, very, very cheesemongrel. I question your confidence here, but might find the Neon right in the head.
Amazing flick from Cheesemongrel right there.
Indeed it was. In fact, I wonder if he's going to catch anyone coming through the vents. They're so close to ready to go through, but they're not quite yet. They slowly go up to take heaven towards B. In fact, the Omen's lurking right around the box. They spot him. Down he goes. Nice, another clean headshot. Neko actually is going through all the way to the attack, towards the attacker spawn to try to flank through mid with the Odin. Seeing a Sage run with the Odin is just quite funny to me.
Definitely an interesting sight. You really never see Sage with, you know, the bigger guns. Usually more just focusing on the heals as Nico gets a revive on the Neon here. Which you're gonna need because Shaw just went down.
And right now we're gonna see a even 6-6. The Sage did get a res in the mid, but you know what? The odds were already against you. God bless you. You try to get them off their feet, but they're still hunkering down enough to get the win. It's 6-6 as we switch sides.
Definitely a very even game right here, and you know, Louisville, they had the disadvantage at first with their rushing strategy, but they were able to come back with 6 wins to even up the game. Now they're on defense, so they won't have that option of, you know, rushing attacker spawn. It will be interesting to see how they play their defense here against Penn State.
See, I'm wondering if, because it was pistol rounds, the reason why we saw such an aggression on that very first round was, I believe, just because it was pistols. Do you think we'll see it here again, or will they try to play their cards right and take their time?
As much as I'd like to see something interesting like them doing it again, I'm not too sure if they will.
Well, Chamber wants to try something. Goes in a shot, doesn't find anything. Do you see her just lurking through the... Engage does find Shaw! In fact, he finds 2! It's a trade fest right now! Neon running through the smoke, getting hit in the ankle just a little. Doing some damage, but not enough. In fact, it's now 2-3. Defenders have the advantage with numbers. And Herc's lurking through towards the defender's spawn, trying to see if they can find anyone. But Spike's running away towards attacker's spawn while Neon's... Oh no. Wait a minute. What just happened?
What's happening?
They're trying to shoot each other, but neither one can get the kill.
player standing.
Another trade here. Smoothie and Herc kill a K. It's back and forth. You're left with you trying to do what they can. They're going to site B. They're going to plant. Reyna, half health in the red zone, as you can see. While Viper's fully very healthy. So what they could do, because it's pistol rounds only, all he has is a ghost. He cannot wall bang headshots if they run in a line, so to speak. Now, if his shots are consistent, they'll take them each other out.
Oh,
But yeah, it's not likely. We'll
Smoothie
see
got
the
a clean
defuse
pick.
here, and the first point of this half goes to the side of University of Louisville.
Definitely, you know, it was much more even starting round than it was in the first half. But you know, Gio had the right idea. He got the headshot on Viper, or sorry, not Viper.
On Reyna.
Yeah, on Reyna. And almost had Viper, but Viper was really quick on the trigger and was able to get one shot in him to put to end the match there.
Might have dealt some damage, but definitely not enough.
Not enough.
Now, we do see a Bulldog buy on the side of Cheese Mongrel. I'm surprised by the heavy buying. But you know what? They make it worth the while. So, I'm excited. I'm excited to engage. I'm excited to see Cheese Mongrel. They're playing my favorite agents. They get the first pick on Herc.
Definitely not a character you want to go down. Ooh.
Marshall trying to pick off Swick, but it's not enough. He goes working in the sewer like the rats the Reynas are and takes down the Spike. In fact, they're waiting to see how many they can find. But they get taken out by Shaw. Quick headshot with the classic. That right click is so devastating.
Yeah, up close you do not want to be in range of that right click.
One enemy remaining.
In fact, Cheese Mongrel gets two! He sits through the grenade! And the defenders win this. They only lost one person. That is a phenomenal round.
Yeah, it was a very clean sweep by Louisville here, and as you say, they lost one person, but like they were able to. It looked like they were running 3 people at a time, which you would think that Penn State would have been able to overwhelm, but no, they were able to come out on top just being able to take out one at a time.
Now, I'm curious. You're hearing... Oh, that's why we are hearing it. I was like, why are we hearing an air horn? It's the spray, I forgot. It's, what a weird like that. Funny, but weird. Now, we might see little Viper play. Oh, nope. Viper's decided to back off from the garage. Playing it smart, actually, to do so, because everyone from Penn State is going through garage. Except for Neon, who gets taken out by another Bulldog shot to the head. Oh, it's devastating. Not many people like to die to the Bulldog, so that's the only reason I mention it.
Yeah, Bulldog's not really a fan favorite.
No, it's not. Probably just because of the fire rate and stuff. It's seen as more of a trash kind of buy, but Cheese Mongrel is making all the value out of it. Smoothie is down to 1 health. Oh my goodness. You either live or die here. There's no way you're gonna take another bullet. In fact, Penn State decides they're not going to go for B. B is a little too hard at the moment with that choke. Let's rotate towards A. Let's try to get towards the site. We understand they do have walls they can put up, but it's not as much utility as they've invested already. Engage, trying to get the value. Cheese Mongrel picking off the Quinn. I don't know how, but they did. Engage, getting a pick on Neko, but getting traded by Shaw. Hello, from the vents, something sus came up. It's Cheese Mongrel. You find the trade on Kill a K. Nice headshot thanks to the Vandal they were able to pick up. Now they spot the Reyna just sitting in the heaven. Queen headshot, 7 bullets left in chamber. They better reload soon.
10 seconds
But they're
left.
deciding to go for the fuse as they're getting lifted up off their feet and taken down by Smoothie.
Yeah, very good ult there. And Smooth to be able to swipe in and get the kill. Cheese Mongrel's now up to 20 kills with 10 deaths, which is great for him. He's been able to, even though he's using a Bulldog, he's been able to get a lot of clean kills.
And you know what's most important? He has not bought another Bulldog since he bought it 2nd round of this half. So he's just been raking in the economy.
Yeah, as we see, he's currently, you know, Smoothie also has the same economy as he does, but they're both at 4,800, so even if they were to die, they'll be covered for the next round.
She's Mongrel playing it safe, going in a blind. Abilities are just used at the same time, and he says, alright, they're using a lot, I'm just gonna back off. I don't need to push this. Engage! Not so lucky, did not see the Reyna as she came right through, taking her Vandal. It's a trade back and forth. Swick taking 2, while Neko taking Cheese Mongrel.
The spike going through the vent right now. Reyna coming in with another kill on Killer K.
Indeed they are. In fact, right now, you got Omen ult, you got Reyna ult. You got the Empress that you could use. In fact, Empress is actually being used right now by Swick. But they have no idea Omen's right there. But they did check their corners properly. That's what you do in this game. It's a nice clean headshot as you have a 2v2 situation. Not in favor of Louisville as Quinn is hurt. They did suppress the Viper from heaven. In fact, taking out the Empress Swick, but trading Smoothie, taking out Shaw. And now it's last player standing on both sides. They have time to defuse here, but they must get this kill. And they do just that.
Yeah, KO wasn't looking in the right direction. Was too slow to turn that corner. Smoothie's able to get the clutch here.
I believe Smoothie rather just had the crosshair where they needed. They predicted right where they were going to go and was successful.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that one. Seen a Marshall come out on Penn State side. Nope, switching to the shotgun there.
Now, don't get me wrong. Neko has gotten some damage, but they haven't... unfortunately, they just have not been accurate enough. Rather, if you're going to have someone with the Marshall, I might want to see Herc with it, because I've seen Herc with the Marshall get picks. But they're immediately traded thereafter, so it's probably better you keep them on the Spectre. Maybe even give them a Stinger, because they move so fast. Get them in close corners, because the Stinger will do more damage and a faster fire rate rather than the Spectre. Because as we see, Cheese Mongrel did die, and now they have a Vandal. Takes 2 headshots down. You're left with just Shaw here. Shaw's the last standing member, and they're trying to stay alive. They don't even have Spike. They decide to pop Empress, see what they can do to pick up the Spike that's right out in the open. They do pick it up, but oh my goodness, they do get the headshot. They did spot someone down in vent, so they're very wary. They're trying to take their time and play their corners, see where they can find them. Doesn't matter if they make noise, they know they're there. But they got to make sure they watch their back. And it's good that they do just that, although they're not checking the right corner. They get taken out by Smoothie once again.
Yeah, Cheese Mongrel had a good 3K in the start of the round there. He's really, he's really good at picking the corners and being able to land shots before the enemy can even attack him. And Smoothie there having a good angle on in the last bit there where, Shaw had the right idea. He was looking in that direction. He just was too far.
Yeah. I think something that's a telling sign here is that Louisville played aggressive and changed up their style every other round because they're more of a defensive side team. This map is practically defensive advantage. Yet they did rework it a bit, moving things around, moving boxes, objects, and all such around to make it a bit more even. Now we do see Q having used his ultimate to teleport into the defender's spawn. Defenders seem to be a bit aware, but they're not going to give him the time of day to check it. KO does come out using his ultimate, and they're starting to rush B towards heaven. They're successful, gain a kill, headshot on Swick and kill a K. And Viper's left in the pit. Now, it's good they're still alive. They find the headshot on Herc. Because they're still alive, that Viper pit's not going down anytime soon. Now it's just a matter of seeing where the enemy is and taking them out one by one. The grenade comes out from KO, does not find anyone. In fact, Cheese Mongrel takes out Q. Checking through the defender's spawn. They find Shaw. They just reload. Bad timing, but Quinn uses that to his advantage. He is the Cade, which won't hurt him, and he dies to Cheese Mongrel, who's able to successfully defuse it.
Smoothie and Cheese Mongrel appear to be their really good cleanup crew here. Smoothie was able to find the headshots in the Toxic Cloud, which really helped out Cheese Mongrel come in and get the final kills. It was funny watching Cheese Mongrel come up. You could see him in the distance as he got the kill up in heaven, and was then able to drop back into objective to get the final kill there.
That it is. Now it is match point in favor of Louisville. If you, surprisingly enough, look at the scoreboard here. It's all defensive wins at the moment. The attackers have not won a single round. And we do see an op buy come out on the side of Swick. I'm a little surprised about it, but they're going to be setting up towards defender's spawn entrance. Neon going right in. TSP away. So finds no values. Shaw gets taken out by Swick with the up kill, but Shaw comes right back thanks to a res. They go for a random shot, but find no one. Engage is very hurt at the moment. If Engage dies here, oh, that's a numbers disadvantage for you. So you want to make sure he at least gets a trade if he's going to go down, but he does not do that. Perk's able to find him, gain him its shoulder tap, but Perk also himself almost dead. Does go down to Cheesemongrel coming up through the vents.
Cheesemongrel is really good at picking his flanks. Like, you know, you don't really hear him or expect him to come out of some areas, but then all of a sudden he's just right there.
We do see Cheesemongrel, despite being flanked by American Quinn, gets taken out by Cheesemongrel. And they did do a very smart rotate. However, I question a bit on the setup, where they all are. And right away, here comes the ultimate again. Poor Reyna. Shaw's stuck in a corner, just hurt. The blind goes in onto the garage. QAK taking out Shaw, leaving both of them in the garage. All they have to do is defuse and they win. But they've already killed the enemy. And that is the map for Split. Map 1 goes to University of Louisville.
Really good and strong defense from Louisville there. They, you know, their attacking strategy wasn't the best at the start, but once they were able to get on defense, they were able to just, you know, sweep through all of Penn State. And we'll be going to Penn State's pick next on Ascent here, but you know, it seems like Louisville, they had the right idea by picking Split. You know, as we saw with their defense, they were able to just go right in, get quick kills, get quick wins sometimes, and overall was able to put Penn State back into the dirt.
Indeed they were. Now, what do you think? What do you think that Penn State should do here? Because this is their pick, so sometimes it is just because of the map. What do you think they need to do in order to win this next one?
One thing they need to do is to have their Sage not be so aggressive. They need to stay back and heal.
Yeah, I would agree with that. It's odd to see such an aggressive Sage. Their Sage doesn't die all the time. However, they're not always healing their team either. And if you're going to be Sage, your kit's to be utilized to slow the enemy team down as best you can while keeping your team alive. Now, maybe that also means that Penn State's team needs to play a lot safer than what they are. Maybe they're going a little too aggressive or a little too wild on these flanks.
Yeah, they're
not checking their corners.
They're being like Louisville in the start here. They're just going. They're going a little too straightforward. They're not entirely strategizing as we thought we saw in the beginning. They're definitely kind of just going like right in, just kind of trying to get the kills, and not doing what Louisville is doing and adapting and, you know, coming up with a new play almost every other round.
Yeah, and you know, I think it's not a very popular pick, but I love to see the Breach pick. The Breach in the Brimstone specifically. Brimstone's been coming back thanks to the smoke reworks, but Breach has always been a little underutilized, I felt. And right here, we saw Cheesemongrel making Breach shine.
Yeah, Breach was a strong player in that game. And Cheesemongrel, I mean, Cheesemongrel, yeah, he uses the utilities well, but a lot of what Cheesemongrel did was have good aim and a great just placement. He was always somewhere where the enemy did not expect him to be.
Yeah, and honestly, it felt like I was watching Arena. I didn't feel like I was watching a Breach the way they were playing, and I was very happy about it.
Yeah, it's always nice to see somebody, you know, take the leaderboard instead of just the standard Reyna.
Indeed. Now, Ascent here. I do want to point out, did we see a lot more close quarter fighting or long distance fighting?
We saw a lot more close quarter. There wasn't a lot of long range. The only long range we saw was kind of like, you know, Neon with the sniper rifle every now and then, maybe some long shots from
Mhm.
like objective to heaven, but other than that, it was a lot of close range combat.
So if I'm gonna put my money on it here, and I do feel like I would, I'm saying this next map, and yes, I am calling it, that Louisville will win this series here. What do you think?
Seeing how they played defensively, especially with Cheese Mongrel, it does look like it's favored towards Louisville, but we never know. This is Penn State's map pick, so they could, maybe they have some sort of strategy on this one.
That is very true. I won't be full bias here because what Penn State can be strong with, as we've seen with the defense, is that if they take their time and hold down sites by using their abilities to slow the enemy's engagement, they typically can win the fights.
Yeah, it's what it typically seems to come down to. Like when I saw Penn State win, it seemed like that they were using their utilities to slow down rather than just kind of throw them out. But yeah, overall, I think what Penn State needs to do is that they need to come up with some sort of different plan to adapt to Louisville. What that is, it's a little up in the air, but they really need to adapt from what they currently were doing.
Yes, they do. And that's probably one of the hardest parts about games is being able to adapt. If you're able to adapt on the fly, you can be a lot more successful than teams that are stuck in their ways, just ramming their heads against the wall until it finally breaks through.
Mm-hmm. That's
Now,
what it seemed like Louisville was doing in the start of the first half. But yeah, they were like I said, they were able to adapt to Penn State and were able to not rush, and then they were able to get a bunch more kills, especially on defense.
Yeah, they were. Now we do see the agent select here. We might see the neon pick again. It might work. The big thing about
Depends.
neon, yes, it's great to close the distance, go fast, but you got to be accurate. If you're not accurate, okay, you close the distance, but you should then try to switch up to your guns, maybe to a stinger, maybe to a judge. Probably not a Bucky. Probably not a Bucky.
Probably not a Bucky, but something like a submachine gun would work.
Yeah.
Phantom would be pushing it a little bit, but it would work.
Phantom would be very good compared to using a Vandal because a Vandal your spread goes a lot more inaccurate quicker than a Phantom does.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe you have a higher clip in a Phantom than you do a Vandal. A Vandal has 25, Phantom has 30.
Yeah. That is true. And I believe, if I'm correct, that the Phantom also has a slightly higher fire rate, so it would be a better pick. We do see there's a bunch of different operators coming out on the side of Louisville. We have the Killjoy, Jet, and we have a Sage coming out. Whereas where Penn State's pick looks about the same as last time, they do have a
except
they have.
If you take a closer look, they've all seemed to swap their agents. Herc is now on the Omen. Gu's now on the Chamber. Quang's actually on the Breach. I'm thinking to myself, what is going on here? All right, this is your map pick. Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. But I'm seeing what looks to be they're trying to mirror Louisville right now from Split. I'm thinking to myself,
it does look like a mirror.
Wait a minute. What is going on?
It's definitely an interesting strategy. When I said to adapt to Louisville's plan, I didn't mean copy them, but maybe it's not a copy. Maybe they have something planned out on the map here, and perhaps this is what they were planning to do when they got to their map. The first map they didn't really have anything, so they're just like, all right, we'll play with what we know how to play.
Indeed it is. Now here we are in game. Again, it's pistol rounds. We've seen pistol rounds. I think we're about to see what we saw in Split. They're setting up to, I think, rush through mid here. Maybe they'll go to A, but I think they're rushing mid to A. What do you think?
Honestly, they are definitely rushing mid. I wouldn't say it's probably to A. It could be more than likely to A. But it looks like they're just going to be rushing straight down mid here, which is an interesting play, especially with the Cypher watching them.
Up, and we do see Hexer going out left and right. Herc taking down Swick. Smoothie taking down Herc. Quang taking out Engage. They're all headshots at the moment. Cheese Mongrel taking out Gu. Quang barely able to take out Cheese Mongrel. it was so hard to play with those classics, but they can be very accurate despite the lack of damage that the Ghost and the Sheriff provides in comparison.
Gun here.
It's a 2-3 right now. Defenders having the numbers in their favors. In fact, Jet's holding up. I'm surprised that Jet's being as aggressive as they are, but then again, they were playing Reyna, so they are the duelist person to be. It's just a firefight. No one's able to finish each other. They keep picking each other little by little. They even close the doorway to the gardens and decide to send in the smokes. They send in another thing of smokes.
One enemy
Oh,
remaining.
do they get the spike? No, they don't. KILLAK goes down to headshot thanks to Shaw. And in fact, they even take out Smoothie. Now, it's to mention, we saw this on Split with this rush kind of thing. It only got staggered because the people that did rush died first this time around versus dying last on Split.
Right. So, you know, it's probably just a pistol round thing. Maybe Louisville is just not good with pistol rounds, so they just try to rush to get it over with. But, yeah, we're going into Penn State having submachine guns and everything, and Louisville is just keeping their pistols. They all have classics there, which is interesting to see.
I mean, what they're doing here, if they're all going with a classic, any light armor at all? Doesn't look like it. So that means they're trying to play for pure save here. They're trying to go for pure thrifty. If they win, great. Otherwise, they're trying to get the guns for next round rather than trying to buy out.
Yeah, it's a smart play right now. I mean, it's an O to 1. It's an O to 1.
Oh no!
You know?
Oh, poor Swick. You bit off a bit more than you could chew, and you got eliminated. In fact, KILLAK goes down to Hurt, getting the headshot with the Sheriff. Smoothie trading Hurt, but Dio trading Smoothie through mid. Now Dio still has its credit card ready to go. Gets another headshot on Cheesemongo. They're down to 9 health. The Spike's out in the open, ready to be seen. I feel like this is very telling. Even Gil gets the 3rd kill on Engage. And they're up 2-0 to the moment.
Yeah, Penn State definitely had the gun advantage here, but now we're seeing that Louisville is picking a bunch of heavier weapons now. You see KILLAK with the Bulldog this time instead of Cheesemongrel coming out with the Phantom.
That we do. Now, looking at this here, round's over. All right, we got economy enough to buy heavy armor and guns on both sides. However, Penn State only has heavy armor. More than half of them have chosen to save their guns. Luckily, they're able to get a pick on Shaw and avoid the damage that the Breach was going to use with the wall bang from the fire. I forget what the ability is called, but it doesn't matter. As they rush through the site, Sweet Game taken out by King thanks to a Phantom. But KILLAK taking out her. Nice headshot. In fact, no one's brought down the doors yet, but they do now. Engage falls to Neko, but Cheesemongrel taking out Quang. They're going to try to get some value here with the Shock Dart. Does hurt the Viper once. Do they get him again? Not quite. They use the drone to try to find... Oh, that's a Chamber. My apologies. So Chamber has spotted Neko and Gyu taking out Smoothie and KILLAK. Cheesemongrel, being the predictive god he is, takes him out from the rooftops. Looking, trying to see who he can find. Spots the Viper. It's still going. They haven't even gotten half. He's trying to stick it, and that was the mistake. Oh, and we see a little bit of a, what looks like a graffiti bomb going back towards the attacker spawn, I thought.
You know, everyone likes a little graffiti bombs. Maybe it's a little celebratory, like, grenade to land in their spawn as they spawn back in.
Yeah. Well, it is what it is, and you know what? You just got to work through it. Sometimes that is very frustrating, even to the point where you may want to type something, but you keep your cool wits about you, and you'll typically do a lot better. Now we do see a little intel trying to be found with that sonar, but nothing was found by it. In fact, Killjoy on the attacker's side pops their ult to see who they can find, maybe to suppress. they're all running through the Venom like it's nothing. They don't care about it. They're very quick. And they're already planting. The door gets broken towards Market. But it's a lot of bullet fire right now. No one's hitting each other. But they're so very close. They just don't know it. As he reacts, they just didn't check the corners. Swick taking out 2. Quang trading another 2 himself. It's a 3v3 situation. They've all been spotted thanks to the sonar. Cheesemongle, engage, both headshots. One left on the defender's side. It's the Viper trying to stay alive. They're shooting the box. They're seeing if someone's behind there, but there isn't. All of them are just sitting on point. They're shooting that rail and trying to get him through the wall. Does take out the smoothie. There's not enough time for the fuse. I think they're going to try to just play for kills, and they die to engage.
Definitely a very good attack. Oh, Engage being caught in the bomb there.
Poor Engage. They were able to pick up the Vandal that the Viper had, but were not able to keep it because they died to the spike. There just was not enough time.
We are possibly seeing Louisville do their momentum run again, because we got two attacking wins in a row. It was a very good play by them. They were able to take the objective very quickly and secure it, lock it down almost. Jet was able to get 2 kills right off the bat, and with no one finding her by not checking corners. We see not an ult coming out, but we see one of the abilities to stun them as soon as they leave spawn.
Yep. And right away, taking a look at seeing how they set themselves up. In fact, the Jet goes looking for high ground, seeing the angle they can find, doesn't find anyone. Surprised you see that the spike is staying through at mid, but it should be possibly looking to go towards A site. There's a firefight going through mid and on A site, but no one takes damage. No one's hurt. It's just bullets flying in the air. You do see Quang trying to debating to put in a blind, throws it in. Random shots, finds nothing. He only has 1 blind left, so you better use it. Smartly, that is. He does use it, doesn't find any value.
Spike was left behind at spawn with
It was. I think that was a tactical choice. Oh, unfortunately, it's just trades back and forth. People that came up through mid got eliminated. They got traded for each time. It is a 3v3, but looking at what we have here, I think it's in favor of Louisville, as they have gone towards B site, completely uncontested. And Quang just a little too slow to check mid. In fact, Smoothie takes out Neko, who was rotating through defender's spawn. With 15 seconds left, they will get it down with 10 seconds left to spare. Just about. A little over 11.
Yeah, both defenders have to rotate back around. They're going to go into, looks like the same area, unless Jet's going to go mid. It's just going to be heading into Marketplace, unless decides to go through spawn, but I don't think they have time for that.
Yeah, indeed. Now we do see Breach. He's using his ult in here. Engage takes out Shaw. Breach is the last one. He doesn't push in with his ult and gets taken out with a headshot from Smoothie. Staying in the fish market tunnels. Oh, this is such an exciting game. It's a very close game too. But that might change on the switch. What do you think?
It depends. It depends if Louisville can hold up another strong defense after the switch. But they have a good attack formation going on right now. They know when to like rotate around. As we saw, the Killjoy dropped the spike at the spawn, and one of them got killed due to it. But when they went back for it, they were able to grab it, and Killjoy was able to clear B for them as they came back around with the spike.
Now we do see the suppress come out. It is just pulsing, so Shaw can't use anything to get out fast enough. Gets taken out thanks to Swick. Perk! Random headshot into the smoke. Gets the headshot on Swick. Oh my goodness. The door does come down. Or I'm sorry, it does not. He comes lurking through. They throw the molly. Neko takes out Kill AK, but Cheesemongle trading Herc. We do see Viper Pit getting used here. The spike has been planted. They know where it's planted. There's so much venom they have to push through, but Engage still able to find Quang.
One enemy remaining.
Neko taken out by Smoothie, but not without taking down Cheesemongle first. We do see Chamber trying to use his ability, but gets taken out by Engage with a nice clean headshot through the wall.
Yeah, Engage likes to be a little sneaky, I've noticed. He likes to kind of just hide in corners and pop out and be like, hey, by the way, I've been here this whole time, and then just say, get a quick kill and leave. But yeah, again, Louisville came out with a strong attack. They just overwhelmed the one objective. And Penn State's just not really able to keep up now.
Yeah. And right now, looking at this economy, if you are Penn State, reason why you have not been doing well, you need to take a round to build up your economy. You can't just keep full buying as you are without getting a win. That's your real kryptonite here. As Swick gets Herc with the headshot, but he was able to trade it in mid. We do see the attackers use their ults again from Killjoy. Neko's being very ballsy, as I would call it. Does find the kill on Cheesemark. Will be the trading Neko. Very close to the molly. Could have died just by taking one little footstep on it. They're taking a look to see if they should either blind or put in that damage that goes through the wall. But I think they decide to go for blind. They start to move, checking the corners, and right away gets a double kill. Smoothie, you wild animal, you. But Shaw taking down Smoothie. Does go in, gets the press, finds 2 kills, and was able to clutch it.
I'm going to be honest, I didn't think that was going to happen. I thought Jet exposed her way too much.
Wow, what a play. You could say they kind of lined up for that, but he had a phantom, and the bullets were already flying in the spray pattern that he knew. Good on Shaw. Good on you.
Yeah,
What a game.
Shaw's trying to get back the kills that they had in the first map there.
I do. Now, I'm very concerned here.
Mm-hmm.
We do know that Herc likes to use snipers.
We do.
But why are you buying an up? Don't get me wrong. It's very useful, but you cannot die here. All right, you get your picks. It's traded back and forth, 2-2 on each side. It's a 3v3 situation now. Oh my goodness. They do try to find some intel with the knife. Doesn't find any. So then they decide, let's use sonar. Let's see if anyone's lurking around up there. Not finding anything. The defenders are pushing aggressively through mid as the attackers rotate. But Kaya is lurking to see if they can find anyone. Neko was able to take the Vandal that dropped from, I believe it was Swick's body. Herc finding a pick on Cheesemargle. Well, my goodness, I must take back my words, because Herc is just playing his heart out right now. Despite Neko falling down the Smoothie, Gyu pushes through the tunnel just to make sure they can't do anything. And right now, 50 seconds left on the clock. You got an op watching mid, who's decided to turn away, and Gyu pushing through the tunnel gets killed by Engage with a headshot. Now you just have an op player. What are your thoughts?
Still watching the mid.
Is it a clutch or kick?
He's gonna have to take a shot at one of them, but he's gonna be able to get through.
He's not set up. He wasn't set up to take the shot. And now he's suppressed.
They can run away. Killjoy's gonna be able to get through. They can possibly plant. So that's what they're gonna do. It's currently trapped in marketplace. Can't get up there. Why did they stop planting?
This is quite terrible if you're an op player. This is not where you want to be. This is close quarter fighting. Alright, you drop the op. Now you gotta guarantee that you win this, because you're either deciding to save the op or go for the kill here. And right now you have no economy as Herc, because you're down to 150. So you better win this.
Oh, but he doesn't.
No, he does not.
KO's able to get the kill on the after Killjoy goes down.
Don't get me wrong. Like, that was a brave decision. I'll give him credit there. The only detrimental is that you don't have the money. You don't have the economy you need for this round. And that's what I'm saying. That's the repeating offense I see Penn State doing. They need economy.
Yeah, they need economy. They don't have it. Nico's currently at 500 with after buying the shotgun, and Herc's just stuck with the sheriff right now.
Yeah, it's really not in your favor. So we do see Chamber. Chamber has gotten picks here. Gyu has been a good Chamber here. So I'm hoping they can get their value off of what they've bought. quite literally, as your gun is your money, but you get killed by Swick taking it out with a Vandal headshot through mid. We do see Quang with the Stinger. You can get the value, but you're gonna have to get a pretty good spray here. Does throw in a blind, trying to find someone. Realizes they're still in the tunnel, so they're not pushing it.
There's about three different clouds in there.
Yep. In fact, Hurt gets taken out from a wall bank headshot that Engage used. Jet does bring out the ult to try to find someone. Swick taking out Quang. The headshot. It's now just you got your Jet that's ulting and your Viper, who's with the Jet. Right now you're in a tough one. And the ultimate comes out from the Brimstone. Does not find anyone, but it does zone him off for a little while. Not sure why you're smoking that, but that answers my questions. Use it to get in there and get the wall bang with Neko finishing up the kill. Taking out Cheesemongrel, Shaw does. Now it's 2v2. Do you have enough time? I truly doubt it. Godspeed trying to get those picks there.
It was definitely a good it was definitely a good plan there, but they weren't able to, they weren't able to swarm like I think they hoped to. I did see what they were trying to do. They were trying to kind of take both corners, have, Louisville look in two different directions, but overall it just didn't work out. They weren't able to time it correctly.
Yeah. I mean, this game has got me so hyped. I love it. It's so competitive here. I just, because they seem to be on equal grounds. It's just the rounds are going one way or another based on how they're playing their corners or using abilities, which makes it all the more fun. It makes it a fun and competitive game. That's what you want in these games. To what you watch as casters too. We do see that Omen gets suppressed from being spotted thanks to the KO ability. KO is on the ground. He can be brought up with his core being stabilized. They find the breach just lurking around on the backside of Generator, but Engage is brought back up thanks to KillaK, who gets, both of them are actually taken out from Neko. Great picks from Neko, given that they only have a Spectre to use. Now they're the lone song hero. They're actually walking through their own Venom, finding the picks, but didn't check the corner, unfortunately. You know what?
You're really going on about those corners.
It gets them every time because it gets me. That's the thing. But I won't blame Neko there. That was an unusual spot to be holding as any agent, honestly. So I think Cheesemongrel might have just gotten lucky with how they positioned themselves.
Yeah, it was definitely that was a very chaotic round. There was a lot happening in a very short amount of time. As KO went down, they're trying to revive KO while also grabbing the spike. Oh, you got Killjoy going down almost instantly along with you.
It's a trade for trade, but at what cost? You did get the you have an op to work with. Cheesemongrel taking out Neko. Oh, but they have an op in of their own. We're gonna have an op out. Let's see who gets the better op picks here. Because they're still even 3-3. It's just a matter of using smoke. So close to getting this. Does get Cheesemongrel in the end. We do see Breach pop the ult, but her takes out KillaK. Spike is down on the B site, not directly, but as you were to go, if you're going from attack to running in. You're Swick. You have an up. It's a 3v1 situation. The best bet here, if you want to be a hero, pick up another gun. If you want to save the op, play it safe.
They have an option for another gun, though. That's the thing.
And honestly, the only option they may have is through mid.
30
Yeah,
seconds.
Because that's where body is.
You got 30 seconds left. They're holding this angle way too long.
Which means they are looking to save. They do not want to risk losing this op. It's bad enough to have one op to deal with on the enemy team. It's worse when you have to deal with two ops. If they want to use them.
But it's also, with Penn State winning this one, it's only 4-7, so they probably know it's not detrimental that they lose this one. So it's good to save.
Indeed it is. Because they know they are in the driver's seat right now, and they have control. In fact, they get another pick on Herc, who was a little too careless running around the corner.
Last round before the switch.
Spot to have that op without having to pay for anything else. You can buy the heavy armor, buy the utilities you need without having to worry about the gun.
Now Engage, unfortunately, does not have the economy to full buy. Oh, they do! Surprisingly, they do. It is last round, so maybe they give up buying some abilities. It seems they were debating how to use their economy there. Everyone has full buy. And we do see that beloved Bulldogs on the side with Kill K. But Penn State, they aren't full bot. You see some of them running Spectres still. So, again, that economy question, what is your decision there? Hello! First pick on Gyu, right through the middle. They're lurking around. Shaw's lurking in the hallway of A, trying to find someone. Gets suppressed. The only reason why Shaw's not dead is thanks to their breach blinding it.
Yeah, definitely not a good position for Penn State right now, as Louisville's holding just the one hallway, looking to get a big push in here.
Yeah, they're using their utility real well with the Venom walls, and Venom in general. Venom and Viper Wall. It does a lot of damage if you were to go through that, and that's not something you should do. In fact, as we're seeing, Shaw and Hurt gain picks on Cheesemongo and Kill It K. Take me a while to get words through. Smoothie does get the trade on one of them, so it is a 3v3, but the op is alive. And Swick does have their knives out, just like the movie. Although I have yet to see it.
left.
I think it's something like Clue. Who knows? We do see Viper on B site, Quang on A site, and Jet with the op. Rotating towards B site. If they're quick, they'll miss the Jet, and they do just that. Now they gotta get on site and start planting. It's important that they do. They get the trade.
B.
Now you gotta get this plant. You have 5 seconds left.
One enemy remaining. Got him.
The op
Swick's able to
goes
get the hit and kill.
Yup, it's 2v1. This is the last round. If you got abilities, use them. Unfortunately, you have no abilities, Quang. Godspeed and hope your aim is true, because you're going to need it. 50 bullets left in the map, make that 36 for backup. 150 health, 100... I'm getting my words all mixed up today. Very lucky.
One enemy remaining.
It's caught in suppression.
Get the first pick. Do they stick it? Do they not fake? They fake, and it's already too late. That circle had touched that spike. If they were to stick it, they may have had enough time to defuse, but they did not in the end. We're back on the pistol rounds. The score, 8-4 in favor of University of Louisville.
Yeah, it's not looking too good for Penn State, but as we know, Penn State, they do well in pistol rounds, because Louisville likes to try and get rid of them as fast as they can. They like to build up the economy. They like to have their rifles. Every single time they've lost a pistol round, they're able to quickly come back in once they get their rifles. So it'll be interesting to see if they'll try to quickly secure this one to get closer to the win and secure the game, or if they're going to do the same thing as last time and just kind of wait until they get the rifles.
Yeah, and you know what? Here's what I'm thinking. Louisville's actually playing the psychological game against Penn State, because they played fast and hard to get in their heads that, oh, we should do something the same. We're not doing too well against them. They made it work kinda, but we're better at it. But instead, they're making them think they have to always buy. While instead, Louisville, they take their time in reality, and they build up their economy and play it safe, play it back, and once they're ready, then they go for the picks and kills.
Yeah, you got the... Oh, Hurt coming in with the Swick.
Yep, he's going to try to throw some blinds up through the window. Does see him there, cannot get the value. Shaw also taking out Engage, but they're very hurt. As we see him, okay, just running and gun with the right click of the classic. Such a powerful gun. In fact, Cheesemongrel going down the Gyu, but Quang trading Cheesemongrel. It's 2v1. Their Killjoy is the last one coming through the garden. Yeah, we're going to see if they can get it. I think Breach sees the... Yeah, they see him.
Oh, he stuck on... went out too far.
Unfortunately.
Shaw able to get the kill on Smooth there.
No. I do want to say, do you remember when Killjoy's Sentry used to stay active despite having been killed?
I feel like I do remember that.
It was. In fact, there was a glitch on Split where you could put the sentry through the stairwell in the mailroom, and it can shoot anyone from on the map, as long as they were in range. Needless to say, they patched that real quick.
It doesn't seem broken at all. Like I see that in casual games all the time.
Of course. We're always trying to find how to break the game.
Yeah.
Well, we do see the KO getting a lot of intel off of that knife. Jet's running right in, but I think that was a costly mistake on their part. They are even, but Wing takes out Engage. They can only have control of this A site. There's a reason why Penn State chose this map, and it's showing at the moment. But then again, it's always been the first 2 rounds that have been looking in their favor before things have swapped. But I may be getting ahead of myself as Herc takes out Smoothie here. Nice clean headshot. Wing and Herc finishing up the kills.
Yeah, very clean win for Penn State on that round. However, we've now gotten to that 3rd round where, as we see, Louisville has their rifles and heavy armor. Their economy's pretty shot after that one, but you know, they're currently, from what we're seeing, it's going to be another one of these situations where Penn State gets the first 2 wins, and then Louisville's just going to come and clean it up.
Yeah. Now, I do want to say, Penn State, their econ is still not the greatest. However, they're doing kind of alright, despite everything. They make it through the Killjoy's first grenade, second grenade gets triggered, and oh, Portuguese Mongrel getting killed before they can get any sort of value. And Shaw taking out Engage as well. Oh, we might see a flawless on the attacking side here. Nope, I take that back. Curse of the caster. As we see Squick take out Hugh, and Herc trading it, taking out not just 1 but 2 people coming from the defender's spawn. Smoothie being the last to fall, but Herc does not go down, taking those kills without some damage themselves. They're just 1 shot away from death. Walking the razor blade edge. And you know what? KillK said, alright, I see you planted. I hear you have an Ares. I see you have a lot of other guns. I'm gonna go running over the A site. Come meet me there. Please don't. Please don't. But hey, why not? I'm just gonna sit in this corner and yeah.
Enjoy the brick wall there. You know, it's a very, very nice brick wall. It's nicely constructed.
Oh yes, very, very foundational. In fact, I think he's right beside a winery. If we take a look to his right, not that he would take a look. Oh, indeed it is. Nice fine wines that you can select from your assortment here as you look into the space. Hey, is that a squirrel?
That is a squirrel. And a snake. That is a very fancy looking snake right there.
It looks like one of those like preschool worms with a top hat.
A nice little reminder that there are some details in the map that we fail to appreciate sometimes.
Yeah, it's just funny how that works, isn't it?
It is. But anyways, back to the mass murdering.
Back to the mass murdering. Okay, we're not on stream or anything. Now we do see the first suppression come out on the Jet, but Engage does get hit with the stun thanks to Breach. We do hear Marshall shooting out in the distance, but Herc's finding the headshots with his fancy little, whatchamacallit, spin gun. That's a Vandal. I swear, skins are weird these days, but fun to look at.
They are fun to look at. They are a little funky.
Now, I'm curious. Engage has opted for heavy armor and a frenzy. I mean, Godspeed to you, but you're gonna really need to find some value in that gun, because you're dead. You able to find the pick on Engage. Shaw finding Smoothie as they try to just light it up through the garden. Door comes down, and they're automatically rushing the spawns.
Spike planted.
Okay, hello again. You're the last one alive. Do you want to save, or do you want to save?
The issue is that it'll tie up the game.
It does, but you know what? It's more important that they have their econ, and they know that. That's why they went for pistols specifically this round. As you can see, their economy's shot at the moment, so the longer they're alive with their guns, armor, economy, they're doing great. They're playing it smart, as they should. Now they just got to readjust themselves to see how are they going to handle Penn State, because Penn State has shown that they chose this map because they're good at the attacking side. Their defense, not the greatest. They're not strong as defenders. They're super strong as attackers, and it's showing.
Yeah, we clearly can see why they chose this map. I mean, now it's going to be tied up 8-8. Louisville not having the momentum as before. Can we see something new arise with the new selection of rifles that they have here?
Yep. Hey, it's a good thing. Although they're down on the economy, they're playing it smart. Now, if they want to get their economy back, they got to win a round. That's the only way they're going to get this, because otherwise they're going to be in the dumps until they can, well, I guess save 2 rounds straight in order to have economy equivalent to Penn State at the moment.
Yeah, Penn State is currently sitting on a pile of gold right now with their economy.
Yeah. And speaking of gas prices, you mentioned from last map, little fun fact, Maryland Governor Hogan actually put out I'm not sure it was an order or law, that purposely put down gas prices, I believe about 48 cents, so to speak.
Well, that's interesting.
Yeah, he's very considerate despite everything, you know? And we do see Swick gain the headshot on Herc, unsuspecting through mid. Oh, the humanity. They do realize that they have been picked, so they're trying to move fast now as they rotate through towards B site. Jed is pushing very aggressive, finds the pick on Smoothie despite everything going on. But gets picked by Cheese Mongrel, staying out on site.
Cheese Mongrel's looking to take back his killing spree from earlier, as he's going to do that.
And you know what? University of Louisville are doing just what they needed to do. Winning a round they need to get their economy back. And they're playing it smart by taking their time and finding the people that are flanking. But Q takes out Engage. Sadly, they fall into Killer K. True OG by the name of it. I swear, this is just me. When I first saw it, I had to say, look, when I saw this name, I swear it came out something like the Hood. And their team cap reassured me that they are definitely very far from it. Nothing wrong with the Hood, it's funny to me. But hey, that's probably just me.
It's always interesting to hear the origins of someone's username.
Oh yeah, always. Now we do see them set up towards A. They're going to possibly take the orb. They're very slow. They like to use their utility just to test the waters, and from there, see what rats scramble out from the boats. Yeah, but these smokes are coming in. They're slowing them down. But that that hasn't stopped Shaw before, so I'm waiting to see Shaw just rush and gun again.
Yeah, we have the heavy machinery coming out, though, with the Venom holding onto that LMG. Very nice and pretty looking LMG, but also very deadly.
I wouldn't call that an LMG. That's just a straight up machine gun.
It's fair.
Yeah.
There's smoke coming down on the doorway there, blocking the sight. They're not rotating at all.
No, in fact, I think they're trying to psych out Louisville at the moment. But because of the knife, it exposes them and shows at least 3 of Penn State are lurking in the hallway. They're just not moving. And the defenders should be able to react to that accordingly. However, lurking again. Oh, Brimstone lucky enough not to get picked off from turning his back. And they've officially rushed and taken full control of this site. Now I worry a little because we do see that damage come out from the breach. We do see the toxic orb set up on spiked in order to burn the health that there is. They do get spotted. At least one of them hurt, taken out by Killer K. And the defender's Killjoy. You got to get out of this zone. Oh no.
Oh, that was.
Oh my god.
Oh my. What happened?
They all died at once. Spontaneous human combustion, as I like to call it.
Valorant gods just said, yeah, no, snapped them out of reality, apparently.
They just got Thanos snapped out of existence.
Yeah, it was like instant. They were all gone.
Yeah, so what happened there specifically is that once that Killjoy ult was about to hit 0, they all pushed because within milliseconds, the entire enemy team was restrained and therefore couldn't even shoot their gun. It was like they were handcuffed, slowly walking as zombies. There's no way they're going to live through that.
Yeah, no, that is a very deadly. It's a very deadly ult. It takes a while to start, but if you were caught in it,
Oh my
it's
goodness.
terrible. Oh, Jet almost got blasted to next gen.
Next gen, love it. Can't wait to see him in the next Pokemon movie. Blind does go in, Blind's Shaw. They do try to start closing the market door, but I don't think they're ready for the Odin.
I don't think they're ready for Swick, who's just waiting to get in there.
Hello!
Last player
Oh
standing.
no. Last player standing. Odin in a dream. But they are rotating away. They decided we don't want to be here. And in fact, they dropped the Odin to pick up a Phantom. 20 bullets in the mag. But they're not reloading. Yeah. Omen
That is
here,
hurt.
41 health. Even Neko, 69 health. They're not looking too hot. A couple of bullets and they're
One
dead.
enemy
Okay,
remaining.
as long as you check your corners, you get the kills like that. And now Viper's left with the spike
30
and
seconds left.
they're running back and forth. 30 seconds left. Swick's actually staying on A site.
You think that they're still in tunnel?
Yeah, but no, Vipers did the right thing. They realized, you know what? When your teammate goes down, there's only one person
10
left. It's gonna
seconds
take them a
left.
while to rotate. Then again, it is a jet, so they gotta move fast. So that's why they put up the Venom Wall. And now they're set up on site. They just gotta wait for them. The detriment here is that Swick could choose to use their ult. Swick could choose
true.
to go in with. They don't have any smokes, so they only have movement abilities. They take their time, let the decay wear off, let their armor come back. Now you get to push site freely. Check where they are. Alright, you know they're not there. And you catch them by surprise. Nice headshot. And plenty of time to defuse.
A very nice kill by Swick right there. A good read.
Yeah, I get the feeling what happened there is that, oh man, that poor Viper got self-duped once they heard the whoosh.
Yeah, they thought they
sound
were going for the
effect.
first door, but it turns out that, Swick, either they knew or they got incredibly lucky by getting the backside of Nico there.
That they were. So if you're Penn State here, you're 11-8. You're tiptoeing here, trying to get some more even because you don't want to. You're close to almost losing this. I would suggest try to take mid control. Yes, it's risky. You've been suppressed. You're revealed. And now Chamber is ulting. Going all the way towards B side, surprisingly. In fact, everyone's rotating back. They said, alright, we've been suppressed. The knife was there. But you didn't check mid as you needed to as Herc dies. But you, check it out, kill a K. So they won't have smokes from Brimstone anymore. All they have is Jet. And it takes 2 kills, I believe. No, actually, sorry. Smokes are something you buy. So they only have a certain amount of smokes to use. Again, the Jet's already so close in there. Gets the pick through the wall. Cheesemongrel did.
One enemy
You
remaining.
playing with
Spike
the off
down
god
B.
of his ability. Unfortunate. Oh, it's so hard to play against a Jet that's rushing you and you have an off. If you don't make that
Match
shot,
point.
you got to get rid of the gun. You got to switch guns and get something that's fast fire rate.
Yeah, now we're into match point on the side of Louisville.
Believe it or not, looking at this alt economy, sorry to cut you off there, your alt economy is almost mirrored.
Yeah, they, like we said, they were waiting to save, and then once they were able to save, they're able to keep going.
Yeah, they are. It's 12-8. Match point for Louisville. Do we see anything go here? They're playing real slow, and that's good. Patience is key. Patience, as you could say, is a virtue. It's a learning tool. And, well, if you don't take out that KO, he's going to keep suppressing you with knives, because it seems to keep coming back over and over. And now the smokes are up. Quang's actually going to get aggressive here. A little surprised about it, but understandable. They start to move in. The molly comes out.
Yeah,
And they just took sight.
position.
What happened?
Oh,
Did they just back off?
now they're all rushing back in. You got the jet coming from behind and 3 people on top.
Oh, do we see it? The pick? Oh, Quang's so close to the jet. They don't know, but they're about to. Quang taking out Jet. Smoothie taking out Herc. There's just some venom right on the floor there. They're trying to find some wall banks, but not finding anything quite yet. We're going to see possibly a flashbang come out from Engage. They were deciding. Nothing came out.
Ooh, got a
The
good
ult's
hit on
coming
that.
out. They're finding value. They're marking people. Defenders are winning this. They have 4-2. Oh no, they've been spotted.
Remaining.
It's just Quang.
Killer K just needs to defend here.
Player standing.
He just needs to. He gets
Oh.
the clutch.
There's a lineup. They were able to line up the shots on that.
That's what you need to do. Even if you die there, as long as they can't defuse, you win. And you need to keep winning to keep this game alive. Remember, this is ECAC Week 8. If you make this game, if you are 4-3, I'm sorry, 3-4, you need this win in order to possibly make playoffs.
Yeah, they have to get every single game here and then the next map if they want to get that.
Just taking a look at the records here. We're looking at a oh, not able to find anything quite yet. We do see that Herc does get killed. I missed who it was, so I was trying to check the records. They do look like they may try to push A again, but they're very slow. They're not doing anything. In fact, they scared off Engage a little bit. So it's
Scaring off
questionable.
themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah, but everyone seems to be closing in on them on A.
Yep, that they are. It's hard to say what they will do here, honestly. Yeah, so
Let's go in.
after a quick check, both teams in this match are 3-4. This game will literally decide if they have a chance at playoffs. So they have to play their hearts out.
Are they faking
Can't
out the
tell if they
diffuser
keep
here?
faking it or not. I'm a little confused here.
30
You
seconds.
Yeah, but
do
they
see
bring it
the
back
defender-
out.
Yeah, defender
One
killjoy.
enemy remaining.
The attackers are getting the picks. It's just the Sova. He has an op. One player is detained. They can decide to plant it or not. It's up to them. They do look to plant.
Spike planted.
And
Oh,
they get the pick. They even take the op. Or yes, they do.
yeah, it's great for Penn State. Louisville probably got a little bit too much ahead of themselves.
And
They
that's
got
an op.
Shaw with the op now.
Yeah, and if you give a Jet an op, you're not gonna get a cookie. Not much less any milk. Instead, you're gonna be in you're gonna be in a rough time because Jet and an op with movement, that's scary. You do not want to play against that.
Yeah, but Cheesemonk was completely out of the economy. You know, Louisville, I believe they're just trying to get the round over with.
Yeah, they are. They just want this win, so they're full buying. But that might be a mistake because on the side of Penn State, whatever gun you have, full buy because any round could be the last round here. You need to get to overtime to try to pull this back. The patience here is very good. In fact, that Omen smoke towards Engage might make them use the knife. As they go to check,
Smoothie's gonna get coming in with
takes-
2 kills.
Smoothie gets
Three kills
Enemy
before
remaining.
Nico's able to
Take it
get
on
him.
Neko.
And
Spike
Cheesemonk
down
is gonna get the kill on Nico.
Right here.
Alrighty, it's clutch or kick time. This is it. This is your shot at playoffs. Will you get the clutch? I'm knocking on wood for you, Herc. Oh my goodness. This is it.
Unimportant.
This
First
is one
pick.
kill. But no, Engage is gonna get the final kill of the round there.
And that is University of Louisville taking the game.
Very, very, fun game to watch right there. Both teams fighting it out for, a chance at playoffs, and looks like Louisville is going to have that chance.
You know, I've casted many Valorant matches over these weeks, over these past 8 weeks, and you know what? This, by far, hands down, was the best Valorant match I casted, and I am so grateful to have done so. Now, we're going to try to find an interview from the side of University of Louisville people. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. We do see that they're rushing right in. This is pistol round, so anything goes at the moment. You just got to get value. It is on the side of the attackers being at the disadvantage. They're down 2 from 3. In fact, it's 3-2. Has realized he has to slow up here. Well, Shaw, taking his time, gets the first pick on Smoothie. Even Swick gets taken out by the KO. Quinn on the side of Penn State, but KO is taken down by Brimstone. However, Spike does drop onto the site. Shaw is playing this game phenomenally. But only Troy Engage knew that Shaw's might have spotted him.
Oh, he got a clutch.
Neon likes to play right behind the wall typically. It spots no one. So he's checking, maybe they're still in the mail room. Gets a double headshot! Oh my goodness! Checking super the event, I should say. And they do find KO. They find the sage! Really fun to see if they can find anyone. But Spike's running away towards Tiger's spawn while Neon... Oh no. Wait a minute. What just happened?
What's happening?
You're trying to shoot each other, but no one can get the kill! Another right click is so devastating.
Yeah, of course you do want to be in range of that right click.
In fact, Cheesemongo gets 2! You know what? I'm just gonna back off. I don't need to push this. Engage! Not so lucky. Did not see the Reyna as she came right through, taking her Vandal. It's a trade back and forth. Swick taking 2. Oneko taking Cheesemongo.
Spike going.
Suppress the Viper from heaven. In fact, taking out the Empress. Swick! But trading! Smoothie taking out Shaw! And now, Splash Player is standing on both sides. They have time to defuse here, but they must get this kill. And they do just that! In the pit. Now, it's good they're still alive. They find the headshot on her. Because they're still alive, that Viper pit's not going down anytime soon. It's just a matter of seeing where the enemy is and taking them out one by one. The grenade comes out from KO, does not find anyone. In fact, Cheesemongo takes out 2. Checking through the defender's spawn. He finds Shaw. He just reloads. Bad timing. Shaw's stuck in a corner. Just hurt. The line goes in onto the garage. QRK taking out Shaw, leaving both of them in the garage. All they have to do is defuse and they win. But they've already killed the enemy. And that is the map for Split. Map 1 goes to University of Louisville. They're fire right now. No one's hitting each other. But they're so very close. They just don't know it. As he reacts, they just didn't check the corners. Swick taking out 2. They start to move. Checking the corners. And right away gets a double kill. Smoothie, you wild animal, you. But Shaw taking down Smoothie. Does go in, gets the press. Finds 2 kills. Timing question. What is your decision there? Hello. That have been looking in their favor before things have stopped. But I may be getting ahead of myself. It's Hurt takes out Smoothie here. Besting headshot. Wayne and Hurt finishing up the kills. Hope that there is. They do get spotted. At least one of them. Hurt taken out by Killer K. And the defender's Killjoy. You gotta get out of this zone. Oh no.
Oh, that was
oh my god.
Oh. I think they're ready for Swick, who's just waiting to get in there.
Hello. Oh no. Site free. Check with where they are. Alright. No, they're not there. And you catch her by surprise. Nice. We have 30 minutes. Again, the Jet's already so close in there. Gets the pick through the wall. Cheesemongo did. You playing with the off god of his ability. Unfortunate. Oh no, they've been spotted. It's just Queen.
Killer K just needs to defend here.
He just needs to He gets
Oh.
the clutch! Smoke towards engage. Might make him use the knife. As they go to check.
Smooth's gonna get coming in with 2 kills.
Rudy gets 2,
3 kills. For Nico, they were getting. And she's Margolis gonna kill on Nico.
Sorry. This is it. This is your shot at playoffs. Will you get the clutch? Knocking on wood to bring you first. Oh my goodness. This is it. First pick.
But no, Engage is gonna get the final kill of the
Welcome back, everyone. We have just finished here with Valorant for the evening. We have seen University of Louisville win the series 2-0. And with us here, we have Swick from the team himself. How you doing, Swick?
Hello. I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm doing quite grand, actually. That was the best match I've ever casted.
I'm glad to hear it. Glad we put on a little show.
Yes. In fact, I'm going to actually pass it off to Prismac. We have a couple of questions for you. We're going to let him start first.
All right. So we both noticed that throughout the game, especially like the first rounds, you kept to pistols, but then once it hit like the third, fourth round, that's when you swapped to rifles, and then you started like dominating from there. Was that intentional?
Yeah, so usually when we lose our pistol rounds, we just save second round and we always buy third round. And then from then on, we kind of crush the econ and don't let them come back.
So here's my... Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was just something that we noticed that as soon as you grabbed your rifles, that's when you like were able to start dominating. But it was after you built up your economy. So that's why we were wondering, is like, was that like an intentional like plan? So it was interesting to see that it actually was. And Sami, your question.
Yeah, sorry. I'm still a little too excited from the match. We saw some Bulldog gameplay there. So is that a go-to gun for you guys, for one of your players, or is that just an economy choice? What's the reasoning behind that?
Honestly, we've never had anybody pull that out until today, but it was working, and I was kind of surprised it was working. I was telling them not to buy the Bulldog because that gun sucks. But
as many do.
Whatever worked, he Dennis was using it mostly. Cheese Margle, he was pulling off a lot of clutches and situations that I have no clue how he got out of. But hey, whatever works.
I suppose so.
All right, I'll leave with the next question. Sami knows what I'm going to ask here. I asked this to every single team I cast for. What is something that you can improve on, even if it's like the smallest thing?
I definitely think looking back, you can see it. We throw a lot of rounds where we have a man consistently. Probably lose more rounds with a man advantage than any other situation. And definitely.
See. Oh, my final question to you, good sir, is what is your thoughts on how do you guys feel about the rush plane? Because we saw it quite a bit, and then once you switch over to the fence, it was a wait a minute, we have control of this game. We'll take our time. What? How do you make that decision split time? Because it seems like a psychological warfare you play against your enemy, and it was working. It made them full by every single time, practically.
Yeah, so basically, we rush a lot on attack just because it catches people off guard and because nobody else has really been able to stop us doing it. But if it doesn't work, you always got to switch it up. And if you don't know what you're doing until 10 seconds before the round starts, then your enemy definitely doesn't know what you're going to do. So, it's good to keep them guessing.
Yeah. Keep your friends close, your enemies closer, as they say. Do you have any shout outs for us before we let you go here?
I just want to shout out the whole U of L Esports Club and everybody that put this together. It was good giving other people an opportunity to play, other than just like our top tier players, the Immortals, and that. It's good to include everyone. And Grace, our coach, helped us through some VOD reviews and definitely getting some strat down.
It's great to hear. Well, thank you again for coming on, Swick. We hope you have a grand evening, and congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
Thank you. Alrighty. And with that, folks, we're going to be ending it here tonight. We had your Rocket League, not Rocket, I'm sorry. We had Rainbow Six. I'm getting my words twisted up. I'm getting ahead of myself because we have Rocket League tomorrow as well as Overwatch. But tonight you had VAL and Rainbow Six. So thank you again so much for coming, everyone. Thank you both teams for appearing on the stream. I'm Saminami. You'll see me out there on Twitch. I stream regularly.
And you'll see me on YouTube and Twitch, both under the name Prismac.
And this has been Esports U. Have a great night, everyone. See you tomorrow.
Wow.